After being called for the first questioning, Han Sen was left alone by the feathers. Mr. Tiger had been so scared. He didn't dare meet up with Han Sen again, in fear that the feathers would suspect collusion. He wasn't going to snitch on Han Sen, as he was still very fond of him. It was just a sensitive matter, and one that he couldn't do anything about. He was not allowed to leave Grand City, so any news concerning xenogeneics in the area was pointless. There were no xenogeneics in the city, only existed beyond its borders. Han Sen spent his time practicing the Dongxian Sutra, hoping to generate its geno-armor. Due to Jade Skin not having any further progression available, Han Sen could not practice it. If he wanted it to continue, he'd have to forge something first, but he didn't have the time to do that. Han Sen also searched for information regarding the 9-life cat on the internet. All he could learn was based on myth, and there was no mention about whether or not such a race existed. And where they originally lived, he was not told. If Han Sen wanted to locate the 9-life cat, he didn't know where to start, so Han Sen chose to focus on leveling up first. Han Sen could deal with barons, no sweat. He was quite a high level in the Western Grand City, but when compared to the universe at large, he was still rather weak. Han Sen knew he most certainly could not deal with the feather called Xena. It was time for food, and Xiao was looking particularly tired that day. She didn't say a word. She couldn't hunt xenogeneics, and it was taking its toll. As she ate, the doorbell rang. The auntie opened the door, and Lan Se came strolling in. "Xiao, be careful. Do not go outside," Lan Se quickly said to Xiao, coming right in. "What's going on?" Xiao raised her head to look at Lan Se, and she asked in confusion. Han Sen and Bauer looked at Lan Se, unsure what was happening. "A great many outsiders have come to Grand City. They don't look like they're of a normal race, so something must be going on," Lan Se said. "It sounds to me as if something big is going to happen soon. I am curious why 2 small feathers would visit this backwater city. They tried to steal our xenogeneic and got killed for it. It's all too weird. What is going on these days?" Xiao quietly said. "No matter what it is, it's definitely not something we can take part in. My supervisor ordered us not to provoke them. If something happened, I'm afraid our entire department won't be able to stop it, so it's best to stay home," Lan Se said. Xiao was looking more and more disheartened, and she said, "Han Sen can't leave town now, anyway. We can't do anything." After Lan Se left, Han Sen retreated into thought. He didn't know what had happened to prompt a visit from so many outsiders either. "It is a shame I don't have my usual intel. I have no clue about what is going on. Maybe there is something I can get out of it, though," Han Sen thought to himself, wondering if he could grab an outsider and ask. But thinking of that female feather Xena, Han Sen quickly discarded the idea. If she knew he was up to something, it wouldn't bode well. 2 days later, when Lan Se returned again, she looked terrible. She warned Xiao and Han Sen not to go out if it wasn't absolutely necessary. Xiao asked about what was happening, and Lan Se told them of a strange scene unfolding in Grand City. Many people were dying. In an abandoned mine on the west side, a big hole had opened. It seemed bottomless. At night, however, there was the sound of a crying woman. And from that hole, a light would shine. Many people were drawn there to take a look, but those who visited the place at night never returned. No bodies had been recovered either. It was only safe to go there during the daytime, when there was no curious light and no crying woman. The security department sent a drone down into the hole, and for the first few hundred meters, there was only stone to see. But if the drone went deeper than 1,000 meters, it would also disappear and be lost to recovery. The supervisor had given orders to evacuate the place. The officers were warning residents to stay far away from the place. The outsiders in the city had shown great interest in that place. They all showed up there now, mainly. Very infrequently were they seen scouring the city. 2 days later, more strange things were reported to have happened. The buildings near the hole suddenly collapsed, and all the scrap metal in the rubble was dragged into the hole. 2 days after again, even stranger things occurred. The cars around, the billboards, and everything else made of metal was drawn into that hole. The western end of Grand City, even portions that were rather far from the hole, were affected by this. Pots and pans, knives and forks, whatever metal items there were drawn to the hole. It was like they were being pulled away by a magnet. The suction wasn't very strong, but it caused panic in the city. Hansen was curious about the black hole, but he couldn't figure out how he might go and see it. In the world full of darkness, Little Flower was sitting on a bronze throne. There was a table before him, laden with fruit. "Holy child, try this. It takes 30,000 years to grow, and another 30,000 years to mature. And it also takes 30,000 to prepare the fruit. It tastes extra sweet." A red beast was trying to feed Little Flower fruit. Little Flower looked at the red fruit and seemed depressed. He said, "Jade King, I cannot eat. Can you help me? You have to eat. You are growing up, so it is fine to eat a lot. And there is also an empty fruit that has been growing for the past billion years for you. There is also the dragon saliva fruit." An evil-looking woman peeled the fruit, setting it down next to Little Flower. She smiled. "Ah, Auntie. I cannot eat any more." Little Flower burped, and looked to be in pain as he rubbed his belly. "If you cannot eat, then exercise. Eat again once you have digested what you've currently got. Old Vulture, it is your turn to teach him," Auntie May spoke to a bird. "Holy child, let us begin." Old Vulture flapped his wings and brought Little Flower to a plaza. He placed him down on the floor. Then, his black feathers turned into a dark rain of arrows, firing at the child. Little Flower held his belly as he dodged the strikes. He looked very depressed. Western Grand City's elites were all drawn to that bottomless hole. Even xenogeniacs were lured there. Hansen and Mr. Tiger were starting to feel some relief. Mr. Tiger had called Hansen, and although he did not dare say much, they chatted about run-of-the-mill subjects. Mr. Tiger did mention that their cover story had not been exposed, though. Hansen had nothing to do for the time being, and when there was no one around at night, he often found himself returning to the sanctuary. There he had melted down the blue crystal tentacle and cooked it. The tentacle was a few 100 kilograms heavy. If Hansen was to eat it alone, it'd take forever. So, he called over his family to help him eat it. After Little Angel, Golden Growler, and Xiaqing King ate it, they all had weird reactions to it. Their genes were slowly starting to evolve. Han Yufei had a slice and almost generated geno armor. Fortunately, he was able to suppress it. Otherwise, he'd have been forced out of the sanctuary. It looks like this is great for people who don't have geno armor. It seems like I will have to get more if I want Little Angel to grow. In time, I'd like to bring them all to Planet Kate, Hansen thought to himself. Hansen could take Han Yufei to Planet Kate to generate his geno armor, and save him from the risk of the big silence system. But when Hansen mentioned this, Han Yufei said that he hadn't spent enough time with Luo Lan. Because of this, he did not want to generate his geno armor yet. He only wanted to spend time with her, and he cared little about gaining power now. Hansen ate some of the tentacle, but his xenogenic gene tally did not increase. He'd have to eat a whole lot of the stuff, just to gain a small amount. So, Hansen decided that if he did ever get massive ingredients like this again, he'd bring them back for his companions to eat. If they grew up and became nobles with him, that'd be pretty great. Hansen saved some of the tentacle for Little Silver, who was still in the fourth god sanctuary. After he ate some of it, he almost went to the Alliance. This is pretty good. I wonder how I can get some more. Hansen wondered. Hansen made a bone soup out of the gold bone. He earned 1 Baron gene after drinking it. During the day, Hansen was on Planet Kate with little to do except practice. While he was browsing the news one day, though, his phone rang. Mr. Tiger? Hansen was surprised. Mr. Tiger had been very cautious since that day, so Hansen guessed that something important must have happened for the man to contact him so soon. Hansen? Yeah, the third master would like to see you. Do you have the time to pay a visit? Mr. Tiger's tone was complicated to discern. Third master? What third master? Hansen was confused. The Black Gold Group's chairman's third son. Everyone just refers to him as third master. He wants to extend an invitation for you to join Black Gold Group. Mr. Tiger then took a long pause. After, he said, I think this is a good thing. Third master must be willing to pay you a lot, as he seems to think that you are of great importance. I know you don't really care about the money, but with Black Gold Group backing you, I think things will be easier for you. Mr. Tiger tried to convince Hansen to join because he knew of Third Master's temper. He wouldn't relent until Hansen joined the company. But Mr. Tiger also knew that Hansen was not someone to take lightly. He had just witnessed Hansen slay the feathers, after all. If Third Master pissed him off, who knew what sort of Armageddon he'd bring? So, Mr. Tiger was quite nervous just asking him. Hansen could guess what Mr. Tiger was really thinking. He smiled and told him, I am happy in Wizard. I don't plan to switch groups. Please tell Third Master that I am not against making new friends, though. Okay, I will go and tell him that. Mr. Tiger gave him a wry smile. He didn't think that would be enough to please Third Master. Mr. Tiger was now nervously making his way to meet with Third Master. Awkwardly, he told him what Hansen had said. Third Master wasn't made mad. He smiled slightly and said, if he doesn't want to join, I will not force him. It is good to make friends, and I will meet him on the morrow. That was not the response that Mr. Tiger had expected, and he if expected that the other shoe would soon drop. Still, it was a good sign that Third Master did not lose his composure. Hansen also explained the matter to Qiao. She did not need to worry about Hansen potentially leaving her. The next day, a very luxurious vehicle parked itself in front of Qiao's house. Hansen got in and found a man sitting inside waiting for him. Third Master was a pure Kate, with black cat ears and a black cat tail. Aside from that, though, he looked like a human. He was dressed in a black suit, and he looked quite fancy. Make yourself comfortable, there is no need for you to be so formal. If we're going to be friends, you should treat me as one. Third Master laughed. Mr. Tiger, who was driving, was rather shocked by Third Master's attitude. Third Master didn't behave like this with any noble. Thank you very much. Hansen settled into one of the comfortable seats. Third Master poured Hansen some wine. Hansen had a sip and thought it tasted rather lovely. If we are friends, then I'll cut the crap, too. I am here hoping you can be my teacher, Third Master said. Black Gold Group has a great deal of elites and barons. I only have Geno armor, so surely, you must be joking, Hansen said. Third Master looked upset and said, Hansen, I am treating you like a friend. Please do not talk to me like that. I can tell the power you hold. If you can teach me, I am willing to do whatever you please. What would you like to learn? Hansen asked quietly. Everything. I want to learn everything from you. Third Master was looking directly into Hansen's eyes. I need to work with Wizard, though. I do not have much free time, Hansen said. That's fine. Just tell me when you have time, and I will work around your schedule. It would be best if you could join us, though. If you did that, you wouldn't have to do anything, and you'd be showered with money, Third Master said. I have no intention of leaving Wizard, but I do have some time. I will set things up later. Hansen looked out the window, frowned, and asked, where are we going? The bottomless hole in the western side of the city. Third Master laughed. The feathers said I cannot leave the city. Hansen shrugged his shoulders. this still counts as part of the city. You aren't leaving, and even if you did leave, Xena couldn't do anything with me here. Third Master looked confident in that. The car drove to the western side of the city and came to a stop. They parked the heavy car on the road. The vehicle started to shake, as if some phantom power was pulling it forward. Third Master and Hansen got out of the car, and then Mr. Tiger told them, "This is as far as we can go. If we keep going, the few tons of steel in the car will be sucked into the pit. Let's go. We need to see the black hole before night falls." Third Master opened his arms in a welcoming gesture and started to lead Hansen towards the hole. Aside from Hansen and Mr. Tiger, there were another 2 Kates accompanying Third Master. Judging from the life forces they possessed, they had to be nobles. They were barons, but they were definitely stronger than Mr. Tiger. Hansen did not mind their presence. Hansen thought that Third Master was probably the strongest of the lot, actually. He was most certainly stronger than the 2 nobles that were accompanying them. Hansen saw many shadows hidden in the bushes on their way. Many creatures were occupying the area. This was the first time Hansen had come to see the bottomless hole, and the mine they ventured into had collapsed a lot. There was a big circle in the earth, with a radius of 1,000 meters. They all skirted the hole, and when Hansen looked down, he noticed it grew narrower and darker the deeper it went. It looked as if it led into an abyss, and none could fathom what lay in the furthest reaches of the pit. Third Master looked down into the hole, frowned, obviously thinking about something. "Third Master," said a voice behind them. It was Xena's, and she had brought a man with her, one that possessed the head of a wolf. He looked at Hansen for a second. "Miss Xena, I did not expect to see you here. Are you interested in this hole, as well?" Third Master squinted his eyes as he looked at her. Xena looked back expressionlessly, saying, "I am. And I didn't expect to see you here, either. Have you discovered anything?" Third Master shook his head. "We have sent people out to investigate, but we lost contact with them. Those that ventured here at night did not come back, and we are unsure why that is." Xena emotionlessly said, "That is a shame." After that, she ignored Third Master and began walking around the hole. Lone Wolf followed her closely as they investigated the curious enigma. Hansen could guess the sort of relationship Third Master and Xena possessed. Third Master was a pure Kate, so he should have been lower in the social hierarchy than Xena. Hearing their conversation, though, it seemed that Third Master genuinely respected her. She also respected Third Master, and she didn't treat him as rudely as she did other Kate people. "Dad, something is down there." As Hansen was thinking, Bauer suddenly spoke to him from up on his shoulder. Bauer leaned out to look down into the hole and blinked. After that, Third Master was shocked. Even Xena and Lone Wolf were surprised. They all looked down, and all they could see was pitch black nothingness. Hansen patted Bauer on the head and smiled at her. He told her, "There are monsters down there. Don't look, lest they come up and eat you." Third Master thought Bauer was just a child, and he didn't think a child could see any further than they were able to. Thus, he didn't pay much mind to what she said. After Hansen covered up her outburst, he put his mind to thinking about what exactly she had seen down there. He knew Bauer was not a normal child. She wouldn't be mistaken over something like this. He needed to stay away from everyone, find a safe place where they could be alone, and ask Bauer what she had seen. Third Master wasn't quite keen on leaving yet. They all stayed there until dusk before packing it in and leaving. They didn't go back into the city, though. They got to the car, and it was then that Third Master smiled at Hansen and said, "We saw the hole, now let's stay here and wait until we can hear the alleged crying sounds." Hansen shrugged his shoulders and gave Bauer a snack. It was nighttime now, and it was very quiet. Not even the chirping of insects could be heard. There was a wind blowing, and the rustling of the tree leaves sounded like gentle applause. When night had fully settled in, a crying noise emanated from the hole. It really did sound like a woman wailing, but when you listened really carefully, it began to sound like something else entirely. It was very strange. Third Master and Hansen stepped out of the car. They looked towards the hole and saw a purple mist coming out of the mountain. It looked as if there was a glowing orb beneath it. It was also very blurry, though, and it didn't look real. As the crying sounds continued, the purple mist rose. When it rose high enough, it disappeared. Hansen looked at the purple mist. The purple mist looked as if it was drawing the shape of a lotus. Wafts of mist even drifted down like petals falling. This is weird. I don't know what's under there, but whatever it isn't normal, Hansen thought to himself. Third Master looked at the mist, but he didn't dare draw nearer to investigate the hole. When it was almost dawn, the crying and the mist disappeared. It was then that he delivered everyone back to Grand City. My lady, it looks like the legends are all true. The item is here. Before the old man comes, we can grab the item. In the forest, close to the hole, Lone Wolf spoke to Xena excitedly. The item is here, but we don't know too much regarding the situation surrounding it. Perhaps something scary is now guarding it. Maybe you and I won't be enough to handle this. Xena frowned. Lone Wolf said quietly, why don't we let these guys find out for us? They are useless, and they won't be able to retrieve the item, even if they find it. Good. But we need to hurry. We need to get it before the old man arrives, Xena said. I will spread the word. These greedy people will not squander an opportunity such as this. Lone Wolf laughed. Since the day they returned from the west, no one came looking for Han Senator, not even Mr. Tiger or Third Master had come by. And Third Mister no longer asked Hansen for the training he had previously requested. Hansen asked what it was that Bauer had seen in the bottomless pit, and she said she saw an eye. What sort of eye was unclear. Hansen felt a chill hearing that, though. The type of eye didn't really matter, as its presence meant something was living down there. He didn't go out for the next few days, and he spent all his time practicing the Dongxian Sutra. After many hard sessions of practice, he suddenly felt some movement. When he practiced Dongxian Sutra again, some power seeped out of his Dongxian aura and made his bones feel good. His cells began to change, and a mystic substance started to come out. Hansen had experienced this twice, and he had grown accustomed to it. He cast his Dongxian Sutra to witness the changes that were occurring within the substance. It was semi-transparent, and sort of like jade. It covered Hansen's entire body, shrouding him in a white set of armor. It was quite different from his spell Geno armor. This white-looking Geno armor looked as if it had been forged from jade. There were no images or engravings on its surface, though. It really did look like a solid, ordinary jade. It looked great. Hansen looked closely, and the white Geno armor melted. It started to change again. Evolving twice? Oh, no. It won't go xenogenic again, will it? Hansen's heart leaped in his chest. He prepared himself to suffer the duress of a xenogenic transformation. The xenogenic armor genes blended into his body. After twisting and turning around inside Hansen for a while, it turned black. It turned into a black Geno armor and stopped moving. Hansen was shocked. He had never heard of something like this happening before. Why would the second evolution only prompt a change in color? Hansen, Super King Spirit, Evolvable. Geno Body, Spell, Evolvable, Mutant Blood, Baron, Dongxian, Baron. Level, Baron. Lifespan, 600. Geno Body Evolution Requirements, 100 Geno Points. After seeing this information, Hansen realized the Dongxian Geno armor had finished its second evolution process, but the Geno weapon was still an armor set. That was why it looked similar, but it was indeed Baron class. So, the Dongxian armor was a Geno weapon and not a Geno armor. Hansen put it on and used his Dongxian Sutra. He felt some strange power fill him up and increase his base stats. It was nothing like Geno armor. The strangest thing was that when Hansen wore it, he felt a life force enter his armor. It provided him a massive boon of power. It felt as if it was never going to end. I don't know what the potential strength of this set of armor can be, but the endless energy is most certainly a very good thing. I can keep fighting, without the worry of exhausting myself. Hansen was delighted with what he had obtained, and he wanted to find someone else to fight, so he could test out the extent of his new gear. But unfortunately, Hansen could not find anyone. He decided to call Mr. Tiger, but no one answered. So, there was the chance that he was either not around or he was simply busy. At lunchtime, Xiao sighed and said, if Wizard was in the state that it used to be, we could have gone to the hole. And if we were lucky, we might have earned a lot of money and become rich. What is up with the bottomless hole? Hansen asked with curiosity. Xiao shook her head. I have heard there are some universal geno fruits down there. If we managed to obtain one, we would be able to sell it for a high price. If you ate it, your geno armor would also evolve for a second time, allowing you to become a noble. Does something like that even exist? Hansen paused for a moment, and then went on to say, even if it is real, it is none of our business. Everyone who has ventured there has died, and the same fate would most likely befall us if we went there. People didn't know that, but now they do. The universal geno fruit down there is a magnet fruit. It absorbs metal items. If you don't have any metal on you, you should be safe going down. Xiao thought things over for a moment, and then went on to say, as long as you don't use metal items, there is no danger going down the pit for at least a mile. Many people from Gran have visited there now, and the other feathers all seem to go there. Where did this news come from? Hansen did not feel right, hearing this. I don't know. But it is all over the city. Everyone who is a little stronger than the norm is currently making their way there. They want to see if they can get themselves a magnet fruit. Xiao looked depressed. It's best not to have it. Hansen was experienced, and he knew someone had to be pushing this false information. He knew things couldn't have been that simple. But with that being said, it did make Hansen all the more interested. It did sound as if someone wanted lots of other people to try their luck in retrieving the fruit, because they knew they could not fetch it for themselves. So, it might have been a good chance. Hansen had nothing better to do right now. He found an excuse to leave the house and take Bauer with him for a trip to the hole. For safety, Hansen made sure he was only going there during the day. When he arrived, many people were there. The place was as busy as a market. They were all ordinary Kate folk or visitors from other races. No one looked weak, though. Hansen. I knew you would come. Before Hansen could do anything, Mr. Tiger appeared. He pulled Hansen towards the nearby woods. Mr. Tiger, what's going on? Hansen asked. Mr. Tiger said, you have heard the tale regarding the magnet fruit, have you not? Hansen nodded. So, Mr. Tiger said, many brave Kate and outsiders have ventured down the shaft. But before they see the fruit, they end up dying. Third Master knows something about all this, and he told me that it was not the time to venture down just yet. I recommend you don't go down either. Hansen's heart jumped, and he asked, did Xena and the man with a wolf head go down? The wolf head man went down. Xena is out and about somewhere, but I'm not sure where she went, Mr. Tiger said. Hansen went quiet for a moment. In that case, I'll head on down, too. Mr. Tiger wished to stop him, but Hansen wasn't going to listen. All he could tell Hansen was that if something seemed to be going awry, he should turn back immediately. Hansen thanked him and then went to the edge of the shaft. Hansen saw many ropes attached. They were all well made and strong. They weren't made of metal, but they were certainly quite sturdy. One Kate saw Hansen nearing the hole, and so he swiftly came over to try and sell Hansen a rope. If Hansen was willing to pay, of course. Although Hansen could fly, he didn't want to show off that ability. So, he gave the merchant some money and used his rope to descend. Many people were climbing down at the same time as well. Hansen quietly asked Bauer, "Bauer, do you see anything?" "No. The eye is gone." Bauer looked down and shook her head. "Okay, then. But if you do see something strange, would you mind telling me?" Hansen asked. "Okay, Dad." Bauer nodded. Hansen continued his descent. Bauer was on his back, continuously looking down, but there was nothing beneath them. Hansen looked down and noticed it was too dark for him to discern anything. It was a dark world down there, and all light seemed to get smothered down in the pit. It didn't take Hansen long to climb a full kilometer down the rope. After that, though, the space beneath him didn't seem as dark. It was dim, but he could see something. The center of the hole still looked black, but there were stairs tracing the wall, like a spiral staircase. The stair circled down into the darkness, and how deep they went, Hansen had no idea. On the staircase, Hansen saw many Kate and others of different races. Aside from the stairs, there were many nooks and holes, though. It seemed like there were other people moving down the walls using those small clefts in the rock. Many people want to get down here. Hansen frowned. He looked around and noticed there wasn't a single soul from Black Gold Group. Mr. Tiger had said that Third Master wasn't allowing anyone to venture down. Hansen patted Bauer and decided to descend the staircase. Because many people were unable to get down, he put on his spell armor. Even so, Bauer was very noticeable. Aside from Hansen, no one else would dare bring a child into such a treacherous place. "Brother, you are brave. You are bringing a kid here," said a Kate behind Hansen, mocking him. Hansen didn't say a word in return, though, he just kept on walking. After a few miles of descent, the stairs broke off. There was nothing further, just the empty black expanse. It was like the entrance to hell. Hansen looked around and saw no one else was continuing the descent. The Kate and the others were digging a hole, and not long after, they were all gone. The Kate who had been laughing at Hansen was at the edge of the staircase. He looked down into the hole and said, "This is the end. Some people try rappelling down from here, but none have returned to tell what they have seen. The holes around here, though? They can take us down further. Still, you shouldn't have brought a child here. While a universal geno fruit is good, simply being alive is more important." The Kate noticed that Hansen was continuing to ignore him. So, he just walked to the cave's entrance while shaking his head. There were many paths to take down in that cave. Ultimately, though, one of those paths was a way down. No one knew if it could take them all the way to the bottom. When it came to choosing a path, Hansen selected one from which many Kate were coming and going. Although it appeared that many individuals were just randomly trying paths, hoping to luck into the right path. "I found a way out," someone shouted, which led everyone in his direction. Hansen frowned at the call, but he followed the crowd of people. He went into a grotto, and at the end there was a 10-meter-tall stone door. Many of the searchers were there. They were all talking amongst each other and trying to push it open. No matter what they tried, though, the door did not budge. Hansen did not look at the stone door, however. Instead, he observed the people. There was a man wearing a cloak who did not look suspicious. But Hansen's eyes were so good, he was able to tell it was the man with a wolf's head. And his face was hidden. "He really is here," Hansen thought to himself. The wolf-head man suddenly looked back at him, and they locked gazes. His senses are very sharp. Hansen was shocked. He looked away, but he knew the man with a wolf's head had already seen him. Lone Wolf saw Hansen and frowned. But he cared little for his presence, and eventually looked away again. There was another person of a different race there, and he stood at a height of about 3 meters. He also had 4 arms, and he paced around in front of the door. He was holding a hammer, and eventually he swung it at the door. The hammer carried a black light. It was definitely a geno armament, and the monster man hit the door a few times. Eventually, the rocks around the door began to fall. It was quite scary to witness. Seeing this was working, the monster beat the door even harder. The barrel-sized hammer kept on pounding into the door. And after a dozen more strikes, the door began to crack. Pang! After another dozen hits, the door finally broke down and revealed the chamber behind it. It was a half-natural cave with a metal vine inside. It was glowing. There was a metal flower budding on the stalk. Something that looked like a lotus seemed to be shining inside it. "This is the magnet fruit," someone shouted, as everyone started running for the vine. Suddenly, everyone was fighting between each other to get their hands on it. Hansen felt as if something was wrong. He stayed outside the door and just watched. The noble that used the hammer to break the door swiftly went towards the metal vine. He grabbed the lotus and the flower. Hansen didn't think it would actually be that easy to snatch, but the lotus and the flower were easily pulled down. The giant didn't even have to use much strength. The four-armed noble looked delighted with what he had retrieved, and he quickly tried to put the flower and the lotus items into his mouth. But before he was able to do so, the flash of a sword light came toward him. A Kate noble attacked, prompting him to fight back the aggressor with his hammer. A mess soon unfolded in the cave, as dozens of nobles began to fight amongst themselves. Many just watched, biding their time for the chance to grab something good. Hansen saw the wolf-head man still near the center of the crowd. He didn't try to take the flower or the lotus, however. Things weren't that simple, and he knew it. There was no confirmation that the flower and the lotus were magnet fruits, after all. As Hansen surveyed the scene, he soon heard the sound of thunder. He couldn't hear it clearly because of the fight, but it was certainly no human noise. "We're underground. Where could the thunder be coming from?" Hansen frowned, and he did his best to listen. The thunder was definitely coming from someplace in the cave. The cave behind the door was only half natural. It connected to the bottomless hole, and the thunder sounds were coming from there. Dozens of nobles were knee-deep in battle, and even those that were staying out of the fray were still distracted by the lotus and flower. They were trying to keep a close eye on the items. Therefore, no one else noticed the sounds of thunder. Soon after, however, the thunder got louder. It sounded like explosions in the sky, and everyone began to pay heed. As the others started to wonder where the noise was coming from, though, it stopped. Everyone was shocked, and even the nobles who were still fighting had to quit. Suddenly, a force of suction began to pull on everyone, as if someone had just switched on a vacuum. The nobles inside the door, and the commoners outside, were all sucked away. They began rolling in the direction of the hole. Hansen was in shock, and he couldn't stop himself from being dragged in that direction either. He grabbed at the rock floor, but he was still being pulled away, leaving scratch marks behind in the stone. Everyone started to scream, and almost everyone was sucked down into the gaping pit. The suction made their descent extremely quick. Hansen was in the dark, but even so, he was incredibly calm. He held on to Bauer as he looked around. The sky was visible high above, but he did not know how deep the hole was. He was still falling. Down below, Hansen could make out the presence of a purple light. It looked similar to the purple mist he had seen during the nighttime. There was smoke around it. Everyone was falling. Some were crying their eyes out, while others merely watched like Hansen was. But none of them could stop their rapid freefall. They were falling into the darkness. And then, the sky became like a needle. The purple lights down below became clearer. Hansen noticed that in the darkness down there, the purple light was coming from a purple lotus. The purple lotus was massive. They all felt like ants before the massive flower. The purple lotus opened, and the lotus cup was full. It was like purple jade, and the seed looked like an amethyst in the middle. The lights and the very dimension itself were twisted by the lotus. You could see the distortions from far away. As Hansen was drawn toward the lotus flower, he noticed a lot of metal items on its surface. There were trucks, steel pipes, beams, and even helicopters and other sorts of aircraft. There were also road signs, steel pots, steel pans, even steel cutlery. They had all been dragged down to land on the Purple Lotus. Hansen also saw the bodies of creatures, with most of them belonging to the Cape people. There were also individuals from different races Hansen could not identify. All of them were sprawled out across the lotus. The scariest thing was that the metal and the bodies atop the flower were starting to melt. It was like they were being instantly decomposed. Pang! All the creatures landed on the Purple Lotus. Some hit the petals, and some fell on the cup itself. But no matter where they landed, it was like falling onto a luxurious mattress. Their bodies did not hurt after the fall either. Soon after, even if they weren't hurt, they were still magnetized to the lotus. Hansen tried his best to move, but he could not shift his leg away from the lotus. The four-armed noble swung his hammer, trying to break the petal that bound him in place. Unfortunately, after one strike, the hammer itself got stuck, and the man was unable to bring it back. Everyone there were like bugs caught in a spider web. Not a single person could move, not even the nobles. Hansen did not try struggling, though, for he knew such an endeavor would be pointless. He just started to think about how he might be able to escape. Hansen did find out that Bauer was unaffected by the suction, however. She lay down on Hansen's shoulder, nice and snug. The suction didn't pull him at all. Bauer curiously examined the environment, interested in the lotus flower and the lotus seeds. Magnet fruit, this is the real magnet fruit. As Hansen was thinking about why Bauer was able to move freely, someone started shouting nearby. One noble was standing on his feet, holding the lotus seed in his hands. It looked as if he hadn't been affected by the suction. Hansen looked around, noticing other people that weren't affected either. Most of them were nobles, but there were a few commoners in their midst. Strange. Why aren't they affected? Hansen looked around and put away his Geno armor. He stopped using his Geno powers, too. With Hansen's body now feeling supremely light, the suction from the flower was all gone. Hansen had been freed. So the Purple Lotus's suction only applies to Geno armor and Geno armaments. It doesn't seem to affect the body. Hansen shook out his arms and looked around. Many other people had discovered this secret, too. And after giving up their Geno armors, they were all free. After they were freed, people began to dig at the lotus seeds residing below their feet. Unfortunately, they were unable to make use of their Geno powers. Using their raw strength did not even allow for them to move a petal, and thus, rendered the seeds unobtainable. Some couldn't help but try to resummon their Geno armor, and when they did, they were immediately grounded and made immobile. So, they had to quickly take it off again. The nobles couldn't do anything either. Even with the treasure directly in front of them, they lacked the strength to dig it up. They were in a rush. Hansen tried searching for the wolf-head man, but he was unable to find him. It seemed as if he had not been pulled down to where they were. Hansen looked at the pieces of metal and the dead bodies around him, and he was immediately stricken with a bad feeling. The lotus only had the suction powers, so it didn't seem too harmful. But how had the metal corroded and bodies decomposed like so? Dad? The eye is back. Bauer spoke into Hansen's ear. Hansen looked to where Bauer's finger was pointing, but he saw nothing. Bauer was pointing towards the lotus, so if there was something behind it, he could not tell. Hansen jumped atop a petal that was near him. He looked down, over the edge, and his face changed. Down, far below the lotus, a green eye was approaching. The eye wasn't as big as the lotus, but it was still as big as a house. The eye was shining green, and the sight of it was chilling. It was like a demon from hell. Hansen, holding Bauer, quickly chose to fall back. As he went, he tried to activate his mutant blood. He also initiated a connection with his space-traveling powers, so he could return to the sanctuary whenever he so desired. The others were still digging for the lotus seed, oblivious to the eye that was nearing them. Soon after, a giant eyeball was hovering high above the lotus, surveying the helpless creatures in its sight. When the nobles and commoners finally noticed the presence of the eye, they all stopped digging. Ghost Eye looked at them for 2 seconds, and after that, the eye shone with the color green. It was like a spotlight, shining down on the lotus. Most of the beings down there were still digging out the lotus seeds, and they were caught in the beam of light. The light covered them, making them look like they had green skin. Arg! A scream erupted from the ranks, after one commoner, who was blinded by the light, suddenly noticed the huge blisters developing on his skin. They came and broke quickly, with the pus melting the flesh like water. The juices squirted all over the lotus. He wasn't the only one, either. A second later, the bodies of many creatures developed such blisters and began melting. It even happened to the nobles, though the process began more slowly. Some people wished to dodge the light, and they resummoned their Geno armor to fight back. The people who summoned their Geno armors were sucked down onto the lotus, though. Even their Geno armors began to corrode and rot. Now Hansen knew what had happened to the creatures that came down before them. Ghost Eye's light was shining down on the lotus. Without Geno armors or armaments, and not even nobles could avoid what was happening. But if they were to use their Geno armaments and Geno armors, they'd be sucked down and fixed in place. The situation had gotten really bad. Hansen used his mutant blood powers and moved quickly across the flower, dodging each searing beam of light. Ghost Eye's powers were not indestructible, just stronger than the nobles. It was possible that the creature was a Viscount-class fiend, but it could have been just a strong baron. Regardless, the creature was a supreme being in that place. Its strength was of a level that did not allow for the nobles to fight back. Hansen wondered if he should return to the sanctuary or deal with Ghost Eye, then and there. And as he did, he heard movement from above. Before Hansen could raise his head to take a look, a white arrow descended from the sky, striking the hovering eye. Ghost Eye obviously felt it, as it immediately turned its shining stare up toward the white light. When the green light met the white light, it was like water thrown upon charcoal. There was a lot of smoke, and the white light eventually shot forward and pierced the eye. Ghost Eye screamed. It turned around, wanting to retreat, but not long after, it was as if the eye was melting. The crystals were dripping and smoking. Boom! In the end, Ghost Eye could not return to the darkness. It landed atop the lotus, struggling and squirming. Hansen saw a white bone arrow in its eye. The arrow was shining with holy light. It was made of bone, but it was not evil at all. It really did look holy. I cannot believe that a Viscount Ghost Eye was guarding the magnet fruit. It was lucky you brought the Archangel bone arrow. If you hadn't, we couldn't have killed it. It was Viscount class, but when standing next to the magnet fruit, not even a count could have done anything, Lone Wolf said, watching Ghost Eye melt away. It took the beast quite some time to deal with the cannon fodder. Without them, even with Archangel bone arrow, it is unlikely we could have killed him. Xena smiled, coming down to land on the lotus. She looked at the creature and then saw Han Senator. She looked at him strangely. This kid is lucky. He didn't get shined on by Ghost Eye. What would you like to do with him? Lone Wolf asked, nodding toward Hansen. Get rid of him. No one can take the magnet fruit that is rightfully ours. If those old men come and fight for it, we can deny accusations, Xena said. Yes, my lady. Lone Wolf smiled, his evil fangs showing. His eyes looked red as he approached Hansen. Hansen frowned and jumped towards Ghost Eye. Ghost Eye's body was melting, but it wasn't completely dead, so Xena hadn't yet taken back the bone arrow. Hansen was running for it. Lone Wolf saw where Hansen was running to, and his face looked like a cat's that was hungrily stalking a mouse. His eyes turned red and his fur became straight, like a hedgehog. Boom! Lone Wolf jumped towards Hansen, extending all 4 paws. The claws looked ready to sink into Hansen's neck. Lone Wolf was a Baron Xenogeniac, and he was in the top tier of his class. Lone Wolf thought little of Han Sen, who he believed to be an ordinary person with only Geno armor. Geno armor that he was prohibited from wearing, too. After Lone Wolf used his xenogeneic genes, he was incredibly swift. He leaped right in front of Han Sen with the plan of ripping through his neck. But suddenly, Han Sen tripped over a dead body and evaded the attack through pure luck. Lone Wolf thought little of it since it was obviously a coincidence, though. A commoner who only possessed Geno armor could not do anything against him, after all. Lone Wolf jumped over to Han Sen with even greater speed, but the human rolled and dodged. It looked like a dangerous move, but it had meant Lone Wolf had exerted effort into 2 strikes and gained nothing. Han Sen was able to deal with Lone Wolf easily. He could fight him face to face if he wanted to, but Xena was still close by. She was the one he was worried about. But Han Sen had to get the Archangel Bone Arrow before she did. If he didn't, he'd probably end up skewered with it just like Ghost Eye. Lone Wolf had struck twice and not hit Han Senator. He was growing a little suspicious, but he thought it to be too far-fetched. You could see worry creeping into Xena's eyes. So, she flapped her wings and tried slashing her hands in a downward arc like a meteor. Han Sen knew Xena was growing worried, too, and he knew he could no longer pretend to be daft and lucky. So, he fully activated his mutant blood before leaping over to Ghost Eye. The crystallized mutant blood melted, bubbling and boiling in his veins to pump Han Sen with greater speed. He ditched Lone Wolf and focused solely on reaching Ghost Eye's now dead body. But Han Sen underestimated Xena. The moment before Han Sen leaped over there, Xena appeared in front of him. Her strike towards him split the air with an audible crack. It was too fast, and Han Sen was too late in dodging. Without a doubt, Xena was not as lowly as a baron. She had to be a viscount. Her speed and strength could not be compared to Han Sen's xenogeneic mode. Han Sen gritted his teeth and jumped into the air, still determined to reach Ghost Eye. He wanted to use his back to block Xena's strike. Xena hummed in satisfaction and continued with her strike, hurling it towards Han Sen's back. Even though Han Sen was a baron, his mutated part was his back. And she was confident she could cut him in half, with the entry point being his back. The difference between Viscount and Baron was very large. You could not just block such an attack. Pang! Xena hit Han Sen's back, but the impact only made him cough out a little blood. Xena's face twisted in surprise. When her hand hit Han Sen's back, it was like she had come up against a spring. And she was unable to slice him in 2 like she planned. Han Sen had spilled a lot of blood, but the added force gave him the necessary momentum to reach the eyeball. He grabbed the bone arrow and pulled it out of the eye. Before he could steady himself, he coughed up more blood. Although Han Sen used Ding Yang Blast to absorb Xena's strength, she had been too strong to get away scot-free. The force had almost broken his back. But he still managed to get the Archangel Bone Arrow, and that meant he had not suffered the hit in vain. You killed those feathers at the Black River? Xena felt compelled to ask as she stared at Han Sen icily. Lone Wolf madly cried out, it must have been him. I cannot believe he is a xenogeneic and has managed to hide the fact. I thought he was merely an ordinary person possessing Geno armor. We have to slay him. This man is evil. After that, Lone Wolf jumped to Han Senator. He extended savage claws, priming them to plunge deep into Han Sen's heart. But Han Sen was holding the Archangel Bone Arrow. The vessels throughout his body were bursting, making his body feel like wind. The moment he went past Lone Wolf, the bone arrow shot through the felon's left ear and emerged from the right, sticking motionlessly through Lone Wolf's head. Han Sen went to the right side of Lone Wolf and pulled out the bone arrow. Lone Wolf's body had the momentum to travel a few more meters. It trailed blood as it went. Pink juice dripped out from his ears. And when he came to a stop on the ground, he twitched and convulsed. I cannot believe Western Grand City was home to an elite such as you. Xena looked at Han Sen, but she refrained from showing any emotion. Lone Wolf's death didn't have any effect, it seemed. It was like her dog or cat had simply died, and that was that. Hansen did not respond. He merely clutched the Archangel bone arrow tightly, staring down Xena. He wasn't going to flee to the sanctuary yet, he wanted to test the mettle of a Viscount first. Xena, seeing Hansen not say a word, said quietly, "You are strong and tricky, but you have made one mistake." "Are you saying it was a mistake to make you an enemy?" Hansen asked. Xena laughed and said, "Well, that is a mistake. But that's not what I am referring to. You shouldn't have taken the Archangel bone arrow." Hansen's face changed, and he tried to throw it away. The bone arrow suddenly shone with a holy light, and then it pierced through his chest. The moment it shot through him, Hansen felt as if he was pinned on the ground. He couldn't move, and he could no longer control his energy. Xena looked down at the Hansen, who was now unable to move. The Archangel bone arrow was made from a king-class Xenogeneix bones. It is one of Holy Heaven's most precious treasures. It has its own mind, and commoners cannot simply use it on a whim. Even I, as a Viscount, have only learned how to make use often % of its power. You, a member of a different race, trying to control it? Well, that means you have a death wish. Hansen ran his blood pulse sutra, then. And he boiled his blood. He couldn't move and so he couldn't teleport. Seeing Xena approach, Hansen tried his hardest to break through the arrow's power and initiate a teleport. Hansen's cells were releasing energy like a volcano. The power inside him was like a vat of burning gas, igniting his whole body. Holy light flared into existence, and then, Hansen's eyes turned white. His black, short hair became long, white hair. Hansen's whole body was shrouded in a holy light, burning brightly. The Archangel bone arrow's power had drilled into Hansen, pinning him in place. He could not move, nor even make his body levitate. As he was being suppressed by this power, Hansen activated a talent he had. His cells came alive, unleashing an unimaginable force. Every cell was lit up by a holy light, covering Hansen in fire. It was like he was being reborn. Hansen felt a familiar power course through his body, as a sense of control started to return. After he left the sanctuary, he had been unable to make use of his Super King Spirit body. His Super King Spirit mode had now been triggered by the Archangel bone arrow, though. The moment he entered Super King Spirit mode, the bone arrow's effects disappeared. In the Geno universe, Super King Spirit's indestructibility was still there in full force. It was not gone because of the bone arrow. The Archangel bone arrow did not work against Hansen's Super King Spirit mode, but the bone arrow's strength was still there. It was like a sword inside Hansen's body, trying to crack all his bones. With Hansen's physical strength, he could not withstand the bone arrow. Xena could only use 10 to 20% of the bone arrow's power. Perhaps not even that much. But the king-class Xenogeneic material was something no barren body could block. Hansen grabbed the bone arrow from the front and tried to lift it out of his chest. It felt as if it was stuck inside his own bones, though. He almost ended up breaking his own bones as he pulled at the arrow. Xena looked at Hansen, blazing with fire, and she laughed callously. "Your powers are strong, stronger than I realized. You are a rare sort. But before the bone arrow, even barons are injured. I could not use all the arrow's strength, but even so, a baron like you will die. And the more you struggle, the more power you draw from the arrow. The more pain you will incur." Hansen just ignored her. His holy light beamed brighter, incinerating the things around him. He was like a rod of red-hot steel, going transparent. Xena frowned. Her wings became gold, webbed with a bony skeleton. She herself was growing stronger. Xena was a Xenogeneic, too. And she was a Viscount, to top it off. After transforming, her power was like a tide. "Since you are dying, anyway, the least I can do is make it pass quickly." Xena raised her arms and pointed them at Hansen. Her fingertips were illuminated by a golden light. The point of light was very thin and sharp, like a diamond needle. Looking at the light, it felt like space itself could be shredded. Boom! The cold light was like a laser. It fired towards Hansen's forehead. When the light was about to shoot through Hansen's head, he let out a roar. The holy light was like a wildly fanned fire. It was like a volcano, and Hansen's flesh was being refined. It was rising alongside the holy light. Hansen's body burned like glass, making him glow and become half-transparent. Xena's golden light pierced through Hansen's forehead. It then came out through the other side of his head. It touched down on a lotus petal and broke through it. Xena did not immediately relax after seeing that happen, though. She looked grim instead. She could only stare at Hansen. A Viscount Xenogeneic strike had pierced through Hansen's head, but it had not dealt him any damage. The half-transparent body was like a lake. The attack's trajectory may have led through Hansen's head, but it left no mark of damage. The Archangel bone arrow in Hansen's chest lost its grip. The power disappeared from it, and it started to slide out of him. Hansen grabbed the bone arrow and pulled it out. Then, the bone arrow was in Hansen's hand. It had been touched by a holy light and it was glowing again. It was stronger than when it had been used to kill Ghost Eye and shoot through Hansen's chest. Xena was shocked, and she could not believe what she was seeing. The bone arrow was activated, and the power was stronger than what she possessed. Xena's mouth hung open. That bone belonged to the feathers, and without feather blood, you should have been hurt by merely touching the item. Hansen was an outsider, and yet he had managed to successfully activate the bone arrow's power. And the power was more than she was able to use, on top of that. The bone arrow's powers were still rising, and the energy of the holy light was making the entire environment tremble. Xena's face changed, and she tried to fly away. She flew a few hundred meters, heading for the exit. Xena knew just how frightening the bone arrow could be, but for some reason, it had been activated by Hansen. It wasn't just 10% either. So, if the bone arrow hit her, there'd be nothing she could do to block. She wanted to leave the thing's effective range. Seeing Xena flying away, Hansen wasn't keen on giving chase. Soon, she was only a black dot far above. Super King Spirit Mode evolution complete. An announcement played inside Hansen's head. He looked down and observed his body as if he were a god. He then summoned the gold feather bow in his hands. He knocked the bone arrow on the string, aimed up, and pulled the string back. When it was pulled as far as it could go, Hansen's eyes froze, and his fingers released the string. A holy light flashed through the sky, breaking the darkness that had claimed it. Xena flew a few thousand meters away, and she didn't stop in her ascent. She lowered her head and suddenly looked very shocked. There was not even enough time for her to scream as the holy light gleamed in her frightened eyes. It had pierced right through her body. Pang! It was like a firework in the dark. The bone arrow punched through Xena's strong Viscount body, and a second later, she turned to dust. There wasn't a single fragment of bone left for retrieval. Xenogeneic Viscount hunted, Gold Feather Witch. Hansen heard the announcement play, but he didn't hear anything about xenogeneic genes. The bone arrow was too strong, that much was dear. Her xenogeneic genes had been ruined by the wretched power, leaving nothing behind. After shooting Xena, the Archangel bone arrow flew back to Hansen and floated in front of him. It was glowing with holy light, as if it was awaiting a master's acknowledgement. Hansen was feeling weak right now, though, and he had to exit Super King Spirit mode. When he did, his body returned to normal. When his body returned to normal, the bone arrow stopped shining. It fell back down onto the lotus. Now it was just like a normal arrow. It lost the strength it had previously displayed. Hansen knew he could only control the bone arrow in Super King Spirit mode. In his normal form, he couldn't do anything to prompt an awakening. So, Hansen picked up the arrow and walked around. There was not a single soul living across the lotus, and Ghost Eye was almost out of breath. Hansen walked over to it and gave it a poke with his bone arrow. A fist-sized green crystal came out of the rotten eyeball. Xenogenic Viscount hunted, Xenogenic gene found, Ghost Eye Beast. Hansen picked up the green crystal and walked towards Lone Wolf. He picked up the xenogenic genes and tossed their bodies down into the black pit. Hansen used the bone arrow to tear into the lotus. He managed to dig up 13 crystal lotus seeds. They were each about the height of a person, so he moved them to the sanctuary and left the hole. The lotus died pretty quickly after losing all its seeds, and it fell down into the bottomless pit. A day later, word was received that the hole had collapsed, sealing itself off completely. That surprised Hansen, and it saved him much trouble. Mr. Tiger called Hansen, and he was surprised to learn that he was still alive. Hansen told him he didn't go down too deep, and that he exited long before whatever disaster had happened. He said he had no clue what might have happened down there. Mr. Tiger was confused by this, but he didn't ask anything else. So, Hansen buried what had happened as deep as he could. He wanted to avoid the chance of someone learning what he had done and trying to kill him for his actions. Hansen spent the next few days investigating his body. His Super King Spirit was now called Super God Spirit. And aside from that, there did not seem to be any grand changes. But his body had most certainly changed, quite a bit. His Super God Spirit still had its indestructible status, and beyond that, no normal power could hurt him. He really was like a god that could not be harmed. When he used his Super God Spirit, Hansen could activate the bone arrow's power. That was most certainly not a coincidence. He did not know the extent of Super God Spirit's actual power, though. He wanted to give it a test, but after transforming, it only lasted a few seconds. And it drained him of energy after use, costing him way too much for casual activation. The Viscount xenogenic gene material from Ghost Eye was placed into a pot. The green crystal, just like the bone he had eaten previously, melted into a stew after an overnight boil. Hansen thought he might be able to obtain Viscount genes, but after having a sip, all he received was an additional Baron gene. Still, after Hansen drank the last of the xenogenic broth, he had received an additional 9 Baron genes. Not a single Viscount gene was obtained. The Baron genes still aided in making his body stronger, though. It especially improved his eyes, and he could see much clearer now. His vision in the dark had greatly increased. The bone from the lone wolf was something the silver fox seemed to like, and the little creature enjoyed chewing it and rubbing it. So, Hansen gifted it to the thing. Using high-class genes will increase a lot of Baron genes, it would seem. But it doesn't look like you can skip a tier and start upping those points right away. That means that if I kill a few more Viscounts, maxing out my Baron tally shouldn't take too long, Hansen thought to himself. Killing Baron xenogenics did not satisfy Hansen's needs. Hansen didn't know if the feathers would be disturbed by the disappearance of Xena and Lone Wolf, but after that day, many different races came to inspect the site of the hole. Many feathers did indeed come to the city. But everyone was clueless about the events that had transpired down there. And no one would ever suspect Xena could have been killed by a commoner like Han Senator. No one thought he was a suspicious fellow. The city wasn't safe, but at least Wizard could return to normal operational status. Xiao accepted a few missions and brought Hansen along to slay a few xenogenics. They managed to get Wizard back on the right track. After a while, Third Master appeared again. They established a time in which Hansen could teach the man a few techniques. Third Master did indeed offer a high payment for the services, and money was something in short supply for Han Senator. It was the perfect opportunity, really. Aside from the things that Xiao needed herself, Hansen bought all the ingredients that they found during their escapades. He ate some, and he also gave some to Little Angel and Golden Growler. He was still wondering how he might make use of the 13 magnet fruits, though. The legend said that after a commoner ate one, their Geno armor would evolve a second time. They'd become a noble or xenogenic right away. That was an overpowered effect, for sure. A commoner with Geno armor was a person with no hope. Only nobles and xenogeniacs could expect to grow. Hansen did not know if he'd be affected by eating one, as his spell Geno armor hadn't evolved a second time. It was just a Geno armor, though, and if he knew the fruit would work, he'd eat one. After Golden Growler gobbled down a few more xenogeniac genes, though, his body started to evolve and he started to generate his own Geno armor. So, Hansen brought him to Kate, just in case he was sent into the big silence system once the armor was generated. Please evolve twice, Hansen thought, looking at Golden Growler as he generated his armor. Golden Growler was not like Hansen, and if it didn't work, Hansen could at least feed him a magnet fruit to see what might happen. Hansen had managed to put away some savings, and so he decided to buy a house for himself in the south. It was in a slum, and there were many hobos and creatures living there. This was what Hansen needed. A place where it wasn't strange to have other creatures appear. Golden Growler was kept in a warehouse-like room as he generated his Geno armor. His body was full of some gold, mystic substance. It was becoming a gold set of armor that covered his entire body. Even his nails were wrapped up by this armor, leaving nothing exposed. Hansen looked at the Geno armor that had generated successfully for Golden Growler, and wondered how the creature would even walk. This was the beginning. Hansen had lived on planet Kate for a while now, and he was versed in the differences between a noble and a non-noble. Although there was just one evolution separating the two, the differences were staggering. Roar! Golden Growler chuffed quietly. The Geno armor on his body started to melt and twist, delighting Hansen. The Geno armor melted and became liquid, but that meant Golden Growler was turning into a xenogeniac. Hansen felt nervous now. Xenogeniacs were strong, and their bodies were strong, but there were side effects to note. If Golden Growler could not hold back the urge to kill, it would become a killing machine. That would be worse than not evolving at all. His golden Geno armor became liquid, and it melted into Golden Growler's skin, fur, bones, and nails. It shocked Hansen. The xenogeniacs he had seen only evolved in one part of their body. Even for Hansen, it had only been his blood. But the entirety of Golden Growler was changing, not just one aspect of him. Hansen did not know if this was normal, because he didn't know much about the evolving process of xenogeniacs. Golden Growler seemed to suffer some sort of pain, as his claws gripped the ground, churning up the soil. His golden hair became metallic. His nails were turning into metal, too. Hansen couldn't see what was inside Golden Growler, though, so he couldn't tell what might have been going on below the surface. Perhaps his organs were also becoming metal? Hansen knew how painful it was to become a xenogeniac, though. Golden Growler would have to suffer through all this on his own. Much time passed, and Golden Growler became more and more golden. He eventually looked like a golden statue. It made Hansen wonder what would happen when he finished evolving. Could he live like an ordinary animal could? Or would he just become a metallic thing that could not even budge? Golden Growler raised his head in a silent roar. His body was shining gold. There was a golden light coming from him, like an ancient beast. It was roaring in the sky along with him. The gold light only appeared for a moment, though, and it soon faded. If Hansen did not have good eyes, he would have thought they were playing tricks on him. This was the first time Hansen had watched another creature become a xenogeniac. He didn't know if any of this was normal, and he didn't know if this was what he looked like when he was evolving. After the silent roar, Golden Growler's body was normal again. Although he still had a golden glow, the flesh was meaty again. Still, it was a little different. While Golden Growler's evolution finished up, a few systems away, there was a beast in space. Its eyes were wide open, staring at planet Kate. After a while, it spoke to itself. Is this possible? Are there any more roars living in this galaxy? The blood is quite pure. Is that really a roar? After asking himself this repeatedly, the galactic beast looked very sure of his thoughts, and he seemed very happy. The beast's body was in space, and the storm in the galaxy did nothing to it. It swung its tail, and its body flashed forward. It was headed for Kate. Hansen saw the xenogenic golden growler no longer moving, and he thought something might have happened. But golden growler suddenly jumped and surprised Hansen. Hansen saw golden growler's eyes were glowing gold, and there wasn't a single glint of murder in them. It made Hansen feel a lot safer. Golden growler jumped on Hansen and licked his face. He looked so happy, he swung his tail. Hansen patted golden growler on the head, looking delighted. He was thinking of bringing little Angel and the others over, too, so he wouldn't be so lonely. If they could all evolve twice, he and his posse would be extremely powerful. It would be very helpful for Hansen in the Geno universe. He brought golden growler back with him to Wizard. Although his presence would be difficult to explain, Hansen would prefer to have golden growler near him. Golden growler was down near Hansen's feet, checking out planet Kate's streets. Compared to the Alliance, this planet was, for lack of a better word, vintage. But it wasn't barren in any way. Many different civilizations and technological advancements were all meshed together. As they walked, though, Hansen's face changed. He looked around but did not see anything. Still, something made him feel very worried and very nervous. His heart that had stopped beating, because of the solid blood, suddenly started to move again. He was disturbed. Very disturbed. It had been so long since Hansen last felt like this, and his face turned red as he looked around. And he was thinking to himself, have the feathers noticed I killed Xena? Have the higher-class feathers come to exact revenge? Before he could think, Hansen used all his power to take Golden Growler with him back to the sanctuary. Hansen could not sense where the danger was coming from, but he knew he couldn't fight back. So, he chose to run. But it was too late. There was a roar on the street, blasting shockwaves. It destroyed the entire block. After that, Hansen felt as if he had been robbed of all power. He could no longer even stand. He was all soft, lying on the ground. A green beast appeared on the street. Its head was like a lion's, but with the body of a rabbit. It had green fur, with the ears of an elf. The beast approached, and as it came, the dimensions distorted around it. It did not care for Hansen, and its eyes were locked on Golden Growler. And it looked excited. Golden Growler didn't go soft like Hansen had. He moved in front of Hansen, growling toward the green-haired beast. The golden light on his body was gleaming strongly, and he looked murderous. The green-haired beast, seeing Golden Growler behavior, looked annoyed. He coldly said, "You possess the blood of the king. The king of Unsolid Mountain. How can you associate yourself with a lesser race like this?" The green-haired beast displayed its fangs. The mouth had not looked too big at first, but now it looked wide enough to swallow an elephant. Its fangs were messy and jagged, unlike those of an ordinary animal. Hansen was going to launch his Super God Spirit mode, but Golden Growler roared and jumped toward the green-haired beast's mouth. The green-haired beast did not want to hurt Golden Growler, though, so it did not bite. It grabbed Golden Growler by the fur of his scruff. Then, the beast turned to look at Hansen coldly. A second later, it took off, abandoning the planet's atmosphere. It disappeared, right before Hansen's eyes. Hansen did not underestimate the power a creature like that possessed, because he flat out could not. Golden Growler's presence was the only reason that such a powerful creature had even spared him a glance. It wouldn't even waste effort biting him. A lesser race like Hansen would not even make a decent meal. Hansen did not care about that, though. What made him feel most poorly about this was the fact that Golden Growler had been stolen. It was difficult to explain the mesh of feelings. Unsolid Mountain. Hansen looked up into the sky, searing the word into his memory. Hansen did not feel sad. Sadness was the weakest and most pointless emotion to have when you needed to rise to a challenge. Han Sen could only take comfort in the knowledge that the green-haired beast would not harm Golden Growler. Clearly, it had some connection to Golden Growler. That was the only good news he could glean. And that also meant he had time to do something about it all. He didn't have the time to wallow in sadness. Han Sen went back to Qiao's house knackered. The green-haired beast had only roared, and it made his body floppy. The gulf in power between him and the beast was far too much. Han Sen had been happy that Golden Growler had managed to evolve, but he wasn't anymore. Han Sen did not know how the green-haired beast had managed to find Golden Growler, either. This was something that worried him. If Little Angel had the same issue when she evolved, there'd be nothing Han Sen could do to stop that. Han Sen hadn't entered Super God Spirit mode, and he hadn't taken Golden Growler back to the sanctuary. It was too late, and that was the reason. Not all creatures could live in the sanctuary, but Golden Growler was a xenogeniac. That meant he'd be kicked out upon a return. If he was kicked out, he'd end up someplace in the Big Silence system. There'd be a high chance of him dying if he ended up there. So, Han Sen knew it was best not to try that. He'd only be endangering him further. Han Sen looked for information regarding Unsolid Mountain, and he discovered nothing. Aside from the name, he knew nothing. Han Sen pondered the issue for a long time. He called up Third Master and asked about Unsolid Mountain. When Third Master heard the name, his face changed. He didn't answer Han Sen's question, and instead, with a terrible look, asked, "Have you provoked a creature belonging to Unsolid Mountain?" "No. The place is just something I heard about." Han Sen knew Third Master must know something. "Yeah, well, if you did provoke them, you can't talk to me right now." Third Master was starting to look a bit better. After a while, Third Master went on to say, "Unsolid Mountain is a place I cannot tell you about. Not even my old man can tell you about it. Holy Heaven is the Feather's headquarters. Unsolid Heaven is the headquarters for creatures that are far scarier than any from Holy Heaven. That is a world for xenogeniacs. Not just any can find themselves there. For your sake, I hope you never have the misfortune to interact with any hailing from that sordid place." Han Sen nodded, and then Third Master stopped talking. This was all Han Sen was able to learn, and he had no clue of the location. Golden Growler's bloodline can be traced to Unsolid Mountain's king. So, does that mean Golden Growler is a creature created by the crystallizers with the genes of another race? Han Sen wondered to himself. After all, Golden Growler was amazing. And he was different from all the other creatures Han Sen had known. But it did not matter now. While Han Sen knew this place existed, he could not do anything about it. "I'm too weak. I need to become stronger." Han Sen didn't think he could carry on like this, and he had to level up. Fortunately, he was different from the inhabitants of the Geno universe. If he had xenogeniac genes, he could ascend in power. He didn't have to sluggishly level up through slow practice like the average noble or xenogeniac. In the western side of Grand City, Han Sen could not get many xenogeniac materials. He had discovered only one way, thus far, to obtain the ingredients he needed. And that was traversing the xenogeniac space. About 500 miles away from town, there was a xenogeniac space with some viscounts. Han Sen wanted to push his luck and venture out there. Han Sen told Qiao he wanted to dare the xenogeniac space, and Qiao's eyes opened wide. She nibbled her lips and said, "Han Sen, I know you are strong, but any xenogeniac space is dangerous. Not even nobles think they could live out there. If there aren't any accidents, I will be there for 2 months. If you are willing, I can find another baron to work in my stead," Han Sen told Qiao. "That has nothing to do with it. You know, discount xenogeniacs aren't something that a normal xenogeniac can deal with." "You are putting your life in serious risk," Qiao said, clearly annoyed. Han Sen drew his rhino horn dagger and gave it back to Qiao. He said, "Qiao, thank you for taking care of me. But there is something I must do." But, Qiao wished to say something, but Hansen's actions stopped her. Hansen pulled out a thin sheet of metal. Qiao knew that it was a xenogeneic nail from a Baron Hansen had killed only 2 days ago. Qiao watched as Hansen's right thumb and finger pushed against the metal. It was only a slight movement, but the nail broke. The sheet of metal was cut in half. Qiao's eyes opened even wider, and she looked on in utter disbelief. A Baron noble could not break a Baron material with their bare hands. What height must a mountain reach to be considered a tall mountain? There was no answer to this question, just like no one knew how tall Unsolid Mountain was. No creature could reach the peak of Unsolid Mountain. None had ever glanced at what lay at the peak. Even the highest tier xenogeneics of Unsolid could not reach the highest point. All they knew was that the master that lived at Unsolid Line was a real king. But 2 beasts resided at the peak of Unsolid Mountain. The big one looked like a rabbit, and the small one looked like a lion. And next to these 2 golden beasts, there was a woman. The woman was very beautiful and graciously elegant. The most special thing about her was the horn upon her head. She was like the purest of unicorns. She brushed her hand across the fur of a gold beast, wearing a difficult-to-discern smile. "How is his blood?" "How much roar blood?" the green-haired beast asked, looking at the sleeping golden creature. "Less than 5 points, the woman said calmly. "Less than 5 points? I thought it would be higher." The green-haired beast frowned, and he wasn't happy with the answer. "Ease, but it could reach 10 points, the woman said. "What do you mean?" The green-haired beast was shocked to hear this. The woman stroked the beast's fur, and with a strange look, said, "I don't know where he comes from, and how he managed to gain such pure blood of the roar. But he is very talented and stronger than the usual roar. Perhaps he can grow further?" "How is that possible?" "His body has blood that is stronger than the pure roar?" The green-haired beast did not believe her. "He does not have blood that is stronger than the pure roar, but he has been infused with other blood. It provides him with more opportunities, so maybe he will go further than the pure themselves." When the woman spoke, her eyes trembled. "If things are really that way, that's great." The green-haired beast was very happy, and he asked, "Why did you stop me from killing the lesser life?" "You can't kill him." The woman shook her head. She looked weird. "They have a special connection. I don't know why, but if you were to kill him, it might affect this little guy's future. We cannot risk that." "But a lesser life can associate with a higher race like the roar?" The green-haired beast demanded angrily, wanting to kill Hansen. "God knows what he has been through. According to our theory, his roar blood should be gone. It should no longer exist. His appearance now changes everything." She paused for a brief while, before resuming speech. "Anyway, keep your fingers off that lesser one. He can die by anyone else's hands, but not ours." Hansen was currently making his way towards the xenogeneic space. Xenogeneic spaces were never what they seemed, the space within them was twisted. It was like something that looked like a mountain from a distance. But reaching it would reveal that you were in fact traversing a big canyon. Holy Heaven and Unsolid Mountain were like this, but the degree of their distortion far exceeded that of a mere mountain. It was the entire area. But Hansen wasn't going to a place like that today. He was only going to a mountain, situated beyond a few rocky hills that were a few hundred meters tall. But when he drew closer, the hills drew together and xenogeneics appeared. He did not know where they came from. The Kata Cross would occasionally come here for a hunt, gathering together into teams. The teams weren't like Wizard, though. They had very few members, but they were all nobles. And in regards to the xenogeneics, they did not often reveal themselves for what they truly were, unless they had protection. Hansen put Bauer in the sanctuary because the Geno-universe was too dangerous for her. Until he knew he could protect himself, he knew he should not risk bringing Bauer along. Especially after what had happened with Golden Growler. Now, he was going to be a lot more careful. Hansen donned his Dongxian armor. It covered him completely, and his body was changed by the Dongxian powers. Not even Qiao could recognize he was Hansen. After entering the xenogeneic space, Hansen wanted to kill xenogeneics. But he also didn't want the feathers to know he was not just some commoner. To prevent the feathers learning who he was, he had to hide his identity with the armor. Hansen rode a dirt bike toward 3 rocky hills. But when Hansen reached them, they became mountains. It was like there was no end to them. So, Hansen got off the bike and left it at the foot of a mountain. If he was lucky, he could ride it back home. Hansen walked across one of the mountains, and soon he felt that there was something hiding in the woods nearby. He entered battle mode and stared at where the noise was coming from. Quickly, Hansen heard a rush of footsteps. And not long after, something walked out. When he saw the shadow for who it was, it gave him a big shock. It was a 15-year-old girl who had no cat ears. She had no tail either. She was most certainly not of the Kate. Hansen looked at her for a while. She didn't seem like a different race, she actually looked human. But her life force told Hansen that she couldn't be a human. Aside from Hansen, there were no human nobles in this universe. And that was especially true of 15-year-olds. The girl did not have any geno armor, and she looked strangely like a xenogeneic. She had white leather armor and boots for clothing, and there was a longsword by her side. She had a ponytail and looked rather pretty. Hansen was looking at the lady when she drew her sword out. It was purple like the moon, and with a girly voice, she said, "This is a robbery. Give me your eggs." Hansen looked at her and thought that he must have heard something incorrectly. Either that, or he was hallucinating, due to his recent lack of sleep. "Did you not hear me? Give me your eggs." When the girl saw that Hansen wasn't responding, she waved her purple sword menacingly. "You can steal other things. As long as it's not something inside me, I can give it to you. But those things represent me as a man. I cannot give them to you." "I am sorry," Hansen said with a smile. "Stop talking rubbish. I want your eggs." "What does this have to do with being a man?" The lady looked at Hansen with confidence. "May I ask you, do you know what the eggs are?" Hansen looked at her strangely. "Of course I know." The lady was not very intimidating, and she went on to say, "The 2 gold balls. Give them to me, or I will harm you. My sword does not have a conscience." Hansen spread his hands and said, "I don't have any gold eggs." "You must be mistaken." "Really?" The girl looked at Hansen. "I really don't have them." Hansen nodded. "You should have told me sooner. I have wasted so much time." The lady returned her sword and started to depart. Hansen looked at her with interest. He hadn't expected her to just leave. He was not sure where she was from, for her to end up in such a dangerous locale. But that was none of Hansen's business, and since she was already out there, she must have had her own way of survival. Hansen was not sure if the girl was naive or if she was merely pretending to be. Whatever the case might have been, he thought it would be best for him to stay out of it. Hansen turned around and readied himself to leave, but after walking a few steps, he heard the girl say, "This is a robbery. Give me your eggs." Roar. Hansen heard an angry roaring. He turned around and saw a strange bull with broken joints. It jumped towards the girl, its hoofs aligned with her head. Hansen was frozen. He saw 2 gold eggs beneath the bull, swinging as its body moved. Dong. 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 The lady swung her purple sword toward the bull. A metal noise rang out. Hansen's expression looked very weird. The girl was strong, and strength aside, her skills were very good compared to what he had seen in this universe. Xena was a Viscount elite, but her combat skills were much worse than what he was seeing now. That weird bull was very strong, but it wasn't very agile. The lady, however, was. The lady's strength was only a little worse than the bull's, but they fought for a while. It was difficult to discern which of them would win. Moo. Moo. The weird cow started to moo angrily. You know how strong I am now? Give me your eggs, and I will spare your life, the lady said. Moo. Moo. The bull thundered as his legs began to shine with gold. It was headed right for the lady. The lady's movement was fast, and her purple sword swung in a crescent moon. She moved it well, and it broke the bull's attack. The Geno universe has many elites. If her sword skills are this proficient, her parents must be very powerful, Hansen thought. While Hansen was watching, he saw the forest sway with all sorts of strange mooing sounds. There were more bulls headed the lady's way, all with golden eggs swinging. The lady's sword skills were strong, but she was too weak to fight them all. She couldn't be much better than the average baron. It was okay to one-on-one the bull, but she'd have no chance of survival if she was surrounded by them on all sides. What are you standing there for? Come and help. The lady fell back, shouting at Hansen. Hansen was thinking, she wanted to steal my eggs, and now she wants my help. She is obscene. I can help, but my services aren't free. How about you give me the sword in your hand for a reward, and I'll kill them all? Hansen offered. The sword in the lady's hand was made from xenogeneic materials. It looked to be much better than the rhino horn dagger. And Hansen could not keep relying on the archangel bone arrow. He needed a weapon, and he needed it now. The lady was fast, so she threw the sword to Hansen as she ran, saying, Fine, it's yours. Come and help. Hansen caught the sword as 4 bulls came charging towards him. Hansen, moving like a snake, headed towards them. Dong. 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 There were 4 metallic noises, and 4 pairs of gold eggs fell to the earth. The bulls were all bleeding, and they died right there. Xenogeneic Baron hunted, Xenogeneic gene found, Gold Sun Bull. Hansen heard the announcement play 4 times. Then, swinging his new sword, he picked up the 4 pairs of eggs and put them in his satchel. Hey, those eggs are mine, the girl said, running over to Hansen. I'm the one who killed the things. It's dangerous here, so you should just leave. You won't be this lucky if you encounter trouble again. After that, Hansen proceeded through the woods. The girl wasn't going to simply leave, though. She chased Hansen and said, You are a liar. I gave you the purple moon sword. You should give me those eggs, or at least half the tally. Or maybe even just 1 pair. Hansen got annoyed, so he threw a pair of gold eggs at her. Upon receiving them, the girl looked incredibly happy. Hansen thought she would leave after that, but after a while, she was back near him. Didn't I give you what you wanted? Why are you still following me? Hansen asked with a frown. That was a mission of mine. Now I need to get a silver goat horn. You are pretty good, so why don't we go and kill silver goats together? The girl blinked. What do you need them for? Hansen asked. The girl seemed strange on multiple levels, and these were only barren materials. They were cheaper than the components of her sword, so the fact that she wanted them so badly was weird. I need these 2 items to become an adult. If I can't get them, I will have to wait another year. And that also means I cannot go out for a year. Can you please help me? The girl looked at Hansen helplessly. Cheap bastard. Selfish. No wonder he calls himself Dollar. The lady muttered to herself continuously as she walked. Hansen had agreed to help her get a silver goat, but he had taken Purple Moon Sword's sister blade. One was short and the other was long, they were a pair. Hansen was happy about receiving them, though. He hadn't examined them properly yet, but they at least looked far better than the rhino horn dagger. The lady was called Higher. She said she was from the sea, but aside from that, she hadn't elucidated much. Still, Hansen wasn't too interested in asking for more information. Hansen was only going to help her hunt one more xenogeneic, and after that, the two would split up. He didn't need to know any more about her. Higher was leading the way, but she wasn't too familiar with where they were, and after a long time of traveling, they did not see a single xenogeneic, let alone a goat. Hang on. Hansen pulled higher to a stop. He climbed up a small boulder nearby. Hansen looked out from the top and saw a bunch of people fighting a xenogeneic. The xenogeneic was a six-armed bear, and its paws were black like obsidian. It was wreathed in black fire. It slammed the ground and split stones in two, then lit them on fire with those menacing flames. It was a scary sight. Barons should not possess such powers, so it had to be a viscount. Fighting the six-armed bear were several Kate and some members of another race. There were 10 nobles in their midst, and the soldiers there had come well prepared. One noble released a green light from his sword. With the help of the other nobles and soldiers, he was delivering a multitude of lacerations across the bear's body. The fight was nearing its end, and not long after, the six-armed bear was surrounded well enough for the superior noble to cut the beast's head right off. The hunting group had lost a few people. But killing a viscount was worth it for the others, due to the good rewards. Come out. The noble, St. holding his sword, looked towards the boulder. His stare was cold. Hansen looked at Higher and then revealed himself. Higher had accidentally struck the rock, which led to their detection. We are only passing by. We mean you no harm. Hansen stood atop the boulder, putting his hands out before all the nobles. That one noble was obviously a viscount, and his team was still moderately powerful to boot. Hansen was only there for a xenogeneic creature. He had no need for additional drama. All he would have to do, he thought, was explain what he was doing there. The noble with a sword started to say something, but his face changed and he said to Hansen, I didn't know you were working out here. We will leave now. After that, they all left quickly. The entire group ran off, with no interest in keeping the six-armed bear's body. Hansen frowned and looked back at Higher. He didn't think he had a strong enough presence to make them leave like so he thought that was their response to her. Higher ran to the six-armed bear's body and sliced the paws off. She put them all in her pocket. Hansen frowned and kept on walking. It was so strange. Every hunter that saw Higher seemed to run, like a ghost. They never even wanted the prey that they had fought tirelessly for. Hunters were leaving behind xenogeneic resources left and right. Hansen couldn't help but feel as if they were robbing them. But despite all this, Higher hadn't said a word about it. It must have been the easiest thieving one could ever find themselves doing. Who is this Higher? Hansen frowned, not thinking the answer would be a good thing. It felt as if he had attracted more trouble. They didn't encounter any xenogeneics, but Higher was still able to reap a bounty of rewards. Aside from the Viscount six-armed bear, she got many barren materials. Ding dong. Ding dong. As Hansen eyed Higher with suspicion, something rang from overhead. Higher heard it, and when she did, her face changed. She pulled Hansen by the arm and said, Wrong way. Not this way. We should go a different way. After that, Higher dragged Hansen away from where the bell had sounded. But not long after, they heard the ringing again. Higher pulled Hansen in a different direction, but again, before long, they heard the ring sound. Higher wished to change direction again, but Hansen had heard the ringing sound from so close. It was conning from just ahead of them. He saw a person emerge. It was a man riding an elephant. He had silver armor, and while his face was not especially handsome, there was a special feeling to him. He looked as if he didn't care about anything. The guy had a pair of black horns, and aside from that, he looked like a human. His skin was pale, though, and if he wasn't wearing the armor, you'd mistake him for a scholar. Since when have pirates learned how to travel abroad? The man riding the elephant approached the pair and smiled as he looked at them. We aren't going around anywhere. I am looking for a silver goat. This is none of your concern. Higher pouted her lips. It didn't seem as if she liked that man very much. Hansen could tell. The man smiled and said, long ago, the sky pirates swore a pirate would not enter the Danshin system for another 1,000 years. Thus far, only 700 have passed. It begs the question whether or not pirates can truly be trusted. I am just me, and I have nothing to do with piracy. Don't speak such nonsense. Hire sounded annoyed. If you aren't a pirate, how did you receive so many good items for free? The man asked with a humorless grin. So what if I broke the promise? Are you going to kill me? Do you have the guts to do that? Hire was very angry, and she no longer spoke sense. The man laughed and said, you are a pirate of a superior race. It is difficult for you to evolve. I will let you live, but I must teach you a lesson. After that, the man went quiet. He looked at Han Sr. If you broke the laws to come here, your guard of a lesser race will pay with his blood. Han Sen did not understand anything about the vows, but he understood that last sentence. He quickly said, I have nothing to do with her, and I'm not a pirate. If you want to punish someone, punish her. Hire loudly said, yeah, he's the man I hired. He has nothing to do with piracy. If you want something, come right for me. The man looked like he was death himself, and he said, whose life ends now? Yours or his, it's your decision. After that, the man did not seem to care if they responded. He just rode the elephant away, disappearing into the mountains with the bell ringing. What's with that guy? Could he not understand our language? Han Sen had encountered rude people before, but none that were rude to that extent. Hire looked bitter and said, he'll really do what he said. This is bad. I doubt it. If he wanted to kill someone, why would he leave? Han Sen said. Hire shook her head. The higher races like the Jingyue wouldn't bother to kill those of a lesser race themselves. He only needs to give the word, and others will come tripping over each other for the opportunity. It won't be long before we encounter others who will have come here to kill you in the hopes of obtaining a reward. I am a baron. It may not be a very high class, but that still makes me a noble. Don't say I'm from a lesser race. Han Sen smiled, not very concerned about their predicament. Can't break the cocoon and become a butterfly without your race being in the Geno Hall. Even if you become a duke or a king, you're still an individual. And you still hail from a lesser race, Hire said. What cocoon? And what is the Geno Hall? Han Sen asked, confused by her strange metaphors. I don't know. I've only heard about it from old pirate. I know that if a race doesn't have a lantern in a Geno Hall, they cannot leave their names there. And that means they are deemed a lesser race, Hire said quickly. But this is not the time for talk. Let's run and leave the xenogenic space behind. At least that way, you might live. Han Sen thought for a moment, but then said, you should leave. He wants to kill me, and I'm sure I'll find a way through. I can't do that. If I left, people will think we pirates are afraid of the Jingyue. I cannot bring us any embarrassment. Hire lifted her chin. Han Sen did not know what to think. He had been dragged into this by Hire, and he thought, what the hell is going on? I came here to kill xenogenics, and that's it. I haven't killed any, and I need to be running for my life. My luck is bad. Next time I go hunting, I should really check my fortune or something. They hadn't walked far when they heard footsteps roll up like thunder. A group of people came down from the mountain, headed their way. Han Sen noticed it was the people they had seen earlier, the group that had slain the six-armed bear. Their leader was the Viscount with the sword. Hire's face changed. She pulled Han Sen to get him to walk faster, but soon after, a few barons and other soldiers barred their way. The Viscount caught up, and they were swiftly surrounded. Lady of the pirates, we have come here for him. Please step aside, for we do not want to sully your clothes with blood, the Viscount politely told Hire. He's one of my people. Do you dare touch him? Hire responded coldly. My lady, please don't do this. If we don't take him back, we will all die on his behalf. The Viscount's speech was very calm, but he had already made his decision. Even if he had to offend higher of the pirates, he still wanted to claim Han Sen's life. Pirates hadn't entered the Dan Xian system for 700 years. The Xingyue were a high race of the Dan Xian system. Although they were not as respected as the pirates, if the pirates were looking to cause trouble with the Xingyue, they would have to go past holy heaven. If you are not afraid to die, then come. I will kill whoever dares come close. Higher shouted angrily as she brought out her dagger. Then, I am sorry. We may not dare to hurt you, but we have to do this. The Viscount waved his hand, and a few nobles approached Higher. They all had Baron Gino weapon shields. The Viscount pulled out his sword and ran to Han Sen. In an instant, Han Sen went from standing motionlessly to running like the wind. He ran to the nearby forest. It was difficult to determine how many teams wanted to kill Han Sen and claim whatever bounty had been offered. He knew he couldn't kill them all. Some of them would be Viscounts, too, so any fights that ensued would be very tough. Two barons tried to stop Han Sen, raising their weapons to block his path. And for this, Han Sen moved in a way that made it look as if he went left and right. The two barons made a terrible judgment, for one moved left while the other moved right. There was a gap in the middle. Han Sen went right past them as both hands beamed with a purple light. And after Han Sen had passed them by, their heads sailed into the sky, trailing blood. Han Sen's eyes did not move. He had been through so much, and in battles like this, the loss of life no longer bothered him. If they wanted to give their lives to Xingyue, they must have prepared themselves to die. Even if their lives were threatened by the Xingyue, that was not a valid reason for killing others. There was no excuse for killing others, just so you could stay alive. Come here, scum. Give me your life. The Viscount was very mad. His long sword was lit with a bright green light, and it slashed right behind Han Sen. Han Sen's mutant blood was boiling inside his body, and with the Dongxian armor, it was like he had the strength of a Xenogeniac and a noble all-in-one. He was definitely far stronger than the average baron, at least. He moved like a tiger, as a power burst out from his waist. He moved his body half a foot forward, dodging the sword light. And as he did so, he slashed with his own purple moon sword. He did so at an angle the Viscount could not see, which let it strike the man's shoulder. The sword went in 2 inches, but it felt to Han Sen as if he had just tried to stab glue. He could not stab the man again, as the sword was stuck inside his shoulder. The Viscount did not next expect himself to get hurt by a baron. He looked incredibly mad, and without caring much for the wound, he tried thrusting toward Han Sen's neck. He wanted to cut Han Sen's head off, then and there. Han Sen knew this would happen, though. So, he pulled his sword back and dodged. He continued running towards the forest. But another baron blocked Han Sen's way. The baron's lance was swinging wildly like a dragon. He didn't want to kill Han Sen, just stop him. The Viscount looked cold and murderous. He wanted to stab Han Sen in the back. Han Sen could not go backward nor forward, and he was going to get hit by the Viscount. So, Han Sen turned around and watched the Viscount. He crossed the purple moon longsword and shortsword so they'd be brought up against the Viscount's sword. He paid little attention to the lance behind him. The Baron noticed his opportunity, and so he used all of his powers to strike Han Sen in the back. The tip of the lance cracked the atmosphere as it flew to plant itself in Han Sen's back. Almost at the same time this occurred, the Viscount's sword came down on Han Sen's 2 swords. It shined brightly, dousing the whole forest in green light. Han Sen suddenly jumped, his body assuming a weird position in the air. It was like he was lying down, aloft in the air. He pushed the Viscount's sword back with his own 2 swords, as a sword light came behind Han Sen. Catcha! The Baron's lance went below Han Sen, striking the Viscount in the chest. And at the same time, the Viscount's sword light decapitated the striking Baron. Blood was spilling everywhere, and the Viscount was enraged. He swung his sword and chased Han Sen into the forest. Inside a pool of still water, Hansen lay motionless beneath its surface. He watched everything that was happening around him. Since running into the forest, he had run non-stop for the past 4 days. He could not keep track of how many nobles he had killed, but they just kept on coming. He hadn't had a moment's rest. There were at least 5 Viscount nobles giving chase, as well. After endless fighting, the Dongxian armor had incurred many marks. But that was nothing to Han Senator. If other nobles were in his position, Viscounts included, they'd have been exhausted and dead a long time ago. Han Sen was still energized. The Dongxian armor absorbed energy from the very earth to fuel his power. He could keep fighting without a need for stopping. Han Sen wanted to use the Archangel Bone Arrow to kill his pursuers, but he would need to activate his super god spirit body to make use of it. The energy cost of taking on that form, however, far outweighed what the armor could put out. His real enemy was not a Viscount. If he could not kill the Jinhua, he would keep on being chased like this. Han Sen hadn't bothered returning to the sanctuary, though, because running away was not his style. A good offense was the best defense, and what he really needed to do was find the Jinhua. Han Sen was taking a 10-minute break, hiding in the pool. He eventually heard footsteps approach. **T. Where did that **shoal go? How the hell does a baron have this much power, endurance, and skill?" growled a rough voice from close by. It was the Viscount with a sword. Han Sen had learned that his name was Hai. Hai was answered by another, calmer voice. He might be a baron, but he is related to the pirates. He is not like ordinary barons, so that is something I can understand. Mr. Elephant is getting impatient. If we don't kill him, we'll end up being slaughtered for failing, Hai said quietly. Maybe not. Mr. Elephant went to Old Dragon Rock Mountain to kill that Xenogeniac. He won't be back for a bit. We still have plenty of time. The calm voice was speaking again. Han Sen heard it. He had been running through the Xenogeniac space for a while now, and he had gained some familiarity with the area. He had also captured a few barons and interrogated them for information, and so he knew about Old Dragon Rock Mountain. He had never dared venture there, though. One baron said that Old Dragon Rock Mountain had a Xenogeniac on it that was of Earl class, and that was something Han Sen wasn't exactly keen on provoking. Mr. Elephant wants to kill an Earl Xenogeniac? He has a big appetite. Han Sen was coldly laughing to himself. The higher races said they were the highest in their bracket, but they were not invincible. Han Sen had guessed Mr. Elephant was a Viscount, and he was indeed very brave to hunt an Earl Xenogeniac. Where did he go? Hai resumed his search, angrily. Another Viscount wished to answer, but he suddenly widened his eyes as he looked into the pool to the left of Hai. Hai knew something had to be wrong, so he pulled his sword out and slashed blindly toward the water. Hai saw Han Sen leap out of the pool and come for him. Go to hell. Hai used more strength than ever, but he knew that something was wrong. His angry expression turned worried. Catcha! The sword cut Han Sen's body in half, but Hai immediately knew that something wasn't right. It was just an illusion. Han Sen's body was still in a half-crouch, looking like a beast ready to pounce. He jumped at Hai and grabbed his waist, planted his feet firmly on the ground, and pulled the Viscount into the water. Another Viscount came near to the pool and looked into the water. It was too dirty, and he could not see who was down there. He couldn't risk a strike. He held a bow and aimed at the water instead, unsure of where to fire. Hai, come out so that I can shoot. Nitsai shouted at the water. Pang! A wave formed as someone rose out of the water. Nitsai aimed the bow at the form, then noticed it was Hai. Almost at the same time, someone else emerged in silence. This person had 2 purple swords, both of which were different sizes. They were coming right for Nitsai. Those 2 swords were fully serrated, and after all the fighting thus far, they looked like fangs. Nitsai reacted quickly. He lowered the bow and prepared to fire. With so little distance between him and his target, Nitsai was confident Hansen would not be able to dodge. Hansen didn't try to dodge either. He just smiled at the man and revealed his white teeth. With the swords, he slashed toward the arrow that was fired. Naive. Nitsai laughed in dark amusement. His Viscount weapon was a bow, formed by a Viscount xenogenic black-scale beast. It was powerful, and a baron should not have been able to block it. Hansen's swing landed on the arrow, though. The purple moon swords had endured much over the last 4 days, though, and they shattered into bits of broken glass. The arrow was still coming, too. It struck Hansen in the chest. The arrow pushed Hansen back down into the water. A bevy of blood filtered upwards, followed by bubbles. Nitsai, good job. Hai was happy. But before he could finish, the water exploded. A body flew towards them like a weird bird. Death wish. Hai slashed towards it. The waves and the green light were going to cut Hansen in half. Hansen was in the air with a gold feather bow. And he had somehow taken Nitsai's arrow to use as his own. Boing! The string made a noise as the arrow flew directly toward Hai. Hai was immediately frightened. He gave up on Hansen and tried striking the arrow. Over the last few days, he had fought with Hansen a lot. And he knew Hansen was stronger than an average baron. Now that he had Nitsai's arrow, Hai could definitely be damaged. But the arrow looked as if it had been imbued with magic. It disappeared from sight, and then, Hai felt a sharp pain in his chest. Hai looked down. Somehow, the arrow had plunged into his chest. The item twisted like a monster's fang, digging through the armor and flesh, all the way until it reached the heart. Blurg! Hai opened his mouth, and blood leaked over his lips. The arrow neatly punctured his heart, bringing him down to the ground. He kept twitching, and his faint breaths would only sustain himself briefly. Death would soon claim him. Nitsai felt cold. One baron had ambushed 2 viscounts and killed one with relative ease. If Nitsai hadn't seen it with his own eyes, and the arrow used wasn't his, he wouldn't have believed something so outrageous had occurred. Is this guy from a higher race than the pirates? If he isn't, I don't see how he has managed to last so long. Nitsai's mind couldn't stop racing. Few creatures possessed genes that were perfect enough to do what Hansen was doing. Hansen didn't spend much time in thought, though. He pulled the arrow out of Hai's chest, as more blood continued to gush and the man's life force waned. He brought the arrow back up to the gold feather bow, pulled the string, and took aim at Nitsai. Nitsai gritted his teeth and pulled out another arrow, so he could take aim at Hansen. After all this, Nitsai knew there was no turning back. If he wanted to survive this, the only way to do so would be by killing Hansen. When it came to archery, Nitsai was very confident he had to be, otherwise, his Geno weapon wouldn't have been a bow. This was practically his life. Hansen's arrow was strong, but Nitsai didn't think he'd lose in competition against him. That was because he could use the drill head skill, as well. His power was stronger and faster because his bow was better. Nitsai was confident that if they both were able to fire, Hansen would be the one to die. Nitsai went silent and drew his arrow. The head of the arrow possessed a halo, imbued with all the strength a Geno armament could give. It made his arrow stronger, to provide it greater piercing strength. Even viscounts with heavy shields for a Geno armament could not block the arrow. Hansen went silent, staring down at the fingers Nitsai was using to hold the arrow in place. Slowly, Hansen pulled his string. The gold feather witch's beast soul bow was only baron class, so it wouldn't be as strong as Nitsai's. That being said, it was enough for Hansen. Boing! 2 arrows launched from their perches at the same time, making it sound like only one string had been drawn and released. 2 arrows flew out with a severe drilling force. They were like vipers, cutting the air with a speed that made them disappear from sight. The most unbelievable thing about all this was that the viper-looking arrows met with each other in the air. The snake-like arrowheads collided with each other. But Nitsai's speed and power were greater. So, when the arrows came against each other, it was at a distance that was closer to Hansen. Nitsai didn't expect this to happen, but he was delighted by it. He had been worrying about how he might dodge Hansen's arrow, but now he no longer had to consider it. The power he had put into his arrow would be enough to break Hansen's projectile. They were both drilling arrows, and his speed and power were stronger. The spinning arrowheads impacted like two drills coming against each other. The arrowhead sparked like there was lightning contained in the two. At that moment, a victor was determined between the two arrows. One arrow was like a ragged cloth from a washing machine, and it was tossed aside. The other arrow, after the impact, did not slow. Instead, it sped up and cracked the sky. Nitsai was shocked. He couldn't understand why his arrow had been defeated, despite the fact Hansen should have had less power. Hansen's arrow didn't slow down, it sped up, that was against the laws of physics. Before he could think, the arrow was before him at a blinding speed. Nitsai had almost been unable to dodge, and he pulled out a knife from his waist belt and tried striking the arrow mid-air. The arrow was brimming with power, and it went off course to avoid his block. It was as if the arrow had come alive. "You want to deal with me like this? You are too naive," Nitsai shouted. He grabbed his bow and threw it at the arrow, and then, the arrow flew away. Just as Nitsai was feeling better, he turned back to look at Hansen, and his eyes opened wide. His pupils shrank to the size of a needle, and his face was stiff with fright. The shadow of an arrow was growing bigger in his eyes, and Hansen had only just finished firing and was lowering the bow. "My arrow, why is it here?" Nitsai thought, right before the arrow he fired blew through his head. Pang! Nitsai looked back, and he did not understand why the arrow he had fired had shot him. Then he was dead. Hansen came before Nitsai's body. He took the arrow back and put it away, thinking it was some good stuff. Unlike the Archangel bone arrow, which was ridiculously difficult to make use of, these new arrows made for good weapons in the hunting of a Viscount Xenogeniac. Hansen's arrows were not as strong as Nitsai's, but the yin-yang blast he used allowed Hansen's attack to borrow Nitsai's power. It sped up a second time. But even so, he couldn't kill Nitsai with his attack. The man was too good with drillhead. So Hansen made his target the fired arrow. After a swift calculation, and after he used yin-yang blast to hit the arrow, he calculated that the arrow would fall into his hands. Hansen had grabbed the arrow and silently fired back at Nitsai. By the time Nitsai noticed this, it was too late. When it came to raw power, Hansen was not as capable as Nitsai. But Hansen was the master of skills and techniques. He was not weak in the Geno universe, and already he was better than Viscounts like Nitsai. Hansen looted Nitsai and Hai's bodies, and he found some good stuff. Then, he chucked their bodies into the water before running back into the forest. In front of Old Dragon Rock Mountain, Mr. Elephant was riding a white elephant. He looked at the dragon-like mountain. "Sir, why are you risking this? Why are you going to provoke Old Turtle?" The white elephant addressed Mr. Elephant. "You think I'm here for Old Turtle?" Mr. Elephant said, looking deep and cold. White Elephant was shocked, and it said, "Old Turtle should be the only one on Old Dragon Rock Mountain. Are there any other Xenogeniacs? Old Turtle used to follow Heavenly Pirate. I can't see why that woman from Pirate would come here and break the vows," Mr. Elephant said calmly. He looked at the mountain with passion. White Elephant looked at the mountain with passion and said, "Abandoned thief stole things from all over. He took a lot of treasure. If Old Turtle followed in his footsteps, he'd be nothing more than the crook. Still, he might earn himself quite a bit of treasure, too." Mr. Elephant smiled and nodded. "I see. If it wasn't for that woman of the pirates that came here, I wouldn't have learned about this. Still, we need to be wary of any who have had contact with Abandoned Thief." White Elephant raised his head and said, "Do not worry, sir. I will help you get the Old Turtle, no matter what comes. Mr. Elephant smiled, and coldly said, no rush, though. Maybe we don't even need to do anything. White Elephant wished to say something more, but Mr. Elephant had him walk towards the mountains ahead. They didn't scale Old Dragon Rock Mountain. Half a day later, a pretty shadow neared Old Dragon Rock Mountain. It was going up the mountain quite sneakily. It was higher. She was heading up Old Dragon Rock Mountain. When she came before the wall, she looked around her and proceeded to knock on it. A rock that had appeared seamless suddenly cracked open to reveal a cave. This is it, Higher said to herself. Her small body slipped inside and disappeared into the cave. Then, the rocks moved again. Not a crevice remained when the stone closed up the cave. Not long after, Mr. Elephant rode White Elephant up to the wall. He looked at the wall that was inconspicuously sealed. Mister, should we enter? White Elephant asked. No. Just wait here, Mr. Elephant answered placidly. After Han Sen had obtained 2 Viscount arrows for himself, he was perfectly equipped. He could easily kill Viscounts now, and there was no need for him to be afraid of them. Still, Han Sen did not make his presence known. He remained hidden as he traveled to Old Dragon Rock Mountain. When Han Sen arrived, he saw Mr. Elephant and White Elephant standing before the wall. Old Dragon Rock Mountain lived up to its name. It was indeed shaped like a dragon, albeit one that was looking up to the sky. Mr. Elephant and White Elephant were up near its neck. Han Sen used Dongxian aura to hide his presence. He hid himself in a nearby wood and watched Mr. Elephant. He wondered what he was doing. There was a stone wall directly in front of him, but he couldn't detect anything weird about that. Mr. Elephant was still riding atop White Elephant. Like a robot without batteries, it stood in front of the wall without moving an inch. Han Sen didn't move either. Mr. Elephant might have been a Viscount, but a higher class of Viscount would be nothing like Hai. Han Sen thought White Elephant was nothing simple either. It looked like Mr. Elephant's mount, but Han Sen had the sneaking suspicion that the creature was a scarier foe than Mr. Elephant himself. Han Sen was hidden in the woods, waiting. He knew that Mr. Elephant wouldn't stand where he was for no reason. Something must have been on the precipice of happening. After half a day, the wall made a catcha sound. And the wall that had no seam suddenly started to open. It became a cave that was a few meters tall. Before Han Sen could spy what was inside, a small shadow suddenly appeared. It was Higher. Higher initially looked very happy, but when she saw Mr. Elephant, her face changed completely. Lady Higher, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Mr. Elephant looked as if he was smiling. He looked at her like she was a little treasure for the taking. Why were you waiting for me? Higher asked, her facial expression remaining carefully neutral. Mr. Elephant didn't change at all, and went on to say, I have heard pirates are horrible, evil thieves. I didn't believe it at first, but it seems all too real right now. You used that innocent lowlife to pull people's attention away from you, so you could go and look for treasure undisturbed. Most people would have been fooled, completely oblivious to the fact that you had stolen their treasure. I don't know what you're talking about. I have come here about a xenogeneic. There is no treasure to claim. Higher stepped to the side, wishing to walk right past him. But the elephant raised its feet and stomped the earth. Rocks broke as a shockwave raced towards Higher. Higher jumped back, with her path now broken. Higher looked icily at Mr. Elephant. Elephant, how dare you? Do you think you can bully a pirate? Mr. Elephant smiled. Calm down. Genius only light up one lantern in the hall. They say we are of a higher race, but compared to the top races like the pirates, we are lowly. I wouldn't purposely be rude to you. It's good that you know. Higher hummed and started to step past Mr. Elephant. But Mr. Elephant continued speaking. But the leader of the pirates, the powerful abandoned thief, promised they would not enter the Dan Xian system. You wouldn't touch anything here. We really respect him, and we always take his reputation into consideration. If you would like to leave, I won't stop you. But please, leave behind the item that belongs here. Do not tarnish abandoned thief's name. I see. You should have told me this sooner. Hire looked as if she really understood everything. She pulled out a pair of gold eggs and presented them to Mr. Elephant. She said, "This is what I got from here. You can have them." After that, Hire moved like a bird. She jumped atop a wall, wanting to climb across. "Lady Hire, if you are going to be this stubborn, then I will have to be rude," Mr. Elephant said in a hard voice. Then, White Elephant lifted its trunk, which struck directly toward Hire like a white snake. Hire's toes stepped across the wall, and she tried to dodge, but the trunk was too fast. Before she could dodge, it snared her body, wrapped her up, and pulled her down. When Hire was captured by the White Elephant, a catch noise sounded from the stone wall. The rocks opened up again, and a red shadow flew out. It landed right near Hire. The red thing was an old turtle with a red shell that was the size of a grinding wheel. The turtle stood on 2 feet, and it swung the other 2 like clawed hands to grab White Elephant by the trunk. The turtle managed to unfurl the nose that had grabbed Hire and save her. The turtle and the elephant were engaged in a tug-of-war, with neither of them clearly winning. But the rocks all around were breaking, as if getting struck by hammers. White Elephant pulled back its trunk, and eventually lifted Old Turtle off the ground. It was fast, and Old Turtle's body whipped through the air. The turtle had latched on tightly though, with flames blooming from its claws. It crawled up the trunk to reach Mr. Elephant. Mr. Elephant moved, jumping off of the elephant. Then, White Elephant's trunk extinguished the fire and said, "Sir, I will deal with the turtle." Mr. Elephant did not hesitate. He simply chased after Hire, who had run off. Hire was tricky, but she was only just a baron. She was weaker than Mr. Elephant, and he managed to catch up easily. Mr. Elephant hastily approached Hire, saying, "Lady Hire, leave the item behind and I will pretend I never saw you." "Didn't I give you the eggs?" Hire asked innocently. "If you still don't understand, I will have to be rude." Mr. Elephant didn't hesitate again, and he moved to grab hold of Hire. Hire was frightened, and she stumbled back. She tried to dodge, but couldn't. So, the precise moment that Mr. Elephant was about to grab her by the shoulders, Hire drew a soft sword from her waist belt. It was like water, and it rushed at Mr. Elephant's hands. Mr. Elephant seemed to recognize it, and so he jerked back his hands and said, "The pirate bone sword? It seems as if your rank amongst the pirates is higher than I thought. It's good that you acknowledge this. Now get lost." Hire spoke, with the sword raised. "Even though you are of the pirates, and a first daughter at that, you have disobeyed the abandoned thief's vow. They can't stand for you any longer." Mr. Elephant was not afraid, and he moved to grab her again. Hire used her pirate bone sword to fight him. The blade switched between being hard and soft on a whim. When it was hard, it was like steel. When it was soft, it was like a ribbon. It went well with Hire's strange sword skills and her strange sword lights. Although Mr. Elephant was stronger, it did not seem as if he could do anything. Women are born actresses. When Han Sen had seen Hire's techniques before, he knew she hadn't been trying her best. What he was witnessing now were the best skills she possessed. But most of Han Sen's focus was on the bone sword. It was composed of a very strange material. It was thin like the spine of a cactus, all soft and weird. The sword lights it emitted were even stranger. They were things that not even Mr. Elephant dared to touch. Han Sen watched the fight with his Dongxian aura. The sword was inferior to the Archangel Bone Arrow, but superior to the Horn Arrows. It could have been an Earl or Marquis treasure. Han Sen was very good when it came to the bow and sword. If he could find a good sword to complement his bow, he'd have a great time hunting xenogeneics. Mr. Elephant was afraid of the sword and the sword light. But he was one class above her, and his techniques were good, too. He pulled out an ancient sword to fight against hers. He was careful, managing to evade every single sword light as he tried to push her towards a stone wall she could not escape from. White Elephant was still engaged in combat with Old Turtle. Their clashing powers were sundering the very mountain. White Elephant was so powerful, but Old Turtle was very swift. It was difficult to determine which would be the victor. Hansen looked at Old Turtle's movements. If his turtle shell had not been red, Hansen would have believed him to be one of the Ninja Turtles. White Elephant and Old Turtle were xenogeneics. They were both Earl class. Hansen took one look at their fight, and he knew that he could not kill either of them. Not even the horn arrows could pierce their skin. But Hansen still had one hope, despite it all. He fancied the idea of using the Archangel Bone Arrow to kill one of them. That would make for a fine reward. His transformation time would be limited, though. Hansen believed he'd only be able to fire the arrow once. Even if he managed to kill one, he'd be unable to eat the body, but it'd at least benefit the others. So, Hansen was just watching for now. He was hoping to find the right time to strike. White Elephant and Old Turtle were both strong, and it looked as if neither of the two would get tired. Many fires scorched the rocks all around them, as the elephant's trunk smashed everything in its path. The mountainside was looking terrible. But they both managed to avoid the spot where Mr. Elephant and Higher were fighting. They didn't want to hurt them. Unfortunately, Higher was doing bad on her own. Her bone sword and skills managed to block Mr. Elephant's strikes, but her endurance was not as high as a Viscount's. Under the constant pressure of the fight, she soon exhausted all her power. Her subsequent strikes weren't half as strong, and her speed fell off, as well. Hansen could see Higher was doing poorly. If this continued and Mr. Elephant managed to steal her item, it could be difficult to find again. Seeing White Elephant and Old Turtle still locked in combat, Hansen had a thought. So, he summoned his gold feather bow and planted a horn arrow on the string. Higher's face looked glum, and things were continuing to go poorly for her. Dong. Higher accidentally let Mr. Elephant slap her hand. The pirate bone sword fell to the ground. The pirate bone sword was rare, but he didn't dare touch it. It was a weapon that high-level pirates could wield. It wouldn't be a good idea for an outsider to touch it. Miss Higher, hand over the item. Or do you want me to do it? Mr. Elephant had pushed her into a corner, and she could no longer fight back. I have lost this time, so here. Take it. Higher pulled out an item and threw it at him. Mr. Elephant did not catch it, though. He let it fall to the ground first pang. It landed on the ground and exploded. A flash of light arose, and as everyone watched the display, Higher grabbed her pirate bone sword and tried stabbing Mr. Elephant. But Mr. Elephant fell back and dodged the attack. Unfortunately for him, his chest was still cut open, and he began to bleed. Even Mr. Elephant was afraid of the pirates. He didn't want to hurt her, but he was so angry, he shouted out like a golem. His body expanded, and his muscles tightened like steel. He punched the pirate sword, sending Higher and the blade flying back into the mountain wall. The wall itself cracked when Higher slammed into it. The pirate bone sword in Higher's hands was knocked out of her grip. Mr. Elephant threw another punch towards Higher. But the girl's eyes were very round, and she said quietly, "Elephant, you really dare hurt me?" Mr. Elephant's punch was like that of an elephant's trunk, and a scary power traveled with it. But when the fist came right before Higher, he stopped. The Jinue were strong, and people considered them a higher race. But he had to hold himself in check. A bandit thief had made them a promise, but there were limits to the protection that promise offered. If Mr. Elephant took the item from Higher, and the pirates couldn't say anything. If he hurt Higher, they wouldn't let things slide so easily. A bandit thief had gone on thieving sprees a lot back in the day. The higher races of the Geno Hall were frightened due to the frequent robbing. Although a bandit thief was long gone, the pirates continued his legacy. Mr. Elephant did not know if his actions could be avenged, but he'd rather not find out. After all, thieves never failed to keep their promises. Everyone in the universe knew the reputation of the pirates. If hire was important to them, it would risk the entirety of Jinhua being ruined. He didn't want to find out what might happen if he injured or killed her. No, Mr. Elephant's face was still directly in front of hire. He started to say something further, but his face suddenly changed. He roared, lifted his arms again, and spun around. A horn arrow was racing towards his throat. Mr. Elephant threw his fist towards it, but the horn arrow suddenly disappeared. When it appeared again, the arrow was directly in front of his chest. The spinning arrow was going to pierce through his armor and drill through his flesh. Roar! Mr. Elephant moved his body, and in that moment, he teleported 1 foot away. He dodged the evil arrow. The next second, Mr. Elephant's look of victory was replaced by fear. Another, more silent arrow, was touching his belly. The spinning arrow tip managed to pierce through his armor. Mr. Elephant moved his body and tightened his muscles. He released a burst of power, but it was too late. He couldn't dodge the silent arrow. The horn arrow wasn't sharp enough to pierce all the way into his belly. It could, however, break his bones. The powerful drilling force shredded muscle and bone. After inserting itself half an inch into his stomach, it stopped swirling. It was too late to pull it out, though. By the time he had dealt with those 2 arrows, Hire was attacking from behind. And although she had dropped the pirate bone sword, she still had a white-fanged dagger, and she swung it at Mr. Elephant's back. Mr. Elephant grabbed Hire, then tossed her aside. He still didn't want to hurt her. In the corner of his eye, though, he managed to catch a glimpse of his other attacker. When he saw the person clearly, Mr. Elephant was shocked. When he saw the arrow at first, 20 names and faces crossed his mind. The face of his true aggressor, however, hadn't been on the list. The person that fired at him was the creature Hire had used as bait. He was wearing black armor, and although Mr. Elephant couldn't see his face, he remembered the armor. Mr. Elephant always remembered what he saw, and this was not a mistake. He didn't expect that Hire's bait would still be alive at this point. And on top of that, the lesser being had come to Old Dragon Rock Mountain and attacked Mr. Elephant twice. Mr. Elephant knew that anyone capable of using those arrows was not weak. And yet despite that, he knew that this being was merely a baron. It was shocking that a baron was able to hurt him. If the arrow had been any stronger, he'd have been killed. When Mr. Elephant threw Hire away, Hansen stepped over to the wall and picked up the pirate bone sword. Hansen had encountered several viscounts, but Mr. Elephant was far stronger than Nitsai and Hai. He was a greater foe in every aspect, from strength to speed to techniques. Hire was hit hard, and she was still unable to get up. Mr. Elephant was no longer paying attention to her, though. She was a pirate, and she was very evil. But she was too weak to pose a true threat to him. For some reason, Mr. Elephant was starting to feel nervous with Hansen there. Hansen and Hire were both barons, but Hansen seemed to be the more frightening of the two. Which was particularly notable considering that Hire was one of the pirates. Mr. Elephant stared at Hansen and said coldly, "I didn't expect you to be a son of the pirates." Mr. Elephant thought Hansen was a pirate, too. Otherwise, how else could he have achieved such power? His power was not the sort of power one could expect any baron to possess. Even among barons of the higher races, it was incredibly rare to see someone of that level. Hansen didn't say anything, though. He was here to kill, and that was that. He had no interest in talking. And it wouldn't be a bad thing if people thought he was a pirate, either. If the Jinhua went after him, he'd be safer that way. Hansen lifted the sword and ran towards Mr. Elephant. He ran lightly, moving with grace. Mr. Elephant grunted, and he used the powers of an elephant to tighten and harden his muscles. He could burst with energy like that for a while. Mr. Elephant did not think he would lose, even to someone of a higher race. Since he was a viscount, there was no way he'd lose to a baron. But when Hansen struck, Mr. Elephant regretted his overconfidence. He had heard that an elite swordsman could gather their sword mind. They could cast blasts of air without the faintest movement of their sword. Mr. Elephant had seen this before, but only from dukes that were talented with sword skills and possessed powerful sword minds. And again, this was just a baron. But when Hansen struck, Mr. Elephant felt as if his whole world had been taken by that sword. The scary sword mind became tangible, and he almost couldn't breathe. Mr. Elephant did not believe such a sword mind could be created by a baron. He used to know one swordsman that had become a duke, but not even his sword mind was as good as this baron's. A sword mind itself did not have power, and you couldn't kill others with it. But a sword mind represented the extent of a swordsman's skill, and it showed how much their sword skills connected with the earth. The more synergy a swordsman had with the earth, the more powerful his skills would be when they were unleashed. Someone with a strong sword mind could make even common sword skills incredibly powerful. Hansen was not focused on the sword, but his sword mind was the best. Although it had been achieved through luck, he tried hard to practice with it, too. One strike drew blood, and the second strike lopped off an arm. The sword strike went for the soul. Under Hansen's sword, Mr. Elephant felt as if he could not use his own powers to compete. It was as if he had been restricted, and couldn't do anything. He could not block anything completely. All he could do was watch his own blood cascade. Hansen was not strong enough to seriously injure Mr. Elephant, but the pirate bone sword's ice-like light managed to cut open his enemy's flesh and bone with ease. Roar! White Elephant called angrily. Ignoring Old Turtle's strikes, he ran over to Mr. Elephant. He wanted to save him, since he was obviously in extreme danger. But it was already too late. No one would have expected a baron to use such a frightening sword mind or such sophisticated sword skills. Catcha! Mr. Elephant's head was sent arcing through the air. Hansen wasn't going to stop to watch it, though. He held the pirate bone sword in one hand and picked up higher with the other. Then, he ran. Xenogeniac Viscount hunted, Xenogeniac Gene found, Old Elephant Man. Hansen ran 10 meters and saw Mr. Elephant's head hit the ground. Unfortunately, Hansen had to leave the body behind. He did not have the time to collect the xenogeniac materials. White Elephant and Old Turtle squealed, racing into the forest. Hansen kept on running, putting the sword next to Hire's neck. He shouted back to Old Turtle, "Old Turtle! Get that white elephant, or I'll cut her head off." "You wouldn't dare!" Old Turtle shouted in the common language. Hansen did not say a word, and he actually got ready to do the deed. "Stop! I promise!" Old Turtle screamed in panic. The pirate bone sword's blade had been pressed against Hire's neck for a bit, nicking the skin to draw a few drops of blood. If Old Turtle had answered any slower, Hire would have been killed. Now, Hansen looked like he was about to cut her neck again. Old Turtle shouted and jumped in front of the white elephant to fight it. "If I see you or the white elephant, I will cut her head off." Hansen put away the sword and ran into the woods along with Hire. Old Turtle was a little hesitant to do as instructed, but when he tried to catch up, he could not find Senator. Not a trace of him could be seen. It was like the two had just vanished into the woods. The Dongxian aura was excellent when it came to hiding people. Even Earl-class xenogeniacs would not be able to track them when they were out of direct sight. Hansen grabbed Hire and took her into a cave. Then, he lobbed her onto the ground. "Brother Dollar! You are safe. I was worried about you." Hire looked so innocent. She looked at Hansen with sincerity in her eyes. "It is a shame you didn't choose to become an actress." Hansen complimented her faint, then proceeded to ignore her. He just reached out his hands, searching up and down her body. Hire was someone special, that much he could tell. She must have received something from Old Turtle, too. When he had grabbed her back there, he hoped to threaten Old Turtle into helping him. And not just that, but also so he could nab whatever treasure she supposedly had. "Brother Dollar, what are you doing? I am not an adult yet." Hire was on the floor, blushing like a shy lady. Hansen had seen many hot women in his time, so he wouldn't get turned on by her. Hansen searched her body, trying to find the treasure. Hire was evil, but she was just a woman. When Hansen touched her, she screamed, "Don't touch me. I am of the pirate. If you disrespect me, the others of the pirate will come after you. They will slay your entire family. Sorry, I am the only one. Come after me whenever you want," Hansen said coldly, before continuing to rummage through her clothes. Hansen found a toxic fong dagger, and then continued his search. "Brother Dollar, tell me what it is that you want and I will give it to you." Hire had tried things the hard way, so she approached him from a more pitiable angle. Hansen ignored her and kept searching. Shoal. "Pervert. I'll kill you. Slice you up like good sashimi." Hire squirmed and struggled, but Hansen put a few coins on her. She couldn't move away. Hansen was still searching, so she shouted. Hire had many items on her, but Hansen could not tell which was the treasure. He took it all, anyway. Aside from her clothes, he claimed everything she possessed. After the search, Hansen looked at her to see if there was anything missing. Hire looked like a woman that had been bullied, and she weakly said, "What are you doing? If you touch me any further, Big Pirate Uncle won't let you go. He will skin you alive." Hire looked very pitiable, and while it was very attractive, Hansen said coldly, "Don't worry, I am not interested in a woman with no boobs." After that, Hansen turned around and left. He abandoned her in the cave, all alone. Shoal. "I won't forget about this. If you had the balls to, you'd kill me. Otherwise." Hire looked at Hansen as she shouted. She had been humiliated and infuriated by the search. Now, she was enraged. She had one sole treasure that kept her safe, but it resided inside her body. Unfortunately, it was too high class for her, and she could not control it just yet. It only worked when she was critically wounded. She wanted to lure Hansen into hurting her body and triggering the item so she could blow him into bits. But Hansen didn't do anything. All he did was rummage through her things and leave. She was so mad that she thought she was going to get a nosebleed. Hansen had earned a lot from his venture. Aside from Hire's treasures, he also got what he earned from Hai and Nitsai. He found a few xenogenic ingredients, too. It was pretty great. Hansen found himself a hidden place, and with all the treasure he had amassed, he returned to the sanctuary. He planned on hiding for a little while before he returned. Then, he would have to be Hansen again. No one would imagine that a commoner with Geno armor would have been able to kill Mr. Elephant and rob Hire. He took his treasure home and tallied up what he had found. The best thing he had gotten was definitely the pirate bone sword. He didn't know what its class was, but Hansen could take advantage of its sharpness and sword light. It provided a greater ceiling of power for him to utilize. The second best were the two horn arrows, and then the toxic fong dagger. They were weapons that had been forged from Viscount materials. There were some Baron xenogenic materials too, and some other miscellaneous things that had been owned by Hire. Among them, he found a few jade bottles filled with pills. He wasn't sure what they were for, as there were no labels on them. There were many weird items and xenogenic materials, and Hansen also managed to get some golden eggs. He had quite a heap of treasure, in truth. Unfortunately, there was nothing else truly special among the various items. He thought to himself, weird. Hire must have received something from Old Turtle. I wonder what it was. Hansen did not know what the item that Old Turtle gave to Hire might have been, so he put them all away for the time being. Seeing all the weapons and armors created by the xenogenic materials, Hansen felt glum. There was so much equipment he could not make use of, and he thought it was a great waste. If he sold them, people might be able to trace back their origin and find out who Hansen was. He wasn't quite sure what to do. These items were originally xenogeneic materials. Maybe I can cook them? Hansen cooked up a Baron class knife, leaving it to boil overnight. It did melt, which made him extremely happy. Come here, try my new meal. It's a weapon and armor mix. Hansen called Little Angel and the others over to share the geno fluid he had created from the xenogeneic material. But none of them dared to eat too much. They did not want to generate geno armor and be forced to leave the sanctuary. Hansen, I want to go to Kate. That night, as Hansen was resting in the garden, Stay Up Late came over and spoke to him. Why? Hansen looked confused. I want to look for Little Flower, Stay Up Late said with seriousness. I have tried. Little Flower might not even be on planet Kate. I don't know where Old Cat might have taken him, Hansen said. It's fine. I just don't want to sit around here, doing nothing. Little Flower was my target for observation, so I have to do something, Stay Up Late said. Okay. I will take you if you are willing to try these magnet fruits. The information I have found suggests that magnet fruits can evolve geno armor a second time. But I am not sure. It is up to you if you want to give them a shot, Hansen said. I will, Stay Up Late said immediately. Hansen took Stay Up Late up to the storage unit. He unearthed a box which contained the magnet fruit. Stay Up Late picked up a magnet fruit, and without hesitation, he took a big bite. Unfortunately, the skin proved to be too hard, and he couldn't eat it. Hansen took out the pirate bone sword and used it to cut the fruit open. When the lotus seed broke, a liquid like maple syrup flowed out. Stay Up Late quickly sucked up all the juice and swallowed it down. The fruit was rather big, but there was not much juice. There were only 2 to 3 liters. Only the transparent fruit skin was left behind. After drinking the magnet fruit juice, Stay Up Late's geno armor appeared without being summoned. The geno armor took in some power, and then it started to melt. Suddenly, there was a strange movement in the air. The sanctuary gate felt Stay Up Late's changes, and it began to open in order to throw him out. Hansen's face changed. He put his hand on Stay Up Late and used his mutant blood power. He teleported with Stay Up Late, taking him right to planet Kate's xenogeneic space. Hansen looked around, and fortunately, there were no other creatures around them. Stay Up Late's geno armor was still in the process of evolving. After it became liquid, it surged together into a sphere. It kept changing in front of Stay Up Late. Becoming a noble, huh? Magnet fruit is good, no wonder it was considered a treasure. Hansen felt relieved. Hansen began to relax. He wanted to see what sort of geno armament Stay Up Late would generate. The geno armor became liquid, and it swirled in front of Stay Up Late. Eventually, it formed a shape. Watching the item generate, Hansen felt strange. The geno armament he generated was a teapot. When the geno armament finished forming, it was indeed a. It was snow white. What is this weapon for? Hansen looked at the teapot in his hand and asked. This was the first time he had ever seen something so strange. Stay Up Late laughed and said, At least we know it can turn into an armor, but I'm not sure about anything else. Hansen didn't ask again, so he just looked around and said, Now you are isolated by the sanctuary. You cannot go back. Let's go see Qiao. Her wizard team needs people, after all. You can stay with her and get used to the environment. Okay, Stay Up Late agreed. Hansen took Stay Up Late to the xenogeneic space's exit. He wasn't wearing his Dongxian armor, so others wouldn't recognize him as Dollar. It had been 4 days since he had robbed Hire, and surprisingly, there was no danger along the way. They didn't glimpse any nobles either. They left the xenogeneic space peacefully. When they just exited, however, someone appeared. They weren't traveling the same way, but their paths crossed each other. When that person saw them, his voice sounded weird. He said, "The crystallizers haven't gone extinct?" Han-sen and Stay Up Late were both shocked. After the crystallizers lost the war, they went to the sanctuary. But that was billions of years ago. It was strange for someone to simply see him and immediately recognize him. They looked over in alarm, and they saw a man wearing feather clothing. His head had a white feather, and he looked rather human. He didn't look very pretty, but he had the eyes of a phoenix. "Are you a crystallizer, too?" Han-sen asked. The man did look like a crystallizer. "Of course not. How could I be one of the races that were unable to even light up one lantern inside the Geno Hall?" The man shook his head, as if he had been mocked by the suggestion. The man looked at them and said, "If the crystallizers are not extinct, why haven't you gone to the Crystal Palace to practice? Why are you here on Kate?" "Crystal Palace? Why would we need to go there to practice?" Han-sen and Stay Up Late asked in confusion. They weren't too sure what the man was talking about. The man looked at the both of them as if he was looking at a couple of orphans, and he said, "It looks like the crystallizers have survivors, yes, but you don't know their proper glory. Fret not, for it is not your fault. They wagered that their race could light up a lantern in the Geno Hall. But they didn't, and they were subsequently destroyed. It is lucky for a meager few to have survived." Stay Up Late bowed before the man and said, "What is your name? Can we talk about the tales of the crystallizers?" "My name is Kong Fei." Kong means peacock, and Fei means to fly. The man then went on to say, "I wouldn't mind telling you guys, but I don't have the time. There is something pressing I must attend to. If you would like to listen, and have the time, I can tell you as I walk." "We have the time, sir." "Where are you going?" Stay Up Late asked Kong Fei. "Don't call me sir, just call me Kong Fei. But I have heard Planet Kate has a mine near Mosi Mountain. There is a rare ore there. So, I want to try my luck in finding some," Kong Fei said, straightening his posture. Han-sen and Stay Up Late followed, for they both wished to listen to stories of the crystallizers. Stay Up Late was a crystallizer, but he didn't know much about his people's history. Han-sen was curious about the race, as well. Humans came from them. "Brother Kong, you said we should travel to the Crystal Palace. Where and what is that?" Stay Up Late asked as he walked. "My car is nearby. Get in and we'll talk." Kong Fei laughed. After walking for a while, they saw a car parked on the road off the mountain. But Han-sen and Stay Up Late swiftly looked depressed. The man was actually driving a tractor, one without an interior. Kate had a very strange mix of technologies. It was difficult to find something like this anywhere else. Kong Fei started up the tractor, and he hopped onto the driver's seat. Han-sen and Stay Up Late sat on either side, clutching a handle. "How awesome is my car?" Kong Fei laughed as the tractor blazed dusty trails across the roads at high speed. Stay Up Late inched closer to him and asked something. He had to say it loudly, though, otherwise the engine of the tractor would overwhelm his voice. "I've only heard about it, but the Crystal Palace is where the crystallizers were born. If that is true, it might be perfect for you to head there to practice. But after the crystallizers lost, many other races have laid claim to the place. Now, Crystal Palace belongs to Holy Heaven. It is controlled by a duke, and it is a difficult place to reach," Kong Fei said, after a moment of thought. Stay Up Late, hearing what he said, asked, "How did we lose? Who destroyed us?" "What? You want revenge?" Kong Fei squinted his eyes. "If I was capable, of course I would," Stay Up Late said calmly. Kong Fei laughed and said, "To me, it does not matter." "Why?" Han-sen asked Kong Fei, while he thought to himself, "I have searched for so long on the internet, yet I was unable to find anything out about the crystallizers. This guy knows a lot, and he says things like this. Did this guy's race destroy the crystallizers? I have only heard about the crystallizers through others." I don't know if my claims have been fact-checked, but the truth in what I say is up to you to decide. Kong Fei smiled, and went on to say, you have heard about the glorious Geno Hall, yes? All the races light up a lantern there, so that they can leave their name. It is a glory for their entire race, and it can fortify the genes of the race. It allows them all to improve and evolve easier. To be able to leave behind a name, that is something that every race desires. But the Geno Hall only has a small pit, and there aren't many locations for you to light up a fire. It is already full, and if someone else wants to light one, they'd have to claim the flame of others for themselves. Kong Fei eyed both Stay Up Late and Han Sen. They weren't stupid, and they understood what he meant. You mean, the crystallizers tried to take a spot for themselves? But they lost without putting up a fight? Stay Up Late asked. Kong Fei nodded and said, that is what I hear, yes. But as for the full truth, you would have to ask the crystallizers themselves, or at least those of the conquering race. Brother Kong, do you know which race was responsible for our destruction? Han Sen asked. Kong Fei thought for a moment, and then said, let me think. They were called Demon something. The three of them talked as they rolled along. Kong Fei only knew bits about various things, and nothing he said seemed to mesh seamlessly. Plus, this wasn't first-hand information. He claimed everything he knew, he had heard from others. They couldn't be sure if what they were being told was the truth. Some things he said did indeed sound ridiculous, and seemed like they came right out of a storybook. So, they focused on listening to what he said, alongside a bucket of salt. Brother Kong, what is your race? Kong Fei spoke about how great his race was, but he never told them the name. Stay Up Late felt compelled to ask. Mine? Yes, no. Kong Fei laughed. Han Sen and Stay Up Late had never heard of a race like that before, but judging from his looks, it didn't seem like one of the higher tiers. The tractor was still blitzing down the road, and Han Sen and Stay Up Late were starting to think about whether they should go back. Kong Fei had no more information, so it was pointless to follow him any further. But then, the tractor came to a halt. There were lots of creatures on the road, Kate's more than others. But strangely, there were two feathers leading them. Han Sen frowned, and he didn't feel good about what he was seeing. It was strange to see feathers occupying a rather underdeveloped place. Han Sen looked at the pair, and he noticed they were both men. They looked cold like Xena had, and they stared back at the three on the tractor. Do they know about Xena? Han Sen wondered to himself. He was not afraid, but Stay Up Late had only just become a baron. He could not return to the sanctuary, so it'd be dangerous if the feathers thought about going after him, too. Which one of you is Kong Fei? The leader of the feathers asked, coldly. Han Sen felt relieved by this, the feathers hadn't come here looking for him. They wanted Kong Fei. I am Kong Fei. Why have you come looking for me? If you want me to pay you back, I have no money to do so. Killing me will be a futile endeavor. Kong Fei opened his hands in a helpless gesture. Was it you who killed a feather on Rock Mountain in xenogenic space? The feather asked Kong Fei in an ominous tone. I don't remember if I did. Kong Fei shook his head. The feather grunted coldly and said, it is fine if you do not wish to admit it, but will still happily make you pay with your blood here and now. After that, the feather flapped his wings and flew towards Kong Fei. He performed a strike. The sword light was like a rainbow, soaring through the air towards Kong Fei. Kong Fei evaded the sword light, as Han Sen and Stay Up Late also dodged to the sides. Unfortunately, the tractor was cut in half. The feather went straight for Kong Fei, as the other feather led the Kate to Han Sen and Stay Up Late. We have nothing to do with this. We don't even know him, and we were just hitching a ride with the guy. Han Sen shouted. Then you picked the wrong vehicle to ride in. The feather grunted and swung his sword at Han Sen without any hesitation. Han Sen felt dismayed by this action. Those that were considered higher races never seemed to like diplomacy and reasoning. But fortunately for Hansen and Stay Up Late, the feather was merely a baron. The group of Kate were mostly commoners, with 2 barons in their midst. Stay Up Late's Geno armament became a set of armor. He went for the feather baron while Hansen went to deal with the Kate. Although Stay Up Late had only just become a baron, his fighting experience was still there, and it led to him being a more formidable fighter than the feather that challenged him. He was better than the feather, but the feather seemed to be at an advantage. Hansen ran as the Kate tried to surround him. He didn't want to kill them, but he did not enjoy running. Hansen did not know what was going on, and he didn't want to kill anyone without even knowing why. The last thing he wanted was to make more enemies. That would not be a very wise thing to do. What the feathers wanted was Kong Fei. The feather fighting Kong Fei was no weaker than Xena had been, but he wasn't able to damage Kong Fei in the least. Kong Fei moved swiftly, and the feather was unable to even brush his clothing. Good techniques. Hansen was shocked. He watched Kong Fei's energy stream. He had initially assumed him to be a baron at the most. Witnessing his talent in battle, Hansen knew this was a character that wasn't as simple as he first appeared. While his skills weren't very complicated, they were very deep. Hansen wouldn't dare say he was better than Kong Fei was. When Hansen looked at Kong Fei, he noticed that the man wasn't even focusing on the feather, either. It was like while Hansen was watching him, he was watching Stay Up Late and Hansen. Kong Fei noticed Hansen was looking at him, so he beamed a smile. It looked rather nice, and it shocked Hansen. After the smile, Kong Fei pulled a feather from his clothing and drew an invisible sigil in the air. The feather he used did not touch anyone, and it simply waved through the air. But somehow, it now looked bloody. The blood on the white feather was very obvious to see. It came running down the feather itself. Where it actually came from, Hansen had no idea. Blurg. A second later, Hansen knew exactly where the blood was coming from. The 2 feathers and the Kate stopped chasing them. They all put their hands on their necks, screaming in agony. But the blood still poured through the gaps in their fingers. Eventually, they all crumpled to the ground twitching. Their ability to breathe was snatched from them shortly after. Hansen and Stay Up Late were scared. They could not figure out how Kong Fei had managed to kill them all with his feather. Kong Fei held on to the feather. He swished it back and forth, and the blood all vanished. He put the clean feather back into his clothing. He smiled to Hansen and Stay Up Late. Do you still want to go to Mosi Mountain? I guess now we have to. Hansen had a wry smile. It was not a coincidence that the feathers had blocked them there, of all places. But if the feathers found out Hansen and Stay Up Late had accompanied Kong Fei in the slaughter, splitting up wouldn't make a difference. They'd still be chased down. Then let's go. Kong Fei walked forward 2 steps and then thought of something. He came back and knelt. He started looting the dead bodies, while saying, "Since you guys are dead, you won't need your things. Let me use them on your behalf." Before Hansen and Stay Up Late could react, Kong Fei had rummaged through all the dead bodies. He had taken everything he could find, almost going so far as to look inside the underwear of the corpses. Hansen and Stay Up Late knew that Kong Fei's road would be a perilous one, and that wasn't the last they'd see of the feathers. But they did not know why Kong Fei was happy to accept their company and bring them with him. Hansen didn't have to be too afraid, as he could always slip into the sanctuary. But Stay Up Late could not do that, and Hansen would have to find a way to protect him. "Brother Han, I saw your moveset. It is quite good. Where'd you learn your style?" On the road, Kong Fei asked Hansen this with much interest. "I didn't learn it from anyone. I learned it all myself," Hansen said. Kong Fei was shocked to hear this, and he smiled. "That's great." After that, Kong Fei did not ask any more questions. He simply lowered his head and continued walking. After a few miles, they heard aircraft in the sky above them. A very advanced aircraft hovered high above. Seeing the model, they could tell it did not belong to the Kate. The Kate did not have the ability to create advanced aircraft. They could only create helicopters. This must have come from another planet. The aircraft slowly approached, and before Han Sen and Stay Up Late could see what they wanted, Kong Fei pulled out his feather and drew something invisible across the sky again. Pang! The aircraft in the sky was cut in half, and it fell down in 2 balls of fire. They landed on 2 different fields, forming 2 large craters. Kong Fei acted like nothing happened, and he put the feather back into his clothing. Han Sen and Stay Up Late looked at each other. It looked as if Kong Fei was even stronger than they thought. No. Not just stronger. Ever since the aircraft was cut down, the road had stayed quiet. No others made an appearance. Brother Kong, you are so powerful. Of course you might be fearless, but we are merely ordinary men. If the feathers try to take us out, then I fear things might turn out poorly. Han Sen spoke to Kong Fei as they walked. Kong Fei squinted his eyes and looked at Han Sr. Do you want me to take responsibility for you? It is not about you being irresponsible. We are not girls, after all. Han Sen smiled, and then went on to say, we just want you to point out a trail we can follow. Kong Fei laughed and said, I tread any trail my feet take me upon. I don't follow any in particular. So, if you would like me to point out a specific road for you to embark upon, I fear that will be difficult. There was nothing more Han Sen could say, so he just chose to follow after Kong Fei. He simply didn't understand what purpose Kong Fei had in bringing them both along. It would be exceedingly easy for Kong Fei to kill the pair if they displeased him. With such a difference in their power levels, Han Sen was curious why Kong Fei wanted them to tag along. Han Sen had even wondered if Kong Fei was one of the crystallizers. He very much looked like them. Mosi was 1,000 miles away from Western Grand City. Kong Fei didn't want to take the train there. In the beginning, they had at least been able to ride a supercharged tractor, but now it was all down to the use of their legs. The journey was excruciatingly slow. Kong Fei was not in a rush either. It was like he had gone out for a casual stroll, keen to relax. Han Sen and Stay Up Late were worried about the feathers that had seemed intent on attacking. The quieter things were, for the time being, the stronger the next assault would be. That was what they reasoned. Even though Kong Fei was not afraid of anything that might occur, they would be. The 3 of them walked for half a month, and nothing happened. It looked as if the feathers had forgotten about the 3 of them. Kong Fei was pointing towards the fields and explaining things as if he was a professional tour guide. He recited tales to them, such as the ones featuring the Lady Mountain and General Temple. The way he spoke such fables made them sound tangible and real. Kong Fei was a man who could tell stories, and tell stories well. The legends he spoke about were stunning. Fascinating. Even if Han Sen and Stay Up Late knew the end of a tale he had begun speaking about, they'd still listen eagerly, just to hear him tell it. On the 17th day, as they neared a stone bridge that crossed a river, Kong Fei stepped onto the bridge and spoke to them. By crossing this bridge, we will have reached Mosi Mountain. If you are not here to collect ore, then there is no need for you to follow. We can part ways here. Han Sen and Stay Up Late were in shock. They had walked together for 17 days, as if it was a journey they had all embarked upon together. They hadn't walked far, and Han Sen swore they had only walked 400 miles. They should have still been far away from Mosi Mountain. But when Han Sen and Stay Up Late looked forward to where the mountain should have been, they were shocked. On the other side of the stone bridge was a sign that said Mosi Mountain's Old Treehead Village. They were both surprised by this, as they both acknowledged the fact that they hadn't walked that far. Somehow, they had walked 1,000 miles without realizing they had, and they had now arrived. Kong Fei must have done something. It was a scary thing for Han Sen to now notice that he had walked 1,000 miles, but hadn't realized he was doing so. Thanks for walking with me for the past 17 days. It was a fateful encounter, and I would like to give these to you both. Consider it as a reward for accompanying me here. Kong Fei pulled out 2 feathers from his clothing. He flicked them forward, and they landed neatly in Han Sen and Stay Up Late's hands. 1 for each. Han Sen noticed, after the catch, that the feather was incredibly soft. They were no bigger than his hands. They were proper feathers, that was for sure. They definitely weren't xenogenic material. Do you know what these feathers are? Kong Fei blinked. Han Sen wished to say he didn't know, as many creatures had feathers. He couldn't tell them apart, but his face suddenly changed. He asked Kong Fei, "This cannot be the feather of a feather." Kong Fei laughed and said, "The wings of a feather have feathers. There are 2 feathers between the wings that are softest, and they are called angel feathers. They cherish them dearly. My clothes are crafted from angel feathers." Han Sen almost coughed up a bucket of blood. The feather clothing had at least 1,000 such feathers. If what he had spoken was true, then how many feathers had he killed to craft the garment? Now that Kong Fei had given them 2 angel feathers, was he looking to add gasoline to their dead bodies? The feathers had no reason to want to kill Han Sen and Stay Up Late, but now that the pair were holding 2 angel feathers, the feathers might very well want to. Kong Fei knew what Han Sen was thinking, and so he said, "Don't worry. If the feathers see them, they won't kill you. Brother Kong, we are actually interested in digging ore. Would you like it if we accompany you further?" Han Sen did not believe the feathers were that nice. Kong Fei looked at Han Sen as if he were smiling. "You really want to come? It is not a difficult way to go now, but there is an unfriendly guard watching." "What guard?" Stay Up Late asked. "Duke Brilliant." Kong Fei looked up towards the mountain, speaking with little sounds of concern. Han Sen and Stay Up Late looked at each other. After being chased by feathers, and now having a possible contest with a duke, it looked like big fights would always be part of the package when it came to following Kong Fei. If they left now, Han Sen did not believe the feathers would let them both be. "There is nothing to be afraid of, so we will go wherever you go." Han Sen thought staying with Kong Fei would be safer. Kong Fei seemed to be smiling slightly, and he said, "Come with me, then, if that is your desire. You can leave whenever you wish to. I will not stop you." After that, they walked across the stone bridge and proceeded onwards to Mosi Mountain. Han Sen and Stay Up Late quickly followed. They had come that far, so they felt compelled to see what might happen next. Kong Fei didn't look entirely legit. He had brought them to danger more than once, and he provided them with 2 deadly feathers. If Han Sen did not know that Kong Fei could kill them with ease, Han Sen would have thought Kong Fei hated them and wanted them dead. After getting close to the mountain, they saw a feather standing before the entrance. It was too far for Han Sen to feel the being's energy flow, but the elegant armor and crazy clothing made the fellow look special. "I am flattered that Duke Brilliant has personally come to welcome us here." Kong Fei looked at the feather as he spoke, but he didn't actually look flattered. "Where did your feather clothes come from?" Duke Brilliant stared at Kong Fei's apparel, looking as cold as ice. "Long ago, 3,000 prisoners were forced to mine ore across Mosi Mountain. They were unable to leave until death claimed them." Kong Fei did not answer Duke Brilliant. All he did was say something that made no sense, given the current context. But after Duke Brilliant heard what he was told, his face paled and he shouted, "Who are you?" Kong Fei still did not answer. He kept going, saying, "Those 3,000 prisoners were slaves, kept here forever. They would each die in the same bindings they were birthed into. After their deaths, the feathers between their wings were plucked. There were 3,000 of them, and they provided the basis of this garment." "Impossible. We already killed all the traitors a long time ago." "Who are you?" Duke Brilliant's eyes cut like blades. He looked as if he was ready to tear Kong Fei apart and slice up all his organs. But Kong Fei just smiled and took off his feather clothing. His upper body was naked, but 2 strange scars were visible on his back. They looked as if they could have been the slots where wings might have once existed, but they had been ripped off. Duke Brilliant saw the scars on Kong Fei's back, and when he did, his face changed. His eyes flared with the fire of murder, and he yelled, "I cannot believe there are traitors that yet remain. It is lucky you were able to live this long. How dare you appear here, having killed Feathers? You must die." After that, Duke Brilliant waited for no further reply. His body shone with the color gold, as his wings spread out like suns of their own. Their light shone across the area, and everything the light touched was turned into gold. The rivers became solid and the rocks became clumps of pure gold. The entire vicinity became its own world of gold. Duke Brilliant was most certainly the god of this world. Han Sen and Stay Up Late were in shock. They knew that everything happening was very bad, and such scary powers would be difficult to fend off. And if they themselves were turned into gold, they'd be killed immediately. But before the gold light doused them, the white feathers Kong Fei had given them started glowing with a bright white light. The light was like a bubble that shielded their bodies from harm. The gold light was unable to penetrate the holy light. Kong Fei stood on the ground and put on his feather clothes again. He ignored the gold light, and with much disdain, told their enemy, "Of the 3,000, only I am left. But the 3,000 feathers are still here, and I will seek vengeance for each of them." "A traitor speaks of justice?" Duke Brilliant grunted. His wings flapped like gold suns, firing shockwaves through the atmosphere. Each time the wings flapped, Duke Brilliant became stronger. His body wasn't so big, but it did seem as if it was becoming larger. He was taking on the appearance of a statue, as he stood there upon the mountain. Han Sen and Kong Fei were like ants before him. It was quite scary. In the homes of the powerful feather families, there were 7 kings and a number of dukes watching the video relay of a satellite imaging system. They were watching what was happening on Mosi Mountain. When they saw the scars on Kong Fei's back, they were all shocked. King Sky King, the ruler, frowned and said, "There were 3,000 feathers stuck in the mines of Mosi Mountain for their entire lifetime. They were all turned into dust, or so it was believed. How could one of them have survived?" "My king, they did become dust." "We could not have been incorrect, and the king in those days confirmed this. There were no survivors." Unless, Song King stopped speaking there, and did not continue. "Unless what?" King Sky King asked, coldly. "Unless one of them had a baby inside the gold mine without us knowing. That child might not have been counted amongst the 3,000. But if it were in places such as the Eclipse gold mine, they could not have lived there. How could the prisoners have bred successfully? And if they did, the baby could not escape the eye of the Watcher. It could not have survived and lived. It just makes no sense." Song King shook his head. "This person appearing now is pointless. Just go ahead and kill him and get this done." Holy Column King did not move his eyebrows as he spoke, he just said things lackadaisically. All the other kings agreed, and they proceeded to watch the video. Duke Brilliant was like a Buddha as he tried repeatedly to strike Kong Fei with his palm. The golden palms covered the entire sky, like a golden palace was falling. The shadows they cast were abyssal, shrouding the landscape in darkness. Kong Fei's eyes did not move. He just pulled out a white feather and drew across the sky. A small white light rose into the air. It cut the giant hand. A lesion appeared across it and grew bigger until it was revealed that the hand had been sliced in half. Gold blood started to cascade. Arg! The scream was incredibly loud, but the hand did not stop descending. A small white line traced up the hand, down the arm, and across the body that the arm connected to. Duke Brilliant's gold body was cut open, splitting in two. The earth was shaking as the blood rained from the sky with the force of a river. Mountains and rivers were further dyed with the gold blood. Only the white feathers looked new and undrenched, without a speck of blood on them. Han Sen and Stay Up Late were surprised. For him to have killed a duke so easily, Kong Fei had to have been a king. The many kings and nobles were in shock. Song King himself looked dim and said, "I cannot believe that hybrid managed to become a king. Leader, please grant me permission to fight the hybrid." One king stepped forward, looking murderous. "Killing a hybrid like this will require thunder. I will fight alongside you." Holy Column King stood up, asking King Sky King for permission to depart. Before he replied, Kong Fei waved his white feather again. Mosi Mountain, which was 1,000 meters high, was sundered in two by the same feather. Below the 1,000-meter-high mountain were thousands of nameless graves. If the mountain had not been broken, no one would ever have known. And yet, so many lives were buried there. Kong Fei walked in front of the nameless graves, and just when Han Sen thought he was going to pray for them, Kong Fei grabbed his clothes and shook them. The clothes exploded in the air. The feathers scattered all across the graves. The feathers flew onto the graves and exploded. They revealed the bones that lay hidden beneath. The bones were rotten, and many had been reduced to nothing but dust. 2 feathers landed on each grave. 3,000 years of hope sapped waiting. 3,000 years of sadness and injustice. 3,000 years of humiliation. I am going to win it all back. You guys will not need to wait for me any longer. You don't need to stay in this world any longer. As his solid voice echoed, Kong Fei's body started to unleash power. The water wave did not come from his body, but it was as if the whole world was answering his summons. The earth was quiet, and the stars in the sky were shining. Even though it was daytime, the stars were everywhere. It was as if he was breathing in the galaxy, brimming with power. Kong Fei's back was against the graves. He looked to the sky. Between the stars, there was a temple. It was floating, up in the atmosphere. Amidst the endless numbers of planets and systems, they all saw this temple in the sky. They were all shocked. A Geno Hall has appeared? Who is what it takes to summon it? Who is the challenger, wondered everyone who saw it. Even the higher races of the galaxy were shocked, seeing this. It had been 1,000 years since a Geno Hall last appeared, and there it was, showing up again. It felt like a great danger was descending once more. This was especially true for the races that had not been able to light a fire. No way. All the Feather Kings were in shock, and they stood up in response. They looked at Kong Fei, and the ancient temple that now appeared. They had a bad feeling. Kong Fei started flying up towards the ancient temple. As the ancient temple appeared, a voice came along with it. Many strange shadows surrounded the temple, but whenever Han Sen looked at the shadows more closely, they vanished. Kong Fei was in front of the door to the place. He pointed his finger at it, and a drop of blood flew forward to it. Every creature was attracted to the sight of his blood. And their eyes watched as it floated forward to touch the gate. Boom! The mysterious, ancient temple was opened by that blood. That meant the gates approved of the genes possessed by the one who wished to enter. Now, he could go forward and attempt to claim a spot. But the blood still hovered right in front of the door. It was unable to enter fully, due to there being no space left inside. All the fires in the temple quivered crazily. They released a power that was a grand threat. A warning. Everyone turned to look at the naked man, hovering in the air. They were waiting for something. Kong Fei's face looked as if he was mocking something. He slowly said, "Feather." Boom. The ancient temple's lanterns became dimmer, but only one started to blaze brighter. The scary flames burst out like a volcano, all from a single lantern. It was hanging in the Geno Hall. The lantern also displayed gold lettering, which read "Feather." Those of all the other races felt greatly relieved. They even found it rather funny. Only the Feather Kings and their nobles felt their faces turn green. They moved so fast that space itself crackled as they sought to reach the naked man. Interesting. A feather wants to replace a feather. Interesting. Amidst the pirates, a man looked to the sky. He looked evil. In a dark hall, a few beasts looked at the man near the Geno Hall with the feather lantern. An attractive lady in the middle of them said, "I cannot believe there are still interesting people like that around." At the zenith of Unsolid Mountain, a beast that was in the sky looked towards the lantern, quietly saying, "One of these days, the roar will be in the Geno Hall. We will be at its highest spot." Han Sen, standing in front of Mosi Mountain, could feel the brilliance of that power. He had a lot of thoughts running through his mind. The Feather Kings soon entered the space, and the nobles were like a swarm, surrounding the naked man. They were so loud, they could have roused the entire universe out of a slumber. Kong Fei had no more white feathers, as the original 3,000 feathers had been returned to their owners. The 2 feathers that belonged to Kong Fei himself were in Han Sen and Stay Up Late's hands. The feathers' light had brightened up. All the feathers were heading for the air, because of the light. If the heavens ever fell, all the angels would fall to the earth and frighten all the other races. No one had extinguished a light in 1,000 years, but 1,000,000,000 years ago, fights like this were common events. This was an average fight between 2 different races. The competitors would use all they could muster to defeat their opponent, to take their place and light up a fire in the Geno Hall. This was ordinary. But Kong Fei was fighting a race all alone. What was most unbelievable about this, though, was that he was a feather without wings. 7 kings, the leader included, had come for him. The sword lights cracked the river of time, breaking it. A scary presence was swallowing the galaxy. All this power came from the sky, and Kong Fei did not take a look. He only stared at the lantern, with the word feather on it. 7 feather kings, with the other feathers, landed on Kong Fei. But Kong Fei kept dodging, as a weird light beamed through his muscles, skin, and hair. All that power came for him, but it didn't even brush his hair. It was all just like wind, rustling around him. Blurg. But the Feather King and the other nobles suddenly started to cough up blood. Many of the feathers were falling, and it was difficult to tell how many of the feathers had been killed. Their faces all looked pale, with plumes of feathers descending. God body. He became a god. Holy Column King screamed as he coughed up blood. He wasn't just a god for the feathers, this was for every race. Everyone was shocked, seeing this. Many people screamed just like Holy Column King did. They yelled, "God body! Kong Fei, are you really not going to stop this?" King Sky King wiped away his blood, looking at the man as he spoke. "Death is the only thing that will stop me." "Warrior death, perhaps," Kong Fei said, coldly. He then raised his right hand and swung it at the lantern. King Sky King angrily shouted, "Protect our lantern!" Millions of feathers, and King Sky King himself, roared in unison. The entire feather race was racing for the fire. The lantern was shining brightly, with power gathering up. It became a gold angel statue, clutching a greatsword. And it was swinging towards Kong Fei's hand. The angel figure that the gold flame had created gathered up a power that was indestructible. It looked as if it would only take one hit to destroy an entire galaxy. It could destroy the future. Many powerful races were thinking that the feathers were practically almighty. If the race wasn't strong, then the lantern wouldn't unleash a power that was as brilliant as that. It represented the strength of that race. If it was strong, it'd go bright. It was weak, it'd go dim. Creating a sword that could destroy the universe proved how strong the feathers were. Kong Fei faced the lantern, but his own face didn't change. He looked at the word feather on the lantern, and reached out with his arm to strike it. His arm was glowing. It was very bright. He didn't fall back, despite facing a race composed of 1,000,000,000 beings. His confidence was unwavering. Han Sen's blood ran fast when he witnessed all this. He wished he could fight with that man in the air, and let the blood flow. But Han Sen knew his place, and he knew his power wasn't high enough to fight alongside him. Any noble there would be killed in one hit. Han Sen held back his passion, and he watched as Kong Fei stood alone. He intently stared as Kong Fei faced an angel of the race that hounded him. The next second, the angel sword lit up the planets in the sky. Everyone lost their vision, and all that could be seen was the color gold. The gold light lasted a few seconds, and when it faded, everyone could see what remained in the sky again. The gold angel was a kilometer tall, and she stood right in front of the door to the Geno Hall. Her back was still connected with the lantern. Kong Fei flew in front of her, with his right arm covered in blood. It had been severely cut, and you could even see the bone beyond the ravaged flesh. Did we lose? Stay Up Late's eyes were full of shock, and he said those 3 words. But in the next second, the angel's body shattered into nothing more than fragments of gold light. They all scattered and fell into the galaxy. The word feather on the lantern cracked and disintegrated as its light was extinguished. Darkness took its place. Blurg. All the feathers around coughed up blood like a rain shower. Their bodies looked as if they had all been electrified. It looked like they had lost a big chunk of their energy. Countless feathers started to fall. Kings had their ranks reduced to being just dukes, as dukes became marquis, marquis became earls, and so on. This applied to every feather. The youngest of the feathers could not be any lower. Their base was damaged, though, and their talents were reduced. They were injured, and if they wished to evolve again, it would take forever. Kong Fei, just kill me. King Sky King shouted, with blood seeping out of him. Snuffing out the light was worse than killing him, he thought. The lantern of the feathers made them a higher race. They had held that loft for 1 billion years. Now that they had become a lesser race, this was 1,000 times worse than simply killing them outright. Kong Fei smiled and said, 3,000 ghost feathers suffered for 3,000 years. Cry for 3,000. Hate for 3,000 years. That is a pain that is worse than death. They had hope because they still had me. But you guys are all different. You have no hope. And you will fade without it. After that, Kong Fei's blood landed atop the lantern. A white fire appeared, lighting up the place. Kong Fei, you are a feather, too. We are sorry for what has happened. But you just murdered a bunch of feathers, and even kings. This loss is far graver than the 3,000. This should end. I beg you to place the word feather on the lantern again. You can be my king, and I will adhere to your every command. Holy Column King kept on pausing to spit out blood. He shouted at Kong Fei, but there wasn't an ounce of intimidation left. He was a mere beggar now. If you can write down feather, we will do whatever it is you want. A few feather kings, King Sky King included, begged before Kong Fei. Kong Fei's blood was not pure, but he did have feather blood. Writing down feather would make them a higher race once again. The moment I ripped off my wings was the moment I discarded my belonging to the feathers. Kong Fei sounded normal, but his aura of hatred was scary. One race, my race, will one day be called No. It will start with me, and it will end with me. No other race will be granted the title of belonging to No. Kong Fei's voice was so loud. Even the stars trembled in response to his frightening vow. The Geno lantern, with its white fire, soon displayed the word No. Blurg. King Sky King continued to cough up blood. Kong Fei's word cut all chance of possibly sharing the lantern. The feathers could not be regarded as a higher race anymore. Rain. A heavy rain. All the planets started to rain, and the lightning danced among them like dragons. It looked like they were crying for a higher race having fallen, but celebrating the birth of a new higher race. Han Sen was standing in the rain, looking up at the Geno Hall. The moment when the No lantern flew into the temple's hall, Han Sen's heart felt strange. It looked to him as if there were eyes on the inside, staring down at him. The Geno Hall was watching the entire world. The black armor that had no movement suddenly brimmed with a phantom strength. It made Han Sen feel as if he was frozen. All he could do was stand in the rain. What's going on? Han Sen was in shock. When the lantern entered the hall, the Geno Hall's doors shut. When it vanished to wherever it had come from, Han Sen felt a weird power enter his sea of soul. It went straight into his black armor. Han Sen's body returned to being normal again. His black armor had no movement, and it was as if it was dead. Han Sen looked to where the Geno Hall had disappeared, and his face looked confused. When the Geno Hall doors shut, that feeling slowly started to disappear. And the black crystal armor's power only seemed to cover him during the time when it was open. This could not have been a coincidence. What is the black crystal armor? Is it like this, because of me? What was that feeling of being watched? Is something living inside the Geno Hall? Han Sen now had an endless list of questions, none of which he could currently figure out. The spirit hall left, and weird things no longer occurred on other planets. You could only see an empty sky returning now. The broken feathers, and Kong Fei himself, were gone from sight. Han Sen was standing in the rain thinking. Then, a naked man suddenly approached him. It was Kong Fei, who had become a no, all alone. Kong Fei stood in front of Mosi Mountain, which had been sundered in two. He was standing in the rain, letting it drench his body. He stood there in solemn silence, without speaking a word. A while later, Kong Fei sighed and said, "You guys have wanted to leave for all eternity. Even in death, you still wish to be free. I guess a burial is not what you're interested in." After that, he waved his hand. Inside the mountain, 3,000 graves unleashed a bright white light. Like a spring, bones burst out of the earth, headed for the skies. The bones melted in the air, becoming dust as they surged up through the atmosphere. They went up into space, disappearing amongst the stars. Quick and clean. That will save so much trouble. The only good thing about you guys was the fact you never caused trouble. Kong Fei looked up at the stars and smiled. But then, a glistening tear fell from his face. Han Sen and Stay Up Late were standing a few paces away from him, speechless. A while later, Kong Fei smiled and spoke to Han Sr. "Do you guys understand yet why I wanted you to accompany me?" Han Sen and Stay Up Late shook their heads. They didn't know. After all, why would Kong Fei choose them to come along for something so important? Han Sen had initially thought that Kong Fei wanted to trick them, but he had realized by now that things weren't that simple. Kong Fei walked over to them and patted their shoulders. He said, "I was found by a crystallizer, and that is how I escaped the fate of my people. I escaped the mine that none of the others could make it out from. I was helped by a crystallizer, and now, you two appeared as a reminder. It's fate. It had to be. A crystallizer helped you escape? Who was he?" Han Sen and Stay Up Late were shocked. They couldn't believe that someone who had conquered a lantern would have a connection to the crystallizers. "I don't know. He did not tell me, and I never saw him again. I do know that he was carrying a 9-life cap pendant." Kong Fei was looking down at the feathers he had given to Han Sen and Stay Up Late. "Take those as souvenirs. For as long as I live, they may prove useful. And those of higher races will definitely notice them. They're a gift, and they're yours now. You are free to do with them as you please." After that, Kong Fei left. He didn't walk away briskly, but he did disappear after a few meager steps. Just as Han Sen was going to call for him to come back, he was gone. 9-life cap pendant? Who might that crystallizer be? Han Sen wondered, as a number of thoughts now raced around his mind. This universe is big. It was a good idea to come here. Stay Up Late suddenly sighed. He had always been quiet and reserved, but now he was brimming with a vibrant passion. Han Sen was not as sensitive as he was, though. For all intents and purposes, he was a realist. But even though there were many elites, that wouldn't quell his desire to train and improve. He wanted to see the world and everything in it. "Let's go. We need to get out of here." Han Sen pulled Stay Up Late back. Kong Fei had left with no warning. He didn't offer them a way back, and to add to that, they were 1,000 miles away from Western Grand City. When Kong Fei was there, it was an easy trip. Without him, it most certainly wouldn't be. Han Sen called out for Kong Fei so he could lead them back. God only knew what might happen to them if they traveled by themselves. When the pair reached the bridge they had crossed earlier, they saw someone standing there. The person was holding an umbrella. But due to the item's presence, and the heavy rainfall, they couldn't make out who it was. But that person had a life force as powerful and bountiful as an entire galaxy. It was unfathomably large. Han Sen and Stay Up Late stopped to look at him. And when they did, the person turned to look at them. A while later, the person asked, "Are you guys willing to sell the white feathers you possess?" No, Stay Up Late shook his head. Han Sen just smiled. "What's your price?" The feather is priceless, but a trade always demands a price for negotiations. 3,000 deposits of star ore for one feather, the person slowly said. Too low. Han Sen shook his head. 300 life planets for one feather, the person said. Han Sen shook his head again. The enigmatic figure did not speak to him again. Instead, he turned to talk with Stay Up Late. "If you enter my tribe, I can help you reinforce the white feather. After that, you can enjoy the treatment only my kind can provide." Stay Up Late shook his head, to which the person responded, "Do you have any idea what you'll be missing out on? Even if you do have a god feather, it's useless if no one refines it for you." "I appreciate your intent, but I do not wish to join any tribe," Stay Up Late said. The man grunted. And when Han Sen turned to look at him, he had disappeared. It looked as if he had never been there at all. They kept walking and crossed the bridge. Not long after, a beast appeared near the river. It was so big, it looked like a mountain from a distance away. "Are you selling that white feather?" the beast asked, looking right at Han Sen. Its voice was so loud, it almost destroyed Han Sen's eardrums. "It all depends on the price fronted," Han Sen smiled. The beast grunted and said, "The feather's lost. I will take on all of Holy Heaven, in exchange for that feather." No, Han Sen was very tempted, but he had to shake his head. Holy Heaven was a high-ranking xenogenic space. Many treasures must reside there. There had to be countless xenogenic materials. Even the feathers held that place incredibly dear. Through that, you could see how important it was. Even though the feathers had fallen, they had not been wiped out. Taking down Holy Heaven was still something no ordinary race could accomplish. The beast said he could swap Holy Heaven's existence for the feather, which was a massive prospect. But Han Sen was worried the beast might not have been serious. Still, if the beast wished to steal the white feather, Han Sen and Stay Up Late probably couldn't fight back. The beast looked at Han Sen as if he knew that Han Sen did not want to accept the trade, and instead spoke to Stay Up Late. "Those of the beast area are willing to teach you. If you are willing to join us, I can teach you how to refine it. If you can become a king, I can give you 12 god seats." Stay Up Late shook his head and bowed before the beast, apologizing. "I appreciate the offer, but no thank you." The beast, hearing Stay Up Late reject the offer, stopped talking. He moved his body and flew up into space. He disappeared into the cosmos. Stay Up Late and Han Sen continued their travel, meeting many more powerful creatures as they went. They all wanted to buy the feathers or at least have the pair join their tribes. Each and every single offer was rejected by the duo, however. Han Sen felt depressed. All the elites sought to buy the white feather he possessed, but none invited him into their tribe. It seemed all such offers were exclusively reserved for Stay Up Late. As they walked, they met 5 different race elites. After that, no more interrupted their journey. It was not as if no one else was interested in the white feathers, it was just that those 5 represented the biggest factions and had drummed up the biggest offerings. There was no point in any other races making an offer, as whatever they could muster would not be enough to rival the Big 5. The rain still hadn't stopped. After walking half a day, they found an abandoned house they could seek refuge and shelter in. But as soon as they entered, Han Sen's eyes opened wide. A beast that was red, that looked like both a fox and a cat, was lying across a crummy table. It was staring right at the two as they entered. "Great! It's you, old cat, you *shoal. How dare you show yourself to me again? I'm going to skin you alive." Han Sen was immediately enraged, and he threw a punch towards old cat's face. As the fist traveled, he yelled, "Where's little flower?" Old cat teleported to the rafters in the ceiling, smiled, and said, "Little flower is being looked after very well. Do not worry. Don't worry my *SS. Bring me little flower." Han Sen jumped up and tried chasing after old cat. Old cat was too quick, though, and he disappeared once again. When he appeared, he leaped atop the table again. Slowly, he went on to say, "I took him away for his own benefit. It's good for him. You can't even look after yourself, so how do you think you could take care of little flower? How can you expect him to grow naturally? That is my family's business. Not yours." Han Sen kept on chasing after old cat as he spoke. Old cat's body kept flashing, as Han Sen's fist kept failing to touch him. Haha. I felt sorry to see someone so special and great have their potential buried. Now, he is living well. Perhaps it'll only take another 8 years before he becomes a king. There's every chance he could become a god. He could become a deity like Kong Fei did. You are a father, you should support what's best for him. You shouldn't limit his potential and hold him back. Old cat was obviously trying to convince Han Sen. "I will take care of my own son. You better give him back, or I'll skin you alive right here." Han Sen angrily said. "Little flower cannot come back just yet. But I can show you this." Old cat threw an item at Han Sen. Han Sen had a look, and noticed it was a communicator. There was a video feed already linked, and on it, he could see little flower. "Auntie May, I really can't eat anymore. Can you help me eat this fruit?" Han Sen put off his idea of killing old cat and held the communicator close. He stared at little flower intently. That was mainly because he knew his abilities were actually worse than old cat's. Killing the cat would be impossible with his current strength. Thus, the continued chase was pointless. The video was obviously a series of snippets, with many sequences that had been trimmed and stuffed together to give Han Sen a picture of what day-to-day life was like for his son. Little flower was definitely eating a lot each day, and a beautiful woman and 3 monsters took their time to train with the boy diligently. Han Sen could tell they were teaching little flower some skills, and that little flower was improving quickly. Each day, his abilities grew. How does that look? If you kept little flower close to you, he wouldn't benefit from any of this. He wouldn't get the training and strength he needs. You should be thanking me. Old cat spoke with a cocky tone. To hell with thanking you. I am warning you, right now. Give me little flower, otherwise, I'm not done with you. Han Sen, still looking at the video, threw a punch towards old cat. Han Sen really hated what old cat had done, and he could only catch a glimpse of his son through the video. He wanted his son next to him, and nowhere else. Why can't you just be nice? Old cat looked depressed. Could you stop swinging for a minute? I have come here to discuss serious business. Old cat kept dodging as he said, little flower wants to learn sword skills. He needs a short sword, and that feather can craft one that is perfect for him. F***CKU. Han Sen didn't wait until old cat finished talking before trying to punch him again. Han Sen knew the asterisk's holes wouldn't just give him the video out of kindness. All old cat wanted was Kong Fei's feather. Stay up late, said old cat, if you take me to see little flower, I will give you the feather. When he said that, old cat and Han Sen were both shocked. The 5 elites had offered so many deals, and yet stay up late hadn't spared a second thought of accepting any. Now, to see little flower, he was willing to give up the priceless feather. It was an extremely touching moment. Old Cat shouted, "See? This is what you call a real man." "And who are you?" "A father, supposedly." After that, Old Cat walked up to stay up late and smiled. "It's not that I do not wish to take you, but ordinary people. When they go there, they cannot survive. I wouldn't have brought Little Flower if I didn't know he was special. So, how about you just give me the feather, and I will pass it along to Little Flower. Unless I get to properly see Little Flower, I won't spare it another thought," Stay Up Late said calmly. Old Cat felt depressed. "How do I make you guys believe what I'm doing is for the good of Little Flower? If anyone could go, I'd have taken you both there already. I can't see Little Flower, so nothing changes." Hansen stopped. He stopped chasing Old Cat because he was unable to catch him. Old Cat sighed and said, "It's fine if you choose not to give me the feathers. I'll find another way, but I'll tell you right now that you are both so weak. Carrying those feathers is like carrying ticking time bombs. If you don't give them to me, I suggest you get rid of them. I don't believe anyone will come and steal them." Hansen lifted his lips. "They are afraid of Kong Fei, so of course they haven't tried to steal the feathers yet. But some creatures will be more reckless than the beings you have encountered so far," Old Cat said. He looked up at Stay Up Late and said, "I say Beast Area is a great choice. You'd be fine there, and you can keep the deified feather. And you can find a home with that faction. And about you," Old Cat stared at Hansen with a look of remorse. Old Cat went silent for a bit, then went on to say, "Humans are a branch off the crystallizer tree. Because human blood is not pure, and the sanctuaries forced them to grow up fast, their genes aren't very stable. The future is very uncertain for them, lacking the stability of pure blood." Old Cat paused and said, "The few elders that you met on the road made Stay Up Late offers of tribe membership because they wanted a king. It wouldn't happen overnight, of course. It would take a lot of work. And they would also have to help you refine the deified feather. Even to a big faction like Beast Area, it would be asking a lot of them. So, it's fairly easy to see why they would choose Stay Up Late. They'd favor a guaranteed success, as there is a lot more risk choosing you due to your instability. That sums up why they didn't dare to invest in you. If humans are that bad, then give me back Little Flower," Hansen said. Old Cat laughed and said, "That's different. You are the first generation, and we aren't certain how far your development can go. Little Flower is different because he's a second gen. He's rich with potential and his genes are stable. He was born like this. Some of that might have been because of you, but you are first gen, and if you want his results, you'll have to work for them yourself." Hansen was too lazy to talk much more, so all he did was look coldly at Old Cat. "But don't worry. If you do well enough, you can still become rich." Old Cat rolled his eyes and went on to say, "But if you want a big faction like Beast Area to spend on you, that's asking the impossible. Big factions like that tend to avoid risks and liabilities. It's not too different from those investors of yours, back in the Alliance. They will sometimes invest with high risks, but they invest little and expect high returns. You can't put all your eggs in one basket. Investing in you is asking too much of them. No one can ask them to make bets and risks on something so uncertain. I heard you the first time. There's no need to repeat yourself." Hansen rolled his eyes. Old Cat laughed and said, "So, I do have a suggestion to make. You can go to the Wanjia treasury with the feather." "Wanjia treasury?" Hansen frowned, not sure what that place might be. He had never heard of it before. Old Cat explained, "It's like Holy Heaven or the Beast Area's Xenogeneic space. The race that claimed that place, however, is called Thousand Treasures. It is a powerful race, and it has a very high rank in the Geno Hall. They love to collect treasures, and they are famous businessmen and collectors. They are very honorable about it all, too. If you take the feather to the Wanjia treasury, you can sell it for whatever you want. There's no chance of losing out there. But I do suggest that you don't sell it for money. Use it to find membership within Wanjia Treasury, Old Cat said. And what would I be joining there for? Hansen felt bad. People were begging, stay up late to join, and Hansen would have to give up his feather for membership to one. Hansen didn't want to join the ranks of another race, though. Even if he didn't want to get in with them through material trades. Old Cat quickly said, keep in mind that joining them doesn't mean you become one of their race. It doesn't mean you'll completely give up your deified feather, either. 1,000 treasures adore treasure. They have a special rule. If one from another race has an item that they really want, and if the person wishes to, they can go to the Wanjia Treasury and become a member. It doesn't mean you become one of the 1,000 treasures. If you want an example from the Alliance, think of it as a clubhouse. You can have some protection and authority, and you get to keep the feather. There's no need to worry about others potentially taking it away. You'd be safe with them. 1,000 treasures, is that generous? They protect me and the feather for nothing? Hansen asked Old Cat skeptically. Of course, there's no free lunch. When you store your feather there, you become a member. When you take it out of their storage, you lose membership privileges. The treasure you store there will be watched by the 1,000 treasures. But don't worry, they are solid and reliable. You can reclaim your stuff whenever. And they wouldn't conduct research on anything of yours without explicit permission, Old Cat said. Seeing Hansen remain silent, he continued and said, the feathers were just beaten by a lower race. Their power has been lessened. A planet like Planet Kate, that was previously enslaved by the feathers, might find itself in a bit of a mess. So, I advise that you leave and attend to what you need to do. There is a way to contact the Beast Area and the Wanjia Treasury. And if you do contact them, they are bound to come and pick you up. Think about it, kid. The Beast Area is good. It is better to join them and level up through them than to do everything by yourself, Old Cat said to stay up late. After that, Old Cat disappeared. Hansen called out to him, but he was already gone. Hansen was very excited to take the video back to the sanctuary, and when he went back, he showed Little Flower to Ji Yanran and his mother. They felt much safer, learning Little Flower was somewhat safe. There was no need for them to worry. But they only felt a little bit better. They wouldn't feel completely safe until Little Flower was back with them. After Hansen returned to the abandoned room, he spoke to stay up late about what they should do next. Although Old Cat often had dubious intentions, in this case, he was right. Planet Kate would descend into chaos, and it was best that they form a game plan. After a while, Stay Up Late told Hansen, I want to go to the Wanjia Treasury. Hansen thought that it was a good idea, as it at least comforted him to know that no one would fight for the treasure there. The treasure could only be accessed by the person who put it in. That sounded pretty great. Hansen wasn't planning on going there, though. The offer sounded good, coming from Old Cat's mouth, but perhaps a little bit of chaos would be good for him. He was planning on staying on Planet Kate. Hansen was surprised Stay Up Late had decided not to join up with Beast Area. But Stay Up Late didn't say why he had made the decision he had, and Hansen wasn't going to ask. Next, they used the number Old Cat gave them to call the Wanjia Treasury. After the call, someone flew an aircraft over to pick up Stay Up Late. Because Hansen and Stay Up Late each possessed a deified feather, everyone knew. 1,000 treasures knew, too. All they did was look at the feather on the return to the Wanjia Treasury. Before leaving, Stay Up Late told Hansen he would resume his search for Little Flower. If he learned anything new, he'd give Hansen a shout. Hansen was touched that Stay Up Late was that nice to Little Flower. But it was something that Stay Up Late considered to be his duty. He thought he had failed before, and that finding Little Flower now should be his ultimate goal. After Stay Up Late was gone, Hansen went back to Grand City by his lonesome. He walked for half a day, and then he saw many ships soaring through the atmosphere. He also heard many explosions. Planet Kate really is in a mess. I hope Xiao, Lansei, and Mr. Tiger are okay, Hansen thought to himself. Hansen quickened his pace until he reached a smaller city. He wanted to find a public transport service to take him back quickly. But unfortunately, that city was also in chaos. There had been a fight at the train station, resulting in its destruction. And aside from that, there were no other means of public transport active. So, Hansen sought to leave town. He was stopped by a group of creatures before he could, though. "Friend, let us walk together." The leader smiled at Hansen. "Why would I follow you lot?" Hansen looked at them and noticed that looked almost like the centaurs of ancient myth. Their upper bodies were human, but their lower bodies were those of bulls instead of horses. Do not misunderstand our intent. We are not hostile, and we merely wish to establish friendships. If you would like, you can visit our place for a while. We don't want to hurt you while we attack Planet Kate. The leading centaur laughed. Thanks. But I can take care of myself, so don't worry about me. Hansen walked around them with the obvious intent of leaving. They may have said that they wanted to keep him safe, but who knew how their intent might turn later on. Hansen did not think Kong Fei's name would make him invulnerable. The centaurs had to be after the feather, he wagered. Please come with us, and do not make things difficult. The leading centaur waved a command, and a dozen centaurs swooped forward to halt Hansen's departure. 2 centaurs were directly in front of Han Senator. They tried to grab him. So we're playing hardball, huh? Hansen thought. So, Hansen moved his legs like the wind and evaded them both. He shot away through the residential district, leaving billows of dust behind him. Don't let him escape. The leading centaur shouted, as the rest of the centaurs gave chase. Hansen was not afraid of a stampede, and he was able to use his Dongxian movements to effectively bob and weave through the streets. The centaurs kept on chasing for quite a while, but they eventually lost sight of him. Hansen emerged from a ruined building. He put on his Dongxian armor. The armor made his presence seem much different than it did in his simple spell armor. He was planning to escape the city from its other end. But before he could, he saw an old airship docking there. Many Kate and others were queuing there. Brother, are you a noble of the Kate? When Hansen walked past the ship, a Kate approached and asked him politely. Kind of. What is it? Hansen said. You know the feathers are no longer protecting the planet, right? It has led to Planet Kate descending into chaos. We are being invaded. We are from 7 Mirrors, and we are looking to recruit members. We are in dire search of brothers like you. If you join us, you will receive great treatment. You will not have to suffer in the midst of war, the Kate said, as if his offer was something sublime. After a while, Hansen understood what was going on. 7 Mirrors was a higher race, like the feathers. There weren't many of them, though, and they already had a planet to manage. So, they were happy to welcome outsiders to join them. After the feathers fell, 7 Mirror sent members to begin recruiting from the planet owned by Holy Heaven. Hearing of the conditions and the treatment he would receive, and the way they seemed to do things, Hansen was tempted to join. The reason Hansen was tempted, though, was because after recruiting here, they'd venture to another city to try their luck. Grand City would be on their list of destinations. Hansen thought having a free ride wouldn't be too bad. It'd be better than walking there, at least I'll have a look and check it out. I won't guarantee I'll join, though, Hansen said to the recruiter. Sure. You should take a look first, but I assure you, you won't regret this. The Kate sounded very passionate about all this. He led Hansen on board the airship, going on to say, but there is a test you must undergo. It's a rule of ours. And don't worry about it too much, as the results don't mean much. The Kate brought Hansen to the ship. He didn't have to take the test with the other Kate, and he was taken to a special lobby for it. In the lobby, there were a few other Kates, and others of a different race he had no chance of identifying. They looked like barons. Lao Zhuama, not bad. You found a baron in this dump. A Kate baron lifted his lips. A few other barons turned to look at Han Senator. They couldn't discern much about him, due to him being clad in armor. The Kate that brought Hansen there, Lao Zhuama, laughed and responded, good people can find themselves, blessed by God anywhere. Everyone looked at him in disdain when he said that, but no one actually said anything else. Lao Zhuama brought Hansen to an empty room. There was a Geno tree on the table. Lao Zhuama pointed at it and said, it's just a progress test. It doesn't matter what the results are, you'll still earn the treatment we promised. If your results are excellent, we will offer you even more, though. We wouldn't want to bury the geniuses. Hansen did not say anything, and he simply pricked his finger and allowed a drop of blood to fall onto the tree. He did not know how much power he had. Ordinary barons were around 100. When Hansen's blood dropped onto the tree, it started to grow. The white bone flowers started to bloom. When Lao Zhuama saw the bone flowers, his eyes almost dropped out of their sockets. How can there be so many? Lao Zhuama was frozen for a while. He was counting them like mad. Hansen looked over there too, quickly totaling the flowers. There were 434 flowers on the tree. It was a scary number, since normal barons had only around 100. It was more than quadruple. Discount nobles could only reach 1,000, and some of them only had around 700. Hansen's fitness was half that of a viscount. Lao Zhuama could not believe what he was seeing, and he kept on trying to count. He was standing beside a monster. It was astonishing to think a baron could have such high fitness. We have found a treasure. Lao Zhuama, thinking this, started to tremble and shake. Say, brother friend. Are you from a higher race? Lao Zhuama was going to call Hansen brother, but it wasn't appropriate. So, he called him friend. Lao Zhuama thought Hansen was from a higher race, because normal barons should never reach that sort of level. It didn't matter how much they practiced, they just couldn't. On the form, didn't I tell you I was human? Hansen acted like he didn't understand what he was being asked. Yes, you did. Lao Zhuama felt disheartened, as he had never heard of a human before. And he knew there was no higher race called that. Lao Zhuama still felt depressed, and without saying much, he told Hansen, you will have to wait a few days on this airship. But going to 7 Mirrors won't take long once we depart. That's okay. I greatly enjoy traveling, Hansen said. Lao Zhuama gave Hansen a room to live in, but without anything to do, Hansen found himself going up on deck. Many refugees wished to board the airship and go to 7 Mirrors. Going to an underdeveloped planet was better than remaining in a war zone, or so they felt. But 7 Mirrors wasn't willing to take just anybody. The nobles were always favored, which made it difficult for commoners to be accepted. 7 Mirrors was not a charity, and they were only going to take those who could prove themselves useful. The old, sick, or injured weren't allowed on board. What race do you belong to? You don't look like you're from Planet Kate, a Baron Kate asked. He had come forward to check Hansen out. Human, Hansen answered. I have never heard of them, so I can only assume they are even smaller than the Kate. The Baron wasn't insulting Hansen, he was mocking himself, more than anything. Hansen looked at him and asked, what can I do for you? I am Mike. The Baron introduced himself, and then said, so, we've been recruited by 7 Mirrors and we're headed to an underdeveloped planet for work. If you want, why don't we go to the same place and partner up? I still haven't decided if I want to go yet. Hansen did not reply. Mike shook his head. When the fighting starts, it's not only the common folk that will be in grave danger. The barons will be, too. Land reclamation is hard, but it is still better than war. So, why the hesitation? We'll see. Hansen didn't much care for what he was being told. Hansen had spoken to Qiao, and he was able to confirm that war had not yet reached Grand City. Xiao and Lan Se were thinking of ways they could escape and where they could go, but they had so far been unable to reach a decision. Han Sen told them about Seven Mirrors recruiting, and they told him they might consider it. They'd talk about it in greater depth once they were all together again. The third master had evacuated from Planet Kate with Mr. Tiger, and they extended an invite for Han Sen to join them at another headquarters of the Black Gold Group. It was an offer Han Sen quickly rejected, though. Mike wished to say something more to Han Sen, but something occurred down below. They both looked down and saw a legion of centaurs in front of the airship. They surrounded the people who were waiting for a chance to conduct the test in the hopes of boarding the airship. Lao Zhuoma quickly went down to meet the centaurs, though. He smiled and said, "Taurus, please do not misunderstand. We are from Seven Mirrors, and we are friends, not enemies." After that, Lao Zhuoma pointed at the Seven Mirrors emblem on the ship. The leading centaur recognized it. In fact, it was the reason that the centaurs had taken action. The centaur, seeing the Seven Mirrors symbol, looked at Lao Zhuoma and coldly said, "We don't care about Seven Mirrors. Kill all these Kate." The centaur warriors lifted their spears to kill the Kate that had been lining up. Lao Zhuoma looked horrified at the wrath of the centaurs. He had joined Seven Mirrors, yes, but he was Kate. It hurt to see his own people get slaughtered. "Can you show mercy? Seven Mirrors will be accepting these Kate. We were going to take them to help develop an empty planet. Please?" Lao Zhuoma gritted his teeth. Although many people would fail the test, Lao Zhuoma was a Kate himself. He couldn't just watch them die. Mike looked just as angry, too. He said, "The low lives of Taurus happily licked the boots of the feathers when they were in control, but now that they have fallen, these scumbags have aligned themselves with the enemies of the feathers. This is King Horrible. Which race did they sign up with?" Han Sen asked, curiously. "I think they are called demons. They looked similar to the Kate, but they have horns on their heads," Mike said. Han Sen wished to say something, but the leader of the centaurs shouted, "What a load of crap. Only the people currently on board the ship count as Seven Mirrors. Just kill the rest of them." After that, he commanded his warriors to attack the people. "Stop!" Lao Zhuoma shouted. The leader centaur coldly laughed and said, "What? Would you like to fight us, as a representative of Seven Mirrors?" "No. We are merely recruiting. Please be nice and let us take these people." "Seven Mirrors has bought their services," Lao Zhuoma said politely. Seven Mirrors was not weak, but they weren't the sorts to engage in conflict. This time, when they came to Planet Kate, the supervisor had informed them not to come into contact with any demons. "Okay. Let's make this simple. From now on, if they are on the airship, they are yours. If they cannot get on board, then I am sorry." After the centaur leader said that, he gestured with his hands for his soldiers to rush forward. Lao Zhuoma didn't fight, he just shouted at the people, saying, "Get on the ship. Hurry. Animal." Mike shouted down from atop the ship. "Why are they killing them? Don't they need people to develop Planet Kate, too?" Han Sen asked with a frown. Mike coldly said, "Taurus is a race that takes pleasure in killing. They have a grudge with the Kate, due to the Kate beating them once before. Now they've got a clear chance, they aren't so willing to let us leave." There was some crying heard from the crowds, as people tried to rush forward and get aboard the barge. The entryway was narrow, though, and if many more people boarded, it would overload the airship. The centaur warriors thundered into the crowds, butchering merrily. The Kate were all just commoners, and so they had no chance of killing the centaur warriors. They were not trained for anything of the sort. In moments, a dozen of the Kate had been killed. Lao Zhuoma called for everyone to hurry, but there was not enough room for everyone to get on. The leader of the centaurs looked murderous. He was gleefully watching his men commit happily to the slaughter, as the droves of people began screaming and crying. This wasn't war, this was a massacre. Ordinary Kate had Geno armor, but they could not fight, they could not resist the onslaught. A centaur warrior struck a woman down with his spear. She grabbed it with one hand while pushing her daughter away with a blood-curdling scream. "Run to the ship." The centaur warrior tried to pull his spear back out of the woman's body, but her grip was firm. She held tightly to the spear that was deep in her blood-dyed chest. A little 4-year-old girl came running over to her mother in tears. She hadn't run to the ship as she had been instructed to. Even if she had listened, though, she'd have been unable to penetrate the crowd. Another of the centaur warriors smiled cruelly. He swung his spear down towards the crying little girl. "No." The woman's voice broke. Pang! A horn arrow appeared, punching through the centaur warrior's head, then pinning the beast to the asphalt. Hansen held his gold feather bow as he leaped off the ship. He ran in front of the fallen warrior and pulled the arrow out of its head. Hansen had seen a lot of life and death, and his mind didn't care. But sometimes, his body didn't listen. The other centaur warrior screamed. He pulled his spear out of the woman and tried cutting Hansen down. But all Hansen had to do was move slightly and step past the warrior. He moved his bow and brought its string up to the beast's neck. Then, the severed head fell off and bounced across the ground. D***menu. The centaur leader shouted furiously. His muscles flared up as he suddenly chucked his giant spear. It crossed a few dozen meters, coming right at Hansen. Hansen didn't even seem to look at the spear as he stepped around it. He pulled his gold feather bow and fired 2 horn arrows. Each arrow neatly punctured the head of a centaur. The closest warriors ran towards Hansen, but he was able to swing around with his bow and use the string to decapitate several of the beasts. The heads barreled through the sky with bloody trails. 1 step, 1 kill. He pulled his horn arrows from the corpses and immediately fired them at another 2 centaurs. "How dare you kill my Taurus warriors? I'm going to skin you alive." The centaur leader roared and jumped towards Hansen. As this occurred, a few other warriors blew on horns to gather more reinforcements. It was really loud, echoing through the sky. Hansen had been quickly killing the enemy. He had 1 bow and 2 arrows, but that didn't stop him from being a complete killing machine. Everywhere he went, the warriors lost their heads. "That dollar is a nice person, but he sure is reckless. The Taurus HQ is fairly near. He must have a death wish." The barons on the ship came on deck and talked as they watched the action below. Mike's face kept changing. He wanted to go down and save the crowd, but he knew his own limits and realized that he likely couldn't help. It would be easy to get off the ship, but nigh impossible to get back on. If he killed one of the Taurus warriors, those of 7 Mirrors would not let them back. With the situation unfolding the way it was, choosing to engage the Taurus really was akin to having a death wish. As Hansen was killing like mad, Lao Zhuoma looked at him with a conflicted expression. He felt both touched and ashamed. He was a Kate, but he had been unable to protect his own people. With Hansen there, the warriors did not run to the crowd. They all tried to kill Hansen. As Hansen fought, he kept moving further and further from the ship. He knew it was pointless to kill the warriors, but he just wanted to buy some time for the Kate to get on the ship. The centaur leader was finally in front of Hansenator. The beast swung his spear, and it was most certainly stronger than what the other warriors could do. The leader was a baron. But Hansen's face did not change. For some reason, his movements allowed him to dodge the attack. When he walked past the leader, the string took off the leader's head just like it had with the other warriors. The barons and Lao Zhuoma on the ship all sighed. The Taurus were very good at killing, and their barons were much greater than Kate barons. Watching Hansen cut off the leader's head was quite scary. "This guy is so strong." "He said that he's a human? What is that race?" "Is it a higher race?" a baron asked in shock. "It is a shame. If he was allowed to live, he might have been able to do a whole lot more. But he is too reckless." Another baron shook his head. As this occurred, a flurry of footsteps was rushing Han Sen's way. A centaur warrior was coming, but it was twice as big as the average centaur. It was also clad in metal armor. The 4 legs could cross a dozen meters in one step. It was different from the spear-wielding warriors, and it was holding a 2-meter-long greatsword. Despite that, it carried the sword lightly, like it wasn't heavy at all. But seeing the texture of the blade, it was obvious that the sword was made from heavy steel. There was no way it was actually light. Oh no! This is a Taurus greatsword-wielding Viscount. It is a really high rank amongst the Viscounts. He is so strong, and he can wield the element of fire to incinerate foes, explained a baron on deck. I hope he can hold out a bit longer. Since he is going to die anyway, holding out another few minutes will allow a few more Kate to get on. Another of the barons sighed. Han Sen saw the greatsword centaur coming, but he still remained oh so calm. It wasn't as if he hadn't killed a Viscount before. He had already killed 3 of them, after all. He kept moving forward, trying to lure the warriors away from the ship. When the greatsword-wielding centaur got close, Han Sen sped up a little more. The creature was only 100 meters away. Die. The greatsword-wielding centaur's feet were like thunder. It jumped a few dozen meters, with the greatsword swinging towards Han Sen's head. The steel suddenly blazed with red fire, radiating enough power to sunder a building. In a town in the north, the Taurus Viscount, whose name was Angry Steel, was looking at the image in front of him. He was watching the 7 Mirrors airship. Next to Angry Steel, there was a man. He had purple eyes and hair, horns, and white clothes. He, too, was watching the video stream. If Han Sen had seen that white-clothed man, he'd have been very shocked. And that was because the man looked like Ashura from the Alliance. Angry Steel looked glum. He was standing next to a master of the demon bloodline, and Angry Steel had been wanting to show off the Angry Steel army's power. He wanted to impress the demon, and perhaps be considered for placement as one of the higher races. But before he could show the man anything, this unfortunate event had transpired. Killing the Kate people was not the mistake. The biggest mistake was for so many warriors, Baron leader included, to be ruthlessly murdered by another Baron. It all happened so swiftly, it was embarrassing. Mr. Viscount, Taurus warriors do seem to be a little special, as you have been keen to express. Many of them surrounded a baron, and all of them were haplessly murdered. They don't look strong, I'll tell you that much. Next to the demon master, there was a woman with 2 horns. But her horns were golden, and they were different from the master's horns. Angry Steel Viscount lowered his head to the master and said, I am sorry, Mr. G. It was me merely being useless. Mr. G shook his head and said, that person is a baron, but he is good. This isn't entirely your fault. Order your 10 captains to go there and keep him busy. Angry Steel Viscount quickly said, my best captain, Greatsword Viscount, is already there. He can kill the person with ease. Mr. G looked at the video, but did not speak. The Lady Demon sneered and said, why are you talking so much crap? Are you really that stupid? We need 10 of your captains to go, not just this single one. Angry Steel Viscount felt a little enraged by her chastisement, but he refrained from showing it. He nodded and said, yes, I will order all 10 captains to go at once. Angry Steel Viscount thought Greatsword Viscount was enough to deal with the Mystic Baron, but he still gave the order to send everyone out there. Greatsword Viscount was already there, and he was running at Han. Senator Angry Steel Viscount thought to himself, if Mr. G says I have to do this, then I have to do this. I definitely don't want to upset him. But Greatsword Viscount can definitely kill that person. He doesn't need anyone else. It'll just be for show. Angry Steel Viscount watched the video feed confidently as Greatsword Viscount rushed straight at Han. Senator. Its powerful body had considerable momentum, and it was very shocking to witness. It was like the very planet was shaking. And in regards to his performance, Angry Steel Viscount was satisfied. Greatsword Viscount was not the strongest leader amongst Angry Steel army, but he was most certainly the most intimidating one. Otherwise, Angry Steel wouldn't have selected him to become the top-ranked captain. Greatsword Viscount jumped a distance of a few dozen meters. A large flame enwreathed the greatsword he wielded. His strength and speed were perfect, and the sight of it was beautiful. This is it. Kill that Baron. Let Mr. G know that Angry Steel army is strong, Angry Steel Viscount thought to himself. Mr. G was looking at Greatsword Viscount when he suddenly smiled. Lao Zhuoma looked pale. He was worried for Han Sen and the Kate that had not yet boarded the ship. The door was too narrow. There was a limit to how many people could get on board, all at the same time. Only half of the group had successfully made it inside the ship. The other half were still out in the open. There were mostly old people, women, and children outside now. Only a few young men were valiant enough to help them get in. If Hansen was killed, the army would return to finish them all off, and the deaths would be many. Lao Zhuoma looked on strangely. Why Hansen was fighting Greatsword Viscount was a mystery to him, and if he had decided to just evade the foe, he'd surely survive longer. He could have even run off. But Hansen was heading towards Greatsword Viscount directly, with no thought of escaping. When the onlookers saw the greatsword swinging down, they knew the blow would be something not even a steel airship could withstand. Hansen did not move. His left hand held onto the gold feather bow as his right hand clutched the horn arrows. He pulled the string back as far as it could go, and he took aim at Greatsword Viscount. The bow was a weapon that exceeded expectations at range, but Greatsword Viscount was within melee distance of Han Senator. The burning steel greatsword was going to come against the bow, and Hansen had yet to fire. Die! Greatsword Viscount roared, as the muscles in his body tightened. He unleashed a scary power that looked like it would crush Hansen and the ship. As this occurred, Hansen unleashed the arrow. The whoosh of its travel sounded as the arrow rushed forward like a toxic cobra strike. It seemed too late to fire now, though. Greatsword Viscount's greatsword was going to come into contact with the horn arrow, then probably carry on through to hit Hansen. Greatsword Viscount wore a horrible smile, and he kept roaring. He gripped the sword tightly as he pushed more of his rage into the weapon. He was 3 inches away from the arrow. But the horn arrow disappeared right before Greatsword Viscount. Nothing collided with the steel greatsword. Hansen turned and went right past him like a butterfly. He ended up at the foe's side. Greatsword Viscount wished to strike again, but it was then that the creature noticed the vanishing arrow had reappeared. Before he could react, the horn arrow raced through his mouth as he was shouting. The arrow was spinning incredibly quickly. It came up through his throat, bulldozing its way into his brain. It came out again, spraying brain matter and juice all about. Hansen kept on going past Greatsword Viscount, not even concerned enough to look at the beast. He reclaimed the arrow and moved forward. Greatsword Viscount's team was still in the area. Greatsword Viscount's body fell backward, creating a 12-meter-long trail. The corpse twitched as brain juice leaked and poured out everywhere. He was going to die. Hansen had no reaction, like this was an everyday activity for him. But Lao Zhuoma and Mike were in shock, and even Angry Steel Viscount was floored. None of them could believe their eyes. For a Viscount Taurus to go out like that was crazy, especially when its enemy was simply a baron. The team of Taurus warriors had been fighting in a bloodthirsty rage, but after watching Greatsword Viscount be murdered, they were in massive shock. They no longer looked intimidating. In fact, they looked rather scared. All teams need to reach the battlefield in 5 minutes. No, 3 minutes. Angry Steel Viscount shouted down the communicator. His face had turned green. He didn't think Greatsword Viscount would be killed quite so easily. That Baron was pretty scary, and Angry Steel felt so angry, knowing his men were proving to be so useless against the attacker. Usually, this would be fine. But now Mr. G was watching as the angry steel army got massacred by a mere baron and watching as that same baron destroyed a strike team. It made angry steel want to dig a hole to hide in. Mr. G watched the video feed of Hansen for a little while longer, then he turned around and left. Mr. G, please give me another chance. Angry Steel Army will kill that baron, Angry Steel said hastily. Keep him busy. Mr. G walked out of the camp. He was looking in the direction of the battlefield. The maid followed behind Mr. G, and as she walked, she said, Sir, he is just a baron. You don't need to challenge the man yourself. If you want to see him alive, just tell Angry Steel Viscount to go and grab him. Mr. G laughed and did not say anything. He kept his eyes to the battlefield as he walked. After he was gone, Angry Steel was incredibly furious. He was shouting into the communicator, saying, I give you 5 minutes. Kill that baron before Mr. G gets there. Otherwise, you will all suffer military punishment. After shouting, Angry Steel exited the camp and chased after Mr. G. Angry Steel Army's 9 captains did not dare to move slowly. They all led their teams to the battlefield. Taurus were supposedly good at fighting and killing. Their vitality was above average, and their fighting skills were really good. They were in a rush to get there now, but the formation of the teams was not a mess. With 9 captains, they were all going to strike at once. Hansen had already killed 1 strike team, and it didn't even seem to have slowed him down. Because there were too many of the centaurs, all racing to kill the innocents so quickly, he couldn't chase them away. He had no choice but to kill them. Amidst the killing, however, Hansen discovered something interesting. His Dongxian armor could absorb power. Hansen already knew that it gave him energy to fight non-stop, but now he was feeling something more in the energy flowing out of the armor. If the armor usually had 1 water tap providing energy, then he could now feel many more open faucets. Hansen's life was stronger, and his power had increased. This increase happened after he dealt with the strike team. Does this mean the Dongxian armor absorbs the power of the earth? Just like my coin Geno core could when I used collecting taxes. The more creatures there are around me, the more power I receive? Hansen thought to himself. Hansen soon received an answer to this. When the 9 teams arrived, Hansen felt his Dongxian armor give a vastly greater surge of energy. This went beyond merely recovering the energy that he had lost. So it's true. Hansen was quite happy about this discovery, but he didn't know if it was a result of his Dongxian Sutra or his dollar Geno core. This was not something Hansen could ponder now, however. He had no time, due to 9 Taurus Viscounts headed his way. They all looked pretty past. Hansen was merely a baron, and even with the Dongxian armor's buff, he'd still wouldn't be quite as strong as a Viscount. If he missed a single strike, things would turn out very poorly for him. Lao Zhuoma had watched Hansen kill Greatsword Viscount. He had been stunned when that happened, but now, there was a whole army of centaurs coming. Hansen was like a small rowboat amidst a sea of tumultuous waves. It didn't seem like things would end well for him. Get on the ship, quick. Lao Zhuoma shouted distractedly at the Kate still trying to board the ship. Mike had seen Hansen fighting from the upper deck, and he watched with a complicated expression. Buzz. Before the centaur army reached Hansen, they all lifted their spears and threw them at him like javelins. There were so many of them, they looked like a cloud in the sky. Hansen looked up at the spears that were falling like rain. As he did, the gold feather bow disappeared. His right hand touched his waist, and when he did, something white appeared. A white sword light blazed out from his hand. Under the black rain of spears, it looked like a sun that was swelling to life. Hansen ran into the ring of spears he had cut down, and wherever he went, countless spears were broken. None of the spears could cut through his net of sword strikes. Amazing sword skills. Everyone who witnessed it was flabbergasted, whether they were friend or foe. But the Taurus were not going to retreat, and the 9 captains were still leading their teams towards Han's senator. They surrounded him by keeping their formations tightly knit. The sword air travels 30,000 miles, and one sword can puncture 9 layers of the sky. I thought that any man who can do such marvelous things must be a swordmaster. But he is just a baron. I was certain that he possessed a higher rank. Talk about shocking. From a broken building not far away, Mr. G was watching the swordlight performance with admiration. Very good. I have followed you and have borne witness to many higher races, but none have used such excellent sword techniques as this baron here. Even the maid gave Hansen a compliment. Angry Steel continued to look terrible. All 10 of his teams had arrived, and all they had to do was kill one baron. But they were being destroyed. The sword air cut through his army like a sickle through field grass. What made him angriest, though, was that the man didn't have as much power as any of the captains. And yet, despite that, the baron was invincible. Angry Steel's soldiers had been unable to do anything to him. It was fortunate the person was only a baron, so he couldn't use more swordlights. He could only kill one warrior at a time. If this hadn't been the case, thousands would have died in mere moments. Roar! One of the viscounts amidst the 9 captains roared. His armor cracked, and his muscles inflated. His skin looked like steel, and his eyes became red. He was turning xenogeneic. Hansen was not surprised by this, though. In fact, he was quite happy about it. Hansen used his Dongxian movements to avoid fighting all 9 of them at the same time. But that did not mean he couldn't kill them. It just enabled him to scope out the right time to strike. In the xenogeneic universe, killing xenogeneics was widely approved. It was the only way he could nab beast souls, too. The Greatsword Viscount was just a noble when he was killed. Because of this, the sanctuaries did not get involved and he wasn't able to receive any decent loot. The xenogeneic Great Axe Viscount went mad. He shouted, right as his steel-like body took off running towards Han's senator. His hands clutched a great axe. Hansen's body moved like some sort of weird bird. When he dodged the great axe, his own sword struck the xenogeneic Viscount's neck. The pirate bone sword was very sharp, and not even a Viscount's body could withstand its edge. If the pirate bone sword found its target on the enemy, the xenogeneic Viscount would be beheaded. But the xenogeneic Great Axe Viscount was blisteringly fast. When the great axe was only halfway through its swing, its operator was able to pull it back swiftly. Then, it came at Hansen again, but at a speed that was even faster than his own sword. In the air, Hansen's body had no protection. He was exposed. He borrowed the strength of the air, though, and moved 3 feet to the side to dodge the raging axe. The other Viscounts pulled out their spears and threw them. They came at Hansen from every single angle. And even though Hansen was moving like a bird, it was difficult to dodge. He was not a real bird, after all. The Dongxian armor's energy kept on surging. He wasn't a bird, but his body seemed light as a feather. He was like a phoenix soaring through the sky. He evaded the spears as the pirate bone sword was swung towards the xenogeneic's neck again. The xenogeneic Viscount used his great axe to block. It had been forged from xenogeneic Viscount materials, too. But even so, it was broken in a single hit. Luckily for the Taurus, the xenogeneic Viscount was very fast. He roared and fell back a few meters to avoid the deadly strike. A few other Viscounts approached, with all the other weapons being cogs in a machine that was coming for Hansen. Hansen moved with incredible precision. Despite being locked in an impossibly small space, he was able to break through the effort to surround him. He was still coming for the xenogeneic Viscount. Everyone could see that this was what he wished to do, however. Amidst the effort of surrounding him, he wanted to kill the xenogeneic Taurus Viscount above all. He is so brave. He is so strong. He is so awesome. Mr. G complimented Hansen 3 times. Even Lao Zhuama and Mike knew what Hansen wanted to do, and it was a strangely obvious move to make. Am I crazy, or is he crazy? Does he really want to push and kill the Xenogenic Viscount while he is still surrounded? Is this guy really a baron? Mike was very surprised. If he isn't a baron, it makes sense why the Taurus are being killed so simply. A baron gave a wry smile. Before Hansen got off the ship, no one could suspect things might turn out this way. No one believed a baron could truly go up against an army as accomplished as this one. And this was something not even a baron from the higher classes could achieve. In fact, amidst the highest lanterns in the Geno Hall, there were barons. But none of those would be as dexterous as Hansen. Hansen wouldn't say he was the strongest, but if he fought solo, he was the absolute best. The combination of the Dongxian aura's buff, the Dongxian movements, and his phoenix techniques was something none of Hansen's opponents would be able to overcome. Assuming no one extra strong appeared, Hansen would be undefeated for sure. The scary thing was, he had infinite power. He wouldn't be fatigued. Stop him! Angry Steel shouted. He had never experienced such a dire state of affairs before. A baron was challenging the whole of his army, and the baron was going to kill another of his best captains. If the attempt was successful, it would be mortifying. Aside from the Xenogenic Viscount, the 8 other captains knew that if Hansen captured the Xenogenic's corpse, the Angry Steel army might still be considered a joke even if they killed him. They all tried to stop Hansen. But as they moved to attack, they saw that the situation had changed. They were no longer surrounding Hansenator, it was more like Hansen was chasing their leader. After all the fighting that had transpired, they could not stop the swordlights. They knew it was only a matter of time before Hansen put an end to the Xenogenic Viscount, but when Hansen moved, he was never where they expected him to be. Their swords could not hit Hansen, and many of the swords were broken by Hansen's pirate bone sword. They watched as Hansen quickly approached the Xenogenic Viscount, but no one could stop him. Roar! The Xenogenic Viscount shouted. The muscles across his body were huge. In one hand he held a broken handle, and in the other he held the broken head of the axe. He was now running towards Hansen. There were 2 Viscounts on the right and left, and there were 2 Viscounts behind Hansen. But Hansen looked so calm, and all he did was move quickly. He jumped up, and with a swordlight, he spied an opportunity. He came out from the ring surrounding him, twisted his body, and slipped past the Xenogenic Viscount. Then, he drew his sword. It was so fast it was like lightning. A sword mind appeared that was difficult to understand. It was right in front of the Xenogenic Viscount. It was too late, though. The Xenogenic Viscount shouted and threw his weapons away. As his blood vessels almost burst, he used both hands in an attempt to stop the pirate bone sword that was quickly approaching. Hansen was not as strong as the Xenogenic Viscount, and when his sword was grabbed, he couldn't push it onwards. Angry Steel and the Taurus warriors were all filled with happiness for a change. But the next second, their mood and color changed. The straight blade of the sword that the Xenogenic Viscount had grabbed suddenly curved like a crescent moon. It created a weird angle, piercing into the Viscount's head. The whole battleground was deadly silent. The hand that had grabbed the pirate bone sword was depleted of its strength. Blood seeped out the back of the Viscount's head, and he crumpled to the floor. Xenogenic Viscount hunted, Xenogenic gene found. Xenogenic beast soul obtained, steel centaur. Hansen was so happy about this. He had obtained another beast soul, but he was still in the middle of a fight. He couldn't take a time out to examine it just yet. Where did this guy come from? Mike and the other barons were frozen. They couldn't believe any of this. A baron was surrounded by the Angry Steel army. He had not been killed, and he had managed to kill a Xenogenic Viscount. It beggared belief. After the Xenogenic Viscount was killed, the morale of the Angry Steel army began to wane. The assassination was serious stuff. Seeing it really dealt a blow to their resolve. Angry Steel's face turned red. He was bursting with a scary flame. He bowed to Mr. G and said, "Mr. G, I am going to kill that Baron myself." After that, angry Steel Earl flew towards Han Sen. Although it was embarrassing for an Earl to be forced to kill a Baron, now was not the time to be concerned with that. If he couldn't kill Han Sen now, it would be a tremendous loss for the angry Steel army. He'd lose most of his reputation, for sure. "Everyone fall back," Mr. G said quietly. Angry Steel froze. He turned around and asked him, "What did you say? Are you stupid? Or are your ears clogged?" "He just told you all to leave," the maid lifted her lips to say. But, angry Steel still wished to speak. "This is your third time questioning the judgment of the master's command. The Taurus are bold." The maid looked at angry Steel Earl coldly. A cold sweat broke out on angry Steel Earl's forehead. He quickly bowed and said, "Please do not be mad. I am wrong. I will tell them to retreat immediately." After that, he commanded his entire army to fall back. The Centaur warriors were all shocked, but they didn't want to fight anymore, anyway. They were all happy to listen to the command and swiftly abandon the battle. "You get lost, too." The maid looked at angry Steel Earl with disdain. If he wasn't useful, she would have killed him already for questioning Mr. G 3 times. Angry Steel did not say a word in response, and his face was expressionless. He didn't look at Mr. G, and simply returned to the camp with his army. Han Sen was shocked to see the army suddenly fall back. When the Kate that were boarding the ship saw the army retreat, they began to cheer. Lao Zhuoma and the barons, seeing what happened on the battlefield, looked nervous. They saw a shadow. Mr. G walked slowly onto the battlefield, along with the maid. Han Sen, seeing Mr. G and the maid, looked shocked. They looked like Shura. Mr. G walked in front of Han Sen and bowed before him, saying, "I am of Demon. My name is Luo Ji. May I ask what yours is?" When Lao Zhuoma and Mike saw Mr. G, their faces grew pale. They did not know who Mr. G was in particular, but they knew what the people of Demon looked like. Demon was one of the higher races, unlike the Taurus. "Demon?" Han Sen looked at Mr. G, and then said, "I'm human. The name's Dollar." "Dollar? That's a good name." Luo Ji smiled, but he didn't care if it was a real or fake name. He continued on by saying, "Dollar, you know that the Taurus are a subordinate race of ours?" "Yeah," Han Sen answered. "It's good that you know that. I'm not going to bully you, though. If you aren't damaged by my palm, I will let you go. I promise you that no one will subsequently try to bring you harm," Mr. G coldly said. "What if I don't accept?" Han Sen asked. Han Sen knew that if Mr. G wanted him dead, the man wouldn't have spoken to him as much as he already had. He was here for something, and he wasn't planning on killing him. "If you do not accept, you will have to help me deal with something. And after that, you will be free to go," Mr. G said. "That sounds fair, but you aren't a baron." Han Sen lifted his lips. Mr. G laughed and said, "I am a viscount, but when I use my palm, I will gauge it to a level that rivals yours. If you find out I use more power than I should, consider it my defeat." "Okay, that'll settle it," Han Sen agreed. Han Sen had just fought several viscounts, but the demon Luo Ji was not like the centaurs. He wasn't at the same level. Luo Ji did give Han Sen a sense of danger, though. Han Sen didn't want to be reckless, walking into this. But with what was being offered, it didn't make much sense to reject. If their levels were going to be balanced, Han Sen didn't think he'd have trouble dodging the palm. Luo Ji smiled and raised his right hand. His fingers were really long, and his skin was really pale. It looked like the hand of a young executioner. But when he lifted his hand fully, Han Sen's face changed. As his right hand was raised, it gathered up a weird power. It made no sound or sense, and normal people definitely wouldn't be able to feel it. But Han Sen was very familiar with this power. Many people had this power in his family, and he recognized it. The falsified Sky Sutra? Han Sen's heart jumped. He looked at Luo Ji's hand in shock. Without a shadow of a doubt, the man was using falsified sky powers. Or the Shura version of those powers. He knew he wasn't wrong. When Mr. Ji heard Han Sen's voice, he laughed and said, "This power hails from the annals of my race. It is Sky Demon Sutra. If you can block it, I will never bother you again." Han Sen wasn't familiar with the Sky Demon Sutra, but he knew it must be the same thing as falsified sky power. And Han Sen also knew why Luo Ji was so confident in his ability to hurt him. Falsified sky powers never missed, and no ordinary combatant could ever block them. After Mr. Ji said that, he put his hand in front of him. He swung it like an orchestrator with a baton. It looked rhythmic, and it didn't even look as if there was much power in it. Not many people could block falsified sky powers. If that man used Viscount power against Han Sen, he didn't think he could beat it, but Mr. Ji was using power that equated to Han Sen's level. It was the hubris of arrogance. Han Sen lifted his own palm as he faced off against Mr. Ji. The maid behind Mr. Ji smiled and looked on with disdain. She thought to herself, "This person is arrogant. He thinks he is so great just for killing a few centaurs. He's actually using his own palm against the master, Pa. How dare he think he can compete with the Sky Demon Sutra?" As she thought this, both palms collided. And because the power was equalized, they were both sent reeling back. Han Sen knew this would happen, but Mr. Ji wasn't prepared. It looked as if he couldn't believe it. The maid's eyes and mouth opened wide, and she screamed. "How is that possible? Do you still mean what you said?" Han Sen calmly asked Mr. Ji. That calm was only on the surface, though. After that strike, he knew he had just gone up against falsified sky powers. Does Demon have a connection to the Shura? Is Demon a race formed by the Shura in the Geno universe? Or are the Shura a part of Demon perhaps? Han Sen mulled potential answers for these questions over and over. It was difficult to say. Mr. Ji wore a conflicted expression, and he said, "I spoke the truth. You can leave, and no trouble will pursue you when you depart." After that, Mr. Ji said, "And if you are willing to, we can make a trade. If you succeed, not only will trouble not follow you today, but you will never have trouble on planet Kate ever again. Furthermore, you will be granted a fine reward." "What sort of trade?" Han Sen asked, looking at Mr. Ji. The implications were clear. Mr. Ji wouldn't touch Han Sen for one day, but unless Han Sen got on that airship, he couldn't run very far. Demon would control the entirety of planet Kate soon. If Han Sen didn't want to get killed, he'd have to make this trade. Han Sen was not afraid of being chased, but he wanted to at least hear what the terms might be. Han Sen was also interested in learning why those of Demon were able to make use of falsified sky powers, and why they looked so similar to the Shura. "This is not a place for talking, so let us discuss this somewhere else." Mr. Ji waved for Han Sen to follow him. And without hesitation, Han Sen accompanied him and they both left together. After they left, all the Kate felt as if they had escaped death. Someone had recorded the fight and uploaded it to the internet. It created quite the fuss across many different races. It depicted a baron turning the streets into a killing field. Han Sen's movement and sword skills garnered a lot of attention, in particular. They all wished to guess who he might have been. Many people knew about the pirate bone sword he had wielded. So, many guessed that he belonged to Pirate. But Pirate lacked people with techniques and talent as impressive as what the video showed. While the sword skills known by Pirate were strong, they were not as strong as Han Sen's. The form Han Sen had filled in on the ship was revealed. It identified his race as human, and his name as Dollar. No one had heard of humans before, so no one knew where Dollar might actually be from. But many creatures remembered that human and Dollar combo from that day onwards. It's that asterisk shoal. On a pirate ship, a beautiful young lady was watching the video. She gritted her teeth. It was higher. After she had been robbed, she set out in search of Han Sen, but all traces of the man had vanished. She believed it would be extremely difficult to find him, and the last thing she wanted to hear was that a baron had made such bloody use of her pirate bone sword and killed a Xenogeneic viscount amidst it all. Hire watched the video and recognized both Han Sen and the sword. She was so mad, she really wanted to kill him. Hire, this dollar stole your sword. A man was also watching the video, and he looked greatly surprised. Yes, Uncle Rog. You need to teach him a proper lesson and get the sword back, Hire said to the man in a voice that she thought would sound cute. Although Hire hated Han Sen's guts, his display of power had impressed her. It would be difficult to find another fighter that could equal him, especially among the barons. She knew if she was to exact revenge, she couldn't do it alone. Rog sucked on a lollipop contemplatively. As he watched the video, he said, "Powerful guy. I'm afraid someone of the same tier would not be able to kill him. He is just a baron. If you want to kill him, it shouldn't be difficult for you." Hire clutched his arms tight. Rog blinked and said, "My little Hire wants help, eh? But you do know that if one of us pirates seeks vengeance, we must do it by ourselves. Unless you die or something, of course. If I help you, Grandpa Pirate will kill me." Rog. "Uncle. It is only the two of us. If we don't tell him, he won't know. Please help me." Hire started to swing his arms. "Fine. Fine. Stop shaking me," Rog said. "So, you agree?" Hire sounded excited. "I can't actually do this myself, of course. You'll have to get the sword yourself, otherwise, Grandpa Pirate will kill me." "Uncle." Rog sucked his lollipop with a smile, and then he said, "I can most certainly help you level up to be a viscount, though. He is strong, but if you are a viscount, killing him won't be difficult." She looked upset at first, but after hearing his offer, she seemed much happier. She said, "It would be good to kill that asterisk shoal myself. How can I level up to be a viscount in a short amount of time? This is the geno material I was able to retrieve from a marquis whale. It is from the Lightning Sea. I made battle pills from it. The next time you practice, consume one. I believe that within 10 days, you can become a viscount." Rog gave Hire a bottle of the stuff. Hire accepted the bottle and bared her teeth, saying, "Dollar, I am going to take your life." "Demon grave?" Hansen frowned and looked at Mr. G. Mr. G nodded and said, "Yes, Demon grave. It was an ordinary Xenogeneic space, but a battle once transpired there. Something went awry. Anyone who enters there now has their powers suppressed to the level of an ordinary bumpkin in Geno armor. Even a king would be like a commoner there, and the same applies to any weaponry that enters." "There's a place like that? What happened there?" Hansen asked. "You have seen how powerful that Kong Fei is, yes?" "The one of No," Mr. G inquired. Hansen had a front row seat for that particular show. He nodded and said, "Yes, I have. Demon Grave is the result of two elites like Kong Fei having a brawl," Mr. G said. "It is useless to try and resist the suppression of that zone. Your strength won't mean squat there. You will be a commoner when you enter. The strongest people that opt to reside there are ones like you. It is true skill that sets them apart. When you are there, you might find yourself able to kill a king." "Why am I going to that place with you?" Hansen frowned. A place like that did indeed seem to be good for him, but Hansen didn't think he was invincible enough to march in blindly. The Geno universe, in one way or another, had the falsified Sky Sutra. Demon was not the strongest race, though, and that meant there were powers out there that were even greater than it. Hansen did not think Mr. G would be invincible if he went to this place. Furthermore, his power would be greatly suppressed. Death would find him easier there, so that wasn't good. The legends say two god elites fought for a treasure in Xenogeneic space, and that was how the place became Demon Grave. I am unsure which of them might have managed to take this treasure, but after their battle, there were many xenogeneic plants. The fruit they bear is very mystic, and I will need just one of them. I am hoping you will be able to go with me to retrieve it. If you aid me in this venture, you will be highly rewarded, Mr. G said seriously. If these fruits can provide such a big benefit, and they are still there for the taking, this place must be quite dangerous, Hansen said. Mr. G did not want to hide these facts. He picked up some notes and then laid out everything he had gathered. Demon Grave has a lot of xenogeneic plants, but there are no xenogeneic creatures there. Don't worry. But inside the place, there is an indigenous race. They are the lesser sort of race that can only wear geno armor. None of them can become nobles. Growing up there, however, allows them to munch on as much of the xenogeneic fruit as they want. They cannot become proper barons, but their raw strength is higher than the average soldiers. They are roughly the equal of an average baron. Mr. G went on to say, if they are outside that place, it matters little how strong they are. They are, for all intents and purposes, rubbish. Inside Demon Grave, however, even a king might lose to them. They are our biggest enemy to fear. Hansen surveyed the information in front of him, and he found that most of the papers were drawings that had been done by hand. There weren't any actual videos or surveillance photos. You cannot use tools in there. This is all we have, so take a look, Mr. G explained. Hansen kept on looking at the pictures that had been drawn, though, and he admired the artistic qualities. The bodies of this race looked human-like, but they possessed butterfly wings. Their hair grew upwards like fire, and their bodies were like those of a human. They wore silver geno armor, and they looked really nice. The documents said they were called Chaos. They were not nobles, and nor were they xenogeneics. But their power could definitely be compared to that of a baron. They were nothing when they were out in the world, but they were scary inside their territory. Chaos ate the xenogeneic fruit. While many others had ventured there, hoping to collect some, even dukes, they were mostly killed. But when Hansen read the effects of those fruits, he was tempted. Hansen had 86 Baron Geno points, and that was because he consistently ate the materials and weapons he found. He hadn't cooked the horn arrows or the pirate bone sword. He did eat the toxic Fong dagger, though. And after everything he'd consumed, he was still a while away from 100. He killed Great Axe Viscount, but there were no materials for him to retrieve. He couldn't get the dozen Baron Geno points he needed. After seeing the description of the xenogeneic fruit, Hansen thought that maybe he'd be able to increase his own genes. If he could, he'd become a Viscount. But still, it depended on the fruit itself. And fruit aside, there was already a fairly good motive that could prompt him to go on this venture. If he was able to get a few of the fruits, he could at least swap them for materials, too. Aside from the one I need, you can keep any others you collect. If I get the fruit I want, I will give you a Viscount armor that was forged from xenogeneic material. The defense of the gear is as good as it gets. When Mr. G said this, Hansen was unbelievably tempted to join him. Not only was it the prospect of Viscount armor, but being able to keep collected fruit was wondrous, too. Hansen really wanted to go. Mr. G, seeing Hansen not saying a word, still looked hesitant. So, he took out his phone and showed Hansen a visual of the armor. The armor was blue and made of scales. It looked like a fish scale armor set. Mr. G smiled and said, "This Viscount armor is called aquascale armor. It is made from the scales of Viscount aquascale snakes. Each snake only has one scale, so it took 265 to make this set. If you think I'm worth all this, then sure. I will come with you." Hansen smiled and agreed to the trip. He looked calm and composed, but inwardly, he was drooling over the potential rewards. 265 Viscount materials was incredible. Seeing the armor, Hansen didn't want to wear it. He wanted to eat it. That set of armor could take him from Baron to Viscount, and from Viscount to Earl. That was not an armor set. That was a recovery soup. Mr. G told Hansen that the aquascale snakes were a powerful race but of the lesser variety. They were strong enough to challenge the higher races that were in the Geno Hall. They had tried once, but fell short of being able to claim a lantern. The high race had killed almost all of them in return for the boldness. The aquascale armor was made from the xenogeneic snakes that had died in the battle. It eventually came into Demon's possession, and then Mr. G's personal ownership. This trip to Demon Grave was important, and it had been very difficult to find someone of Hansen's caliber to help. Therefore, the price was of no object. After accepting Mr. G's invitation, Hansen noticed not just anyone could travel to Demon Grave. When Demon Grave was created, a few of the higher races established a rule. They could send people in whenever the entrance opened up, but only within certain limitations. Demon was a part of the ensemble that had made this rule. They could send a group of 4 inside, but 2 of the party had to be demons. Since 2 members of the party had already been chosen, Mr. G only had 1 space remaining. He was originally planning on bringing his maid, but after seeing Hansen, he changed his mind. He'd prefer to bring Hansen instead of her. Mr. G wasn't stupid, though. He had insurance to make sure that Hansen tried his hardest. The maid was an Earl Elite, and there'd be other demons on standby outside. Things wouldn't turn out very well for Hansen if Mr. G didn't return alive. Demon Grave's entrance was near Planet Kate. But because it was not yet open, Mr. G had been waiting around, observing how the tourists attacked. He could not believe that he had stumbled across someone like Hansen here, of all places. 2 days later, Mr. G took Hansen with him to leave Planet Kate's surface. They didn't go far, though. The entrance to Demon Grave was on a natural satellite that orbited Planet Kate. Because of the fight, the energy of Demon Grave was erratic and volatile. Sometimes, Demon Grave would suppress elites so strongly that they would die before they could even set foot on the ground. So, the only option was to enter during a fluctuation of the atmospheric energy. They would enter when the energy was weak, and leave before it became strong again. Hansen followed Mr. G to a base that the elites had built. There were no other higher races there. The guards in the base said that 1 demon had already taken a person into Demon Grave. Mr. G took Hansen out of the base, headed for a barren planet. Mr. G told Hansen he had arrived late on purpose, and so they wouldn't be entering with the others. The natural satellite was the size of the moon, so it wasn't big. It was very empty, too. It was covered in yellow sand and cactus-like plants. When he stepped out of the base, he noticed that the sands stretched out to endless horizons. Rather than being on a tiny moon, it just felt like he was in a random desert somewhere. Hansen knew he had entered Demon Grave, however. This was the result of the xenogeneic space's dimensional twisting. Mr. G, as he kept on walking, told Hansen, "We have entered Demon Grave now, and there is something I must tell you." "Go ahead." Hansen was not surprised by this. Before he had agreed to come, he knew some sort of information had been kept from him. The fruit that we're after this time is special, even for Demon's Grave. But it also means we have to go in deep. It is in the land heavily ruled by chaos. So, we need to ensure we are prepared, Mr. G said. Hansen shrugged his shoulders and did not say anything in response. Even though Mr. G had not told him this before, it was something he already expected. He was offering a lot to Hansen, so there had to be something unusually dangerous involved. That meant Mr. G wouldn't have been very confident in the venture either, if he was to go alone. He really wanted Hansen to go with him. Inside Demon Grave, our lives are tethered. If you die, I die. If you live, I live. So, if there is anything I need to know, it is best you tell me now. Don't hold back something that will bite us in the *SS later, Mr. G said. Hansen smiled and said, "Don't worry, this is a trade. You're paying for the service, so we each have an obligation." "You?" "Money." "Me?" "Effort." We humans have standards. Hearing him say that, Mr. G did not respond. With Hansen in tow, he continued moving forward. Not long after, Hansen felt a little sick. He was feeling weak. After a few dozen more miles, he was feeling extra tired. Demon Grave suppresses outsiders a lot. We are weakened a considerable amount, be careful. If you see the chaos, hide. It is best to try to avoid fighting them. Mr. G was not faring any better, either. He was sweating, and he was visibly struggling against the suppression. After a dozen miles more, the desert turned a little green. They were approaching an oasis, and it spurred them to walk a little faster. It looks like we're on the right path. The map said we'd encounter an oasis. There's a chance we can get some xenogeneic fruit here without trouble. Mr. G looked excited. But they were still very cautious as they walked forward. They didn't want to stumble into the chaos. As for the other powerful races that had entered Demon Grave, Mr. G said not to worry. He had chosen a very dangerous path that would lead them to the Chaos Camp. Normal people wouldn't go there. They didn't sense anything living in the oasis as they approached. When they entered, they found many grape-like fruits, which were reddish-purple in color. They were so heavy, they bent the vines they grew upon. And there were a lot of them. Are these the xenogeneic fruits? Hansen looked at them with surprise. They're not. They're just ordinary fruit. We'll have to look deeper. The xenogeneic fruit we seek will look like crystals, Mr. G said. Hansen followed the grapevines, and a little later, he found a grape that looked very special. Just like Mr. G had said, it looked crystalline, like a piece of jade. Just as Hansen reached out to pick it up, he felt danger coming his way. He quickly fell back and looked at the vine. When Mr. G saw Hansen jump back, he immediately put himself in battle mode. He looked toward the grapevine ahead of them. Mr. G, you are good. Even your mere servant is so sensitive. A voice sounded from the grapevine before someone walked out. Hansen observed the body approaching and noted it was a woman wearing a battle suit. The mask she wore obscured her face, however. On her head, she had white bunny ears. Hansen and Mr. G were facing her, so they couldn't see if she also had a tail. Hanging on her back, though, was a saw-like knife. It was a little savage, especially when compared with her body shape. Mr. G looked at the woman and said coldly, "What is one of the rebate doing here?" The woman, still sounding casual, said, "Whatever you're doing here, I want to do, too." That means we're enemies. Mr. G gave Hansen a signal before approaching the woman slowly. His hand hovered above the sword attached to his waist. Hansen understood the signal and moved to flank the woman. He walked toward her from the other side. The woman remained where she stood, as if she hadn't seen the pair coming toward her. She merely said, 3 miles to the north of the oasis, there is a group of chaos. If I shout, or the sounds of your weapons ring, they will be drawn here. Are you sure you want to do this now? I don't stand for bluffing. Mr. G laughed. If there were no chaos, why would I be here? Go ahead, if you don't believe me. We can all die together. The woman didn't buckle easily to the implied threat, and she held her ground resolutely. That made Mr. G hesitate a bit, too. He stopped approaching her and gestured for Hansen to keep an eye on her. Hansen nodded. Mr. G started sneaking in a northerly direction until he was out of sight. You don't belong to Demon, the woman remarked. She didn't sound hostile when she spoke. You're right, I am human, Hansen answered. How did you know I was here? The woman asked Senator. She appeared to have been confused. The woman was definitely not an ordinary rebate. If Mr. G knew her true identity, he'd have been shocked. And he wouldn't have believed he was seeing her here, of all places. Hansen didn't say anything more, and he simply continued to look at the woman. The woman picked a grape and reclined back against a giant vine. She skinned the grape and placed it in her mouth. As she ate it, she said, "What is Mr. G giving you?" Whatever it is, I can double the offer. If you help me later, of course. Han-sen was shocked that the woman so boldly wanted him to betray Mr. G. She had made the offer so casually, as if it was entirely normal. Seeing Han-sen not give her an answer, the woman went on to say, I'm afraid I am uncertain what Mr. G is hoping to accomplish. He's told you that he wants a xenogenic fruit, am I right? If you believe that, you are dreadfully wrong. I can tell you right here, for free, that this xenogenic fruit he has told you about is not the only thing that he wants. This place is extremely dangerous, so I suggest you think about this, lest you go and get yourself killed. This is none of my business, Han-sen said calmly. Even if the woman hadn't said anything like this, he still had his own suspicions. You are an interesting fellow. My name is Isha. What's yours? The woman looked at Han-sen with genuine interest. $, Han-sen answered. The woman's expression said that she had never heard of humans nor a person named $. The video of Han-sen laying waste to the centaurs hadn't been circulating for very long. Perhaps she hadn't gotten around to seeing it yet. The woman seemed to think of something else, too. But she then appeared to quickly shelve the idea. The grapevines began to rustle, and a little later, Mr. G came marching out towards them. Mr. G looked grim. It seemed as if Isha had not been lying, and he had seen the chaos. How long have you been here? And how long have the chaos been in this area? Mr. G asked the woman. Is that how you ask people for information? This is the grace and etiquette of the demons on full display? Isha asked sarcastically. Mr. G looked at Isha. He had seen the rebate before, but he didn't know a ton about them. What is your name, lady? Mr. G asked politely, not seeming angered by her questions. Isha answered. Mr. G receded into thought for a moment, and he tried to imagine where he might have heard that name before. Mr. G smiled and went on to say, Lady Isha, if we have come here for the same purpose and waltzed into the same predicament, why don't we cooperate? How? Isha asked emotionlessly. We deal with the chaos, of course. And once that is done, we can go our separate ways. Finding the reward will be up to our individual effort again. What do you think? Mr. G smiled with his suggestion. Okay. How would you propose we deal with the chaos? Do you think the three of us can take down 4? Isha asked. Mr. G shook his head. They might come at us in a group, in which case their numbers advantage will be difficult to deal with. So, what is the plan? Isha said. I have heard the rebate excel in both speed and agility. You are the best of the higher races, in those fields. If you can lure the chaos into the oasis, Han-sen and I will strike. If we can take down 2, the other 2 can be taken out easily. Mr. G looked sincere. Mr. G, that is such a great plan. Minor suggestion, how about you lure them out, instead? Isha said drily. Mr. G responded quietly, we don't have the movement capabilities of the rebate. And if we detected you when you were attempting to go unnoticed, the chaos definitely will. It is best that Han-sen and I perform the sneak attack. Isha frowned in thought. Then, surprisingly, she said, okay, I will lure out the chaos. But I want half of the spoils. The other half goes to you too. Sure. Mr. G smiled. After the 3 of them settled on the plan, Han-sen and Mr. G went into hiding. Isha was going to attract the chaos. After Isha left, Mr. G told Han-sen, when Isha lures them here, don't do anything. We will slide out of the oasis without being noticed. Han-sen frowned, but he didn't have much of an opinion about Mr. G breaking promises. Mr. G and Isha's purposes were similar, so that did make them competitors. It was to be expected that they would fight and trick each other when cooperating. The reason Han-sen frowned, however, was because of Isha. He thought she had agreed too quickly to the idea of luring the chaos there, and that she herself was planning to betray them. If they left now, they might lose an advantage. While Hansen was still in thought, a noise came from further into the oasis. From where they were hiding, they could see Isha was running towards them with haste. Isha was incredibly fast, but she didn't look to be too concerned or rushed. Several arrows flew through the air right past her. It was a terrifying scene for Hansen to watch. Her abilities of movement were not inferior to Hansen's own Dongxian movements. Not far behind Isha, for Chaos were flapping their wings in pursuit. They had bows, and they were repeatedly firing arrows down at her. Their power and speed were scary, as well. Inside Demon Grave, Hansen was probably much slower than they were. The Chaos looked just like the artistic renditions he had previously seen. They were clad in silver armor, and they possessed butterfly wings. Their bows were forged from wood or sturdy vines. Isha was able to avoid the four of them as she ran back to the oasis. She hadn't been dealt an injury, which was rather amazing. When Isha ran into the oasis, she followed the current plan and went for the grapevine. There were a lot of vines there, and visibility was severely limited. The Chaos flew down to the ground and began making their way through the vines. The backs of their wings were weird. When they were open wider than a man with his arms stretched out. When they closed, they threaded together to look like a cape. The four Chaos were next to them now. Hansen looked towards Mr. G, who was looking back at him, shaking his head. He was telling Hansen not to do anything. The four Chaos did not notice Hansen or Mr. G's lurking presences. But after they had passed, Mr. G signaled for Hansen to go to where the Chaos had initially come from. Hansen followed Mr. G out of the oasis, but not long after they left, they heard an angry shriek from behind. The four Chaos suddenly appeared, coming right for them. Mr. G and Hansen's hearts jumped. There had been no fighting in the oasis, and yet, the monsters were now coming right for them. Isha was nowhere to be seen either. That was weird. They did not know how Isha had gotten rid of the Chaos, but the four creatures had obviously reversed direction. They were clearly coming for Hansen and Mr. G now. The pair couldn't spend much time thinking it over, though, and so they focused on trying to run. While they might not have been able to outrun the creatures, they couldn't just stand around doing nothing. After running a few steps, Hansen quickly realized that they couldn't escape this predicament. He shouted at Mr. G and said, "Run back to the oasis. We can't proceed like this." Okay, Mr. G agreed, and he quickly turned around. Hansen turned around, too. He wanted to return to the oasis. There would be foliage and other things that could be used to block and confuse the creatures. Hansen ran for a while, but Mr. G did not come back. He kept on running the other way, using Hansen to get rid of the Chaos. Hansen stayed silent, though, and he did not turn around. He kept going back towards the oasis. The Chaos were moving incredibly fast, and Hansen had been running for a while, hoping to breach the oasis from another side. All of a sudden, though, he slid to a stop. Many arrows came flying forward. Hansen quickly employed Heavenly Go and his Dongxian movements. As he bobbed to evade each arrow, he continued heading for the oasis. The four Chaos had been unable to shoot Hansen, so they instead drew their swords and swooped closer. They wanted to stop Hansen from entering. Hansen didn't use his pirate bone sword, though. A xenogenic weapon like that would be weaker in such a place. Using it here would be a great waste, and if it ended up getting broken, that'd be terrible. Amidst Hansen's dodging, he decided to try to pick up the wooden arrows that had been fired at him. He threw them back at two of the Chaos and rolled. Then, he picked up another two wooden arrows. He threw those at the other two. The Chaos chopped the approaching arrows down with their wooden swords and continued after Hansen. Hansen grabbed more wooden arrows, using them as melee weapons to deflect incoming sword strikes. Pang! The sword hit his arrows with devastating force, and Hansen stumbled back with bleeding hands. His chest ached and he coughed up a little blood. Before Hansen landed, a chaos was running at him again with its sword drawn. It wanted to cut Hansen in two while he was still in the air. But Hansen moved like a bird and avoided the strike. He threw a wooden arrow toward the two chaos that were running at him. The two chaos swung their swords to cut the arrow down, but suddenly, the arrow moved low and went past them. Hansen thought Drillhead could be of benefit since he was using the arrows at such short range. But the speed and skill of the two that came against him now were too much. They dodged the arrow that had come right before their throats. These guys are hard to deal with. Hansen thought in his heart. He didn't stop moving, though. And while those two dealt with the arrow, he went to face the last chaos ahead. That chaos was a woman. Her wooden sword was not heavy like those of the other three. She swung her sword like it was a banyan branch. A multitude of shadows flashed through the air toward Hansen, like a net ready to snare him. But Hansen did not hesitate. If the three chaos caught up, escape would be incredibly difficult. Like a ghost, Hansen headed towards the net with his horn arrow in hand. Catcha! The Viscount rank horn arrow was struck by the wooden sword and broken. But Hansen used this chance to escape the sword net, and before he had time to feel sad over his loss, he was headed for the oasis. The four chaos continued shouting angrily, but none were able to stop Hansen, and in the midst of the oasis, it was easy for him to hide. After a few more dodges, he was able to race into the grapevines. After entering the area with the grapevines, things became much easier for Hansen. The fighting skills that the four chaos employed were rather simple and a little clumsy, but they weren't weak. 1 versus 1, Hansen might win. But against four of them at the same time, there was a high chance he could stumble and fall. Hansen used all the judgment, prediction, and movement that his skills gave him. He did this so he could fight them more effectively in the grapevine area. Hansen kept escaping in the direction that Isha had fled. But Isha herself was now headed in the direction Mr. G had gone, so Hansen was unable to see her. If she had not been killed, she should still be in the grape area. Hansen was still curious about how she had managed to get rid of the chaos that were chasing her. The four chaos ardently pursued Hansen. He was able to kite and keep them at bay, though, keeping them from dealing any damage to him. In this manner, they went deep into the grapevines. In the beginning, Hansen could catch glimpses of Isha's trail. But after going this deep, he had lost sight of it. What did she do? Hansen frowned. He was fighting four chaos all alone, hoping to find something that could help him out of the bind. The grapevines there were very big. They were as thick as a man's leg, and they tangled together like snakes. They webbed and clogged the skies, making it difficult for sunlight to pierce through and illuminate the undergrowth. The whole place was like one labyrinthine cave system. Hansen wouldn't have dared go this deep if he didn't know there were no xenogeneics there. Hansen thought the complicated geography could weaken the resolve of the chaos. But they seemed to be very familiar with the place, and Hansen still couldn't shake them off his tail. The Dongxian armor absorbed the power and strength of the earth, but it was very limited where they were right now. Perhaps it was because of the atmosphere that had been damaged by the two elites so long ago. And consequently, the barren Dongxian armor was suppressed. To make matters worse, without the constant replenishment, the energy he was using was starting to make him feel tired. When Hansen wondered whether or not he should risk trying to take a hostage, he suddenly saw something bright. The vines seemed to be opening in front of him, and the sunlight was extra bright there. It was being reflected by something, and Hansen assumed it might be water. Hansen did not know how he had gotten here. He ran forward, and lo and behold, he saw a lake that was skirted by the rest of the oasis vines. A statue stood in the middle of the lake, and surprisingly, Isha was there. Isha was sitting on the shoulder of the statue. She looked surprised when she saw Hansen emerge from the knot of vines. But when Hansen left the vines and approached the shores of the lake, he heard the chaos make warning sounds. They were warning Hansen not to venture too close to it. Hansen didn't care for what they thought, though, and he just continued on towards the lake. He jumped to Isha's statue. The statue was sculpted to look like a person. It sort of looked like a human or a crystallizer. There were no butterfly wings, cat ears, or tail of any sort. It was just a 3-meter-tall person with clothes on. The lower part of its legs was submerged beneath the surface of the lake. When Hansen jumped, the chaos stopped near the shore. They gave up their chase, and neither did they fire any more arrows. Hansen flew to the left shoulder of the statue. Isha, who was on the right shoulder of the statue, drew out her saw-like knife. She slashed it at Hansen. Hansen had seen many powerful skills, like falsified sky sword skills, but this was scary. There were many swordsmen in the sanctuary, and lots of them were masters. But Hansen had never seen someone as cruel as she was before. Most sword skills he had seen so far were intended for slashing or stabbing. Sometimes they were fast and powerful. But Isha's skills were weird. It looked like she was slashing and stabbing at the same time, like some toxic snake. Or the fangs of a hungry wolf. She was so fast, Hansen could not determine the track of her attack. Hansen didn't spare much time thinking this over, though. He used his powers to take to the air, like a bird. He tried to dodge Isha, but he was suppressed and unable to tell where she was attacking from. The suppression slowed him down, and while he did manage to mostly dodge the strike, he was slashed across the arm. Hansen did not know what that savage saw knife was made of, but it cut straight through his armor and sliced him deeply enough to expose his bones. Luckily, Hansen's blood was crystallized. Melting his blood would be difficult under the suppressive atmosphere, so no actual blood seeped through the wound. Having failed to stop Hansen, she lifted her weapon to strike again. She was going faster and faster, with more strength in each subsequent lunge. She was like some toxic beast opening its mouth to bite Hansen. Hansen was in the air, flying like a bird. He tried to gain more distance to dodge Isha's attacks. Isha was still standing on the statue, though. Eventually, she was unable to reach Hansen. She didn't chase him, and it seemed as if she only wanted Hansen off the statue. But it was apparent by the look on her face that Isha was surprised. She was stunned that Hansen had managed to dodge her attack. Hansen was in the air, thinking over what had happened. Isha was far stronger than he had imagined she would be. Her attacks were almost as good as Hansen's. She was definitely a master with the blade. She deliberately let go of Hansen and Mr. G, and it seemed like she had been using them as more than just bait. Perhaps she was staying here, not because of the chaos, but something else. Perhaps she had a plan that involved the lake, the statue, and maybe the entire oasis itself. Hansen felt as if he couldn't use all his strength. If he had enough energy, he could fly freely and not worry about falling. But inside Demon Grave, Hansen really was weak. Flying like he was, he had already lost much of his power. He wouldn't last much longer. Hansen looked at the lake and noticed how clear the water was. He could see the bottom of the small lake. The water reflected light very strongly, though. The reflections would hurt your eye. There were no creatures in the lake, and neither was there anything like seaweed. But even so, with the fact that none of the chaos would approach, Hansen did not have a good feeling about the place. Hansen gritted his teeth and circled around in the air before trying to return to the statue. Isha saw Hansen coming back for the statue and swung her sword again. The sword moved like a subtle dragon, and it wasn't as obvious as Hansen's approach. Her sword mind was not any weaker than Hansen's. In fact, she was the most difficult enemy Hansen had faced since entering the Geno universe. He didn't have a weapon, and he didn't dare to use his pirate bone sword to challenge her saw knife. All he could rely on was his movement abilities as he flew around the statue, trying to get on it. But Isha's agility and sword skills were in no way inferior to Hansen. When she waved her saw knife, she prevented Hansen from being able to reach the statue. Hansen flew around the statue 3 times, eventually feeling as if he had exhausted all the power in his body. If he didn't borrow some power from another source soon, he'd likely fall into the water below. Let's try this and see if it works. Hansen summoned something in his hands. The light became a steel shield. The steel shield was 1 meter high, and it was made of good steel. In the front, there was a carving of a centaur roaring up to the sky. This was the Viscount Beast Soul, Steel Centaur. It was a shield beast soul. Hansen had not tried it out yet, and he didn't know if it would be weakened by Demon Grave. But he had to do something, and using it now seemed like the best idea. Hansen lifted the steel shield to cover his entire body. He forced himself onto the statue's shoulder. When Isha attacked this time, Hansen did not retreat. Not that he could, as there was no space to move backward. If he could not maintain a position on the statue, he'd stumble back and fall into the lake. Dong! Isha slashed the shield and heard a metallic noise ring out. Hansen's body moved back a bit, but he still managed to recompose himself and stay firmly on the statue's shoulder. Isha looked shocked by this. Her eyes looked at Hansen's shield, unable to believe it had managed to block her saw knife and save Hansen's life. The serrated knife was like a mouthful of teeth, heading right for Hansen. But Hansen had already regained his footing on the statue, and now his stance was firm. He had a shield to block Isha's saw knife. He wasn't afraid anymore. They were both fighting atop the statue, and Isha's sword skills still proved themselves to be tremendously spooky. But Hansen was hiding behind the shield. She slashed dozens of times, but she failed to break the steel surface of the shield. Hansen was thrilled. Apparently, Demon Grave suppression had no effect on beast souls. Therefore, beast souls were very handy to have in that place. Hansen hated himself for not having any other beast souls right now. If he had a bunch, he'd practically be invincible in this place. Isha continued fighting for a while, but eventually stopped. She stood on the right shoulder of the statue, staring at Hansen, who stood atop the left shoulder. She said, "Why aren't you following Luoji? Why did you come back this way?" Hansen shrugged his shoulders. Keeping himself behind the safety of the shield, he sat down carefully and said, "Mr. G ran off, so I decided to come back here." Isha stared at Hansen and sat down, as well. She felt exhausted after doing so much fighting, too. She was a noble belonging to one of the higher races, but the Demon Grave had an even worse effect on her. Her body was no greater than Hansen's in this place. Now that Hansen had the time to look over the statue properly, he noticed that there was a word engraved on the statue's neck. The carving was a little rough, as if it had been added after the statue was made. Hansen looked a little closer, and when he did, he was given a shock. He knew those words. They weren't Kate characters. It was a language belonging to ancient humans. Supergene? 2 words followed by a question mark. When he saw those words, Hansen was shocked. The most shocking thing was how familiar the writing looked. Hansen had previously seen a note written by his great-granddad, Han Jinji. It had said Supergene? Now, the same words and question mark were on this thing. The handwriting was identical, too. Hansen looked at the words as his mind raced. Han Jinji was here? Why did he write this down? Why is there a question mark? Why is Isha here? There were so many questions racing through Hansen's head, but he could not come up with any answers. Do you know these words? Isha suddenly asked Hansen. Hansen was wearing his Dongxian armor, so she could not see his face. But Hansen had jerked slightly when he saw it, and he had stared at it for too long. I can read a bit. Hansen did not deny it. Isha looked happy and asked, "What does it say?" Hansen looked at Isha and her smile, and said, "What's written there is not complicated. Tell me why you are here." Isha immediately frowned and said, "I know something is strange about this place. Perhaps there is treasure waiting to be found. Do I look retarded?" Hansen asked, looking at her. No, Isha was shocked. Hen, don't treat me like I am. Hansen lifted his lips. The scene went quiet. Hansen began looking over the statue to see if he could find any other writing. If Han Jinji really did write those words, he wouldn't have done so for no reason. Hansen looked everywhere, but there were no other words. It was quite disappointing. And furthermore, he could no longer see the chaos. He wasn't sure where they had gone off to. Who does this statue represent? Is it be a human or a crystallizer? Hansen wondered. Suddenly, the sound of bubbles was heard from down below. He looked down to the lake, and it seemed as if the water beneath them was boiling. But Hansen didn't feel as if the lake was getting any hotter. And there were so many bubbles emerging, you could not even see beyond the surface. Dollar, do you want to live or die? Isha asked suddenly, looking at Hansen. What do you mean? Hansen asked, with a frown. If you want to live, listen to me and follow my instructions closely. If you want to die, death can come easily. Just take a look at the wound on your arm for assurance, Isha said coldly. Hansen was shocked, and he looked at the wound on his arm. The tear on the Dongxian armor was still there. It was difficult to recover in that place, but despite that, his wound had already healed. Hansen's healing abilities were remarkable. He had a xenogenic body, so he wouldn't bleed. His healing abilities were better than the average Viscounts. After examining his wound, he determined that his arm was in good shape. His wound was going to be fine, and there wouldn't even be a scar. But just as Hansen started to answer her, he felt pain stem from his wound. Somehow, the mostly healed skin had come undone. In a second, the wound had reopened as if he had just been injured. He almost cried aloud. Isha said quietly, "You were hit by my teeth power. If I want to, I can ensure your body never heals, and any recovery you make can be broken. I can do this repeatedly until your entire body breaks. Even if you leave Demon Grave and find a King-class elite for aid, not even they will be able to break my teeth power. Not that you could find someone like that, but it would only take 2 weeks for me to rip up your whole body." Hansen did not respond, but he could definitely feel that his wound was slowly tearing wider. It was slow, but difficult to control. It felt like there were a number of teeth in the wound, digging into his body. He tried to control it, but he could not stop the skin tearing further and further. The only reason it would take me 2 weeks is because of your ability not to bleed. If you did bleed, you'd be dead within a day. Isha looked at Hansen's wound. Hansen's bloodless wound was a strange sight for her. Her teeth power could break through flesh and speed up any bleeding process. Even those who incurred the slightest of wounds would bleed profusely, but Hansen hadn't bled a drop. Hansen's face didn't change, and he asked Isha, "What do you want me to do?" "If you want me to die, you don't have to say that." Isha sighed and told him emotionlessly, "I need you to do nothing." Hansen understood what she meant. She wanted him to stay where he was, do nothing, and avoid disturbing her. "If you can stand still, you won't disturb my business. We can avoid a feud, and I promise you that when we leave this place, I will remove the teeth powers I have inflicted upon you," Isha said. Hansen neither agreed nor disagreed, but he did say, "As long as you're not putting me in danger, I can abide." Isha frowned. She was not happy with Hansen's manner of promise. More and more bubbles were appearing in the water, like a large jacuzzi. The bubbles had lovely acoustics, with their constant popping. But amongst the many bubbles, Hansen saw a black bag. What it was, he did not know. "Remember what you have told me. Otherwise, you'll be wishing you were dead," Isha told Hansen threateningly. She stared at the black thing in the lake, then, ignoring Hansen. "What is that?" Hansen looked at it. Isha ignored him. She continued staring at the lake, as if he did not exist. Hansen, getting ignored, did not speak. He was thinking if there was some manner of nice treasure down below, he'd like to steal it. He didn't believe the promise Isha had made him. Once they left Demon Grave, it was likely she wouldn't remove the teeth power. It was possible she'd just kill him. Isha took whatever was inside the lake seriously. If he could steal whatever it was, even if he could not use it himself, it might work as leverage over Isha. Whatever the thing in the water was, it was moving faster. And it produced a large number of waves. But then, suddenly, it burst out of the froth of bubbles. When Hansen was finally able to see the item, he was shocked. Hansen had expected to see something like a fish or a snake. He wouldn't even have been surprised if it was a dead body, as anything could happen in that place. But when Hansen saw a scabbard come out of the water, he was shocked. It would make sense if it was a blade, as it could easily be deemed as a treasure of some worth. Or perhaps even a Geno armament like the Northern King glove. But it was just a scabbard that jumped out of the lake, minus a blade it could house. What use would a plain scabbard be for 3 no armknell? The scabbard was black, but it wasn't a matte color. It was crystalline, like some sort of black diamond. The scabbard hopped out of the lake like a fish. Its movement looked almost happy. "What is this scabbard?" Hansen asked. When Isha continued ignoring him, Hansen summoned his last horn arrow. He was going to shoot at the black crystal scabbard. "What are you doing?" Isha was shocked, and her saw knife immediately swung toward Hansen. Hansen ducked behind his shield and laughed. "I hate being lonely. If you don't talk to me, perhaps I will do something weird. Don't take it out on me, if I happen to ruin your business here." Isha's teeth were getting itchy. If someone like Hansen had spoken to her in such a manner outside of Demon Grave, she could have had him killed 1,000,000 times over with a mere wag of her finger. Rebate Sword Queen was half a god. Even kings tended to avoid her. No one had permission to speak to her in such a way. "When I leave this place, I will kill you." Isha was very angry, but there was nothing she could do. If Hansen wanted to ruin her business and steal the scabbard, there was nothing she could do to stop him. "What is this scabbard?" Hansen asked. "Have you heard about the crystallizers?" "If you haven't, then you wouldn't understand," Isha said coldly. "Of course I have heard about them. Is that scabbard related to the crystallizers?" Hansen's heart jumped, but he held his emotions in check and kept his voice flat. "If you know, then why do you ask?" Isha replied icily. "I have heard about this race, but I do not know much about them. Please explain it to me, but please be aware, if I am bored, I may do something unpredictable." Hansen smiled as he fondled the horn arrow. Isha hated Hansen, but she clamped down on her anger and said, "The crystallizers were a new race of the Geno universe. They were here for a short amount of time, and their evolution process was fairly average. In fact, it was worse than some of the lesser races. But the crystallizers were wonderful with Geno technology. They created a crystal Geno weapon that could enable normal Geno fighters to battle against dukes, marquis, and even kings." "Something that strong resides here?" Hansen was shocked. He thought the crystallizers had been unable to become strong, and had thus been destroyed. But with her saying this now, he was learning that while their bodies were not strong, their weapons did not seem weak. Isha ignored Hansen and continued to speak. "After the crystallizers created their crystal Geno weapons, they grew in strength. They were ambitious, and they even sought to claim a position in the Geno Hall. But their strongest leader was merely a duke. He wasn't even a king-class fighter. No race with such limited power had ever tried to challenge a position in the Geno Hall before. But they failed. It seems like the crystallizers' crystal Geno weapons were inferior to those of kings." Hansen could predict how it all ended. Isha looked at him with disdain, and said, "Shut up if you don't know anything. The crystallizers' crystal Geno weapons were as good as the king's. If they challenged ordinary higher races, they might have indeed lit up a lantern. But they were too strong, and they invented a Geno weapon that was greater than the gods. And with that Geno weapon, they challenged a most mighty higher race. And the god elites of this higher race destroyed them. They disappeared shortly after. Hansen was shocked. He hadn't known the crystallizers were that great, and so it came as a surprise. Could this scabbard be the crystal Geno weapon that is able to slay a god? Hansen looked at the scabbard in the lake and became very excited. Isha said, "You think it's here? You think such a thing would still reside in a place like this? Who knows? Maybe no one knows." Hansen smiled. Isha said, "You think too much. Power doesn't just appear as if out of nowhere. And the crystallizers were only able to craft a single one of those crystal Geno weapons. And yet they still failed. They weren't able to kill a god, not even a deified elite. The crystal Geno weapon was reduced to dust. Many races saw that happen, so a lot of them know. But after a while, the memory of the crystallizers has faded. Many cannot recall anything about them. What is this scabbard, then?" Hansen blinked. "It's an ordinary variant of those crystal Geno weapons. If it was complete, then it might carry one in a fight versus dupe class foes. Perhaps even king class. Now all that remains is the scabbard, and so its strength is decreased," Isha said. Hansen didn't believe her, as he knew very little about her. But with her battle skills, it was clear to see that she was not an ordinary person from a higher race. She could be a duke or king herself. A character like her would not enter a place like this in search of an incomplete crystal Geno weapon. Hansen stared at the scabbard and said, "Two elites once fought here. They fought over a treasure. That is why the xenogeneic space has such strange suppressive properties. Might this be the item they were fighting over?" "Your imagination is quite something," Isha said coldly. Hansen wanted to squeeze more information out of her, but the lake suddenly moved. The scabbard flew towards them like an arrow. Isha immediately became happy, as no more talking could follow. So, she reached out to grab the scabbard as it flew. She had only been talking to keep Hansen occupied and calm. He hadn't done anything to disrupt the scabbard, just like she planned. And now that it was flying forward, she could happily ignore Hans Senator. As soon as she grabbed the scabbard, her work would be finished, and she could kill Hans Senator. He would be her first kill with it. The scabbard flew to the forehead of the statue, fitting itself neatly into a slot that Hansen had noticed there. Hansen originally thought that slot was something of a decoration. It might even have represented a third eye. But now he knew it was not anything like that. It was instead a slot for the scabbard. Hansen had no idea why the scabbard would be drawn to the slot. Hansen thought about it quickly, and he saw Isha on the adjacent shoulder. She was reaching out to catch the scabbard. Hansen threw a punch aiming towards Isha's hands. Isha looked murderous, and she swung her sword. Luckily, Hansen was able to dodge it. If he hadn't, he'd have lost his hand. Hansen's other fist came into contact with Isha's other hand, though. There was a pang sound, and both of them flinched backward. Neither of the two caught the scabbard. The scabbard flew past the pair, fitting itself neatly into the slot on the forehead of the statue. There wasn't a single seam, and it fit inside perfectly. "How dare you?" Isha looked extremely glum, and she couldn't stand his presence anymore. "Whoever sees it gets to share. I should have half of it, right?" Hansen smiled. "Do you think I can't kill you?" Isha lifted her knife and looked at Hans Senator. Her body was suddenly blazing with a purple fire. Anger was definitely the fuel. "I thought Demon Grave suppressed powers, and not even kings could overcome that. So, what is this?" Hansen's face changed. This was bad. Isha hated Hans Senator. Her power was amassing, building in strength. The purple flame broke through the enforced limit of Demon Grave. The power in her body was increasing. But breaking through the power limit did not mean the suppression of Demon Grave was ineffective. Isha's power was too strong, so she broke past a limit. She was crossing a line that allowed her to use a power that was not supposed to be in play there. Only elites like Isha, who were halfway to becoming a god, had the power to do this. Not even an average king class could accomplish the same thing. Because Isha was only half deified, she could not completely ignore the supposed limitations of Demon Grave. Her dramatic flare of power wasn't actually as big of an improvement as it seemed. Still, she could ignore enough of Demon Grave's suppression to raise her power to that of a Viscount. Forcing her body to wield power like this was a definite strain. Even if she didn't fight, simply holding the power would damage her. If Han Sen hadn't forced her hand, she would never have done this. But she was a sword queen, and she couldn't idly accept what Han Sen was doing. So, she decided to kill him where he was, regardless of what it cost her. Isha was afraid Han Sen would steal the scabbard. And that was why she had been holding off, but now that it was inside the statue, nothing would happen. If she killed Han Sen, she could take the scabbard whenever she wanted. Now, without hesitation, she was happily unleashing her power. Although she could only raise the power of a Viscount, that was enough. Isha was holding her saw knife. She didn't swing it, but a purple flame was crawling atop it. Han Sen was holding his steel centaur shield, ready to withstand whatever attack came next. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck his arm. His flesh was exploding. The wound on his arm was coming undone. Within a second, his entire arm was ripped open, revealing his white bones. The tear was spreading across his entire body. Han Sen was shocked. If this continued, it would only take a few seconds for his entire body to be torn apart. You thought the teeth's power was that slow? That was only because it was suppressed by Demon Grave. That was why it was so weak earlier. How dare you make me mad? Today is the day you die. Isha looked cold, as her purple flames increased. Han Sen's wounds were being ripped up faster as a purple mist moved along his flesh and muscles. It was scary to see. F***ck. That's nasty. Han Sen shouted in his heart. He didn't hesitate as a red light suddenly appeared. It came right out of his jeans, wrapping up his entire body. Because the Dongxian armor had wrapped up Han Sen's body, you could not tell the differences below its surfaces. But inside his armor, his body was changing. He began to look like he was made of red metal. He was becoming transparent, and a powerful presence was growing within him. His super god body was activated. The tears in his arm stopped spreading, and the wounds that were covered by a purple aura were doused in white light. The purple air began to dissipate, and his wounds were starting to heal. Han Sen felt as if his previously suppressed body was no longer limited. Power coursed through his body, rumbling like a river. Isha looked at the white light overwhelming Han Sen's arm and felt the scary presence he exuded. Her face changed, and she said, You've touched the deified door? Han Sen did not answer. He pulled out a gold bow and a white bone arrow. The white light entered the arrow, activating a slumbering power. The bone arrow shivered to life, and a white light came out of it. The Archangel Bone Arrow? How? Isha was shocked. She was not shocked about the presence of the arrow itself, even though it had been made from the bones of a king feather. It had king power. Normally, an enemy of king-class power was no concern for Isha. She wagered she could block it. But inside Demon Grave, she had damaged her own body to achieve the power of a Viscount, yet the Archangel Bone Arrow had the same power that it would on the outside. It was not affected, so it was scary. Retrieving the scabbard was no longer Isha's highest priority, so she flew away from the statue and departed the lake. An Archangel Bone Arrow with full power was not something she could trifle with. Buzz. Han Sen moved his finger and fired the bone arrow. It reached Isha's chest the instant it left the string. She couldn't evade that projectile. Isha was a deified elite. Even though her powers were suppressed, her reaction was still quite fast. She lifted the saw knife in front of her chest, and the bone arrow hit the blade. The holy light raged with the intensity of a volcano. It exploded against the knife when the arrow came into contact with it. And a catch-a noise quickly followed. The saw knife that was still a bit powerful in there, made of an unknown material, suddenly broke. The bone arrow plunged into her chest and rocketed out of her back. It went through another dozen grapevines before its flight was halted. Blurg. Isha coughed up blood. A huge hole had been blown through her heart. She was not dead, though. She was still gathering up power. She ran into the grapevines and disappeared. Hansen wished to give chase, but his body was feeling weak. He exited Super God Spirit mode, as he could only use it for a limited time. What a scary woman. She didn't die. Hansen sighed, giving up on pursuing her. Hansen turned around and looked at the forehead of the statue and the scabbard within. He grabbed the part that was sticking out slightly and tried yanking it out. When Hansen pulled on it, it refused to budge. After a few more pulls, it still didn't come free. Hansen pulled at it a few times, but he was unable to remove the scabbard. It surprised him. Before Hansen could make another move, he felt as if the scabbard had a beastly knife mind. It came for him like a monster, as if it wished to consume him. Hansen frowned, as his own sword mind began to battle back against the knife mind. The knife mind would not damage Hansen's body, but it was consuming Hansen's own sword mind. His will was being swallowed along with it. If his will broke, even if he was not injured, he would lose his confidence to fight against strong opponents in the future. Hansen's sword mind was rather scary, but it was shocking how much more terrifying the knife mind was. If Hansen's sword mind was likened to a strong bull, then the scabbard's knife mind was like a dragon. It did not matter how strong the bull was, it ate grass. But tigers and dragons ate bones. And right now, it was eating Hansen's sword mind. If the sword mind had a body, it would have been bleeding. Furthermore, this knife mind felt familiar to Han Senator Isha's knife mind was very similar to it. The knife mind of the scabbard was even stronger than Isha's, though. It is no wonder she came here for this. In some way, this item is connected to her, Hansen thought to himself. Isha's knife mind was so strong, he believed she must have been a king. And with the scabbard's knife mind being stronger than hers, that led to only one possibility. The creature that left behind the scabbard, was he a deified elite? If he was, this could be one of those horrible elites that created this place. Was one of those beings a rebate? Did he leave it here? Hansen got to thinking. Still, Hansen didn't think that was quite right. If it had been left behind by one of the rebate, why would Isha wait until now to reclaim it? After all the years that had passed, why now? Hansen did not have the time to mull this over right now, though. So, he used his will to do battle with the knife mind. Even so, it was very difficult trying to battle that particular beast. Hansen's will and sword mind kept getting chomped on. Hansen's will was waning, bit by bit, and it felt as if the knife mind was gradually getting stronger. Hansen wished to leave, but his will was being subsumed, and he could not move. If he moved, the knife mind would enter him completely, ravage his mind, and utterly annihilate him. As Hansen wondered what he might be able to do to escape this, the black crystal armor inside his sea of soul suddenly moved. It generated a strange energy. When that energy entered Hansen's body, the scabbard rattled. And then, the knife mind relented and eased up a little. The scabbard shook and vibrated in its slot, enabling Hansen to pull it out with ease. The black crystal armor's energy circulated all around Hansen, and then went back into his sea of soul and into the armor. Then, the black crystal armor became quiet again. It went back to being its normal self. The energy had vanished again, but the scabbard did not unleash any more of its wicked knife mind in retaliation. All it did was pulsate inside Hansen's hand. Hansen did not know why, but he felt as if he could feel exactly what the scabbard was feeling. It felt excited, surprised, and scared, all in one. Hansen was surprised, too. He did not understand the connection between the scabbard and the black crystal armor, and he could not fathom the reason why the black crystal armor could make the scabbard behave this way. Does this scabbard belong to the rebate or the crystallizers? Hansen wondered to himself, but settled on the thought that it belonged to the crystallizers more. As Hansen pondered this, the knife mind of the scabbard revealed itself again. But this time it did not opt to consume Hansen's will. It was actually fitting itself into Hansen's will nicely. Hansen felt as if he had become an old beast, and that he was eating the world around him. The universe and everything else would be wholly swallowed by him. The power to munch on the universe felt pretty good. The beastly power of consumption was inside Hansen's mind. And a second later, the beast transformed into a knife. It was one that looked familiar. The appearance looked just like Isha's knife. But the energy inside it did, admittedly, feel worse. Although the appearance was identical, comparing Isha's to Hansen's knife was like comparing a real blade with a toy one. That knife was held by a man, but Hansen couldn't identify the man's face. Still, he could faintly make out the shape, and tell that the head had ears. But it did not matter. The man who held the sword was like a demon that was destroying the world. He slashed, breaking the galaxy, as countless things were consumed. A countless number of planets were destroyed. Even space itself was slashed open. Slash after slash, that destructive knife skill was scary, but at the same time, it felt really good. Every time the figure slashed, Hansen could remember it. Hansen's mind opened, becoming familiar with the knife skill and the knife mind. Subconsciously, Hansen swung the scabbard to imitate and follow the man. Slash after slash, Hansen's knife skills were creating that same consuming power. And it was getting stronger, too. Hansen's knife mind had limits, though. No matter how smart he was, this was not something he could learn in any short amount of time. Hansen's knife mind was increasing, though. After practicing the sequence of knife skills 70 times, his knife mind was no weaker than Isha's. And furthermore, it was still growing. When it increased, the man and the knife started to get a bit blurrier. When Hansen practiced it 100 times, the man and the knife vanished. Hansen looked at the scabbard and noticed it no longer had a knife mind. The knife mind had been transferred to Han Senator. The scabbard shook and started to fly around Han Senator. It attached itself to Hansen's waist and stopped moving. The black diamond knife's body grew dim. Now, it looked like an ink stone.